Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en les. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respira y queers escuchar est fanfic completo horror. Suscrea bet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 301 Dao Realm. Inheritance Trial Space. The Taoist in white looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had been offline for less than a day, and frowned. Why are you here again? I said, with your current cultivation, you are still far from breaking into the Tower of Babel. Even if it is the first floor of the Tower of Babel, you must at least have the cultivation of the nascent soul to try it. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Senior, I'm not overestimating my own abilities. I came here to break into the Tower of Babel. I just have doubts. Doubts? Exactly. Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath. Since I have been practicing, I have always believed that there is no shortcut to comprehending the laws of the Tao. But today, this star map I got makes me a little confused. If the grade of the immortal sword is improved, the sword intent and the level of the Tao can be improved. What is the point of me and thousands of other cultivators to strive for enlightenment and seeking the Tao? You came here just for this? The Taoist in white chuckled. Why do you think that your hard work must be meaningful? Your background is very poor. You are just an ordinary person. You have worked hard to understand the Tao for hundreds or thousands of years, but you can't even understand the Tao for a moment. What's more, some people are born with the status of Dalo Jinxen. What's the point of your efforts compared with such existence? Chen Daoxuan frowned deeply. The Star Sword map is just a shortcut for you. In the past, you had to work hard to understand the Tao, to improve the realm of the Tao. Now you can improve the realm of the Tao through enlightenment, and by refining treasures. It seems that the road is much smoother, but compared with those creatures with extraordinary backgrounds, and born with innate spiritual treasures, what are you? Boy, it is important to recognize yourself. Don't think highly of yourself, and don't look down on yourself. These words, like thunder, exploded in Chen Daoxuan's heart. It has to be said that Chen Daoxuan has always been smooth sailing. Although he doesn't show it on his face, he always feels that he is the son of luck and the pride of heaven. Traveling through time and space, golden scripture, golden finger. All of this shows that he is the protagonist in the storybook. But at the moment of obtaining the Star Sword map, Chen Daoxuan felt that he was it. He can use the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to improve his understanding and quickly realize the Tao. Other cultivators can also use treasures like the Star Sword map to improve their realm while refining treasures. Chen Daoxuan couldn't judge which of the two was better, but it was obvious that this method was as incredible as the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. What's more terrifying is that the force to which the Taoist in white belongs can actually copy this method in batches. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan took a step back, bowed deeply to the Taoist in white, and said sincerely, Junior, I will teach you. Go. The Taoist in white waved his hand gently. Watching Chen Daoxuan disappear in front of him, the Taoist in white smiled calmly. After his consciousness returned to his body, Chen Daoxuan felt the sword intent that was rapidly transforming, and stood up and said, Eluoli, I want to go into seclusion. Okay. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan continued, before I go into seclusion, do something for me. Eluoli nodded quickly. Chen Lang, just give me your orders. Chen Daoxuan took out a token from his storage bag that symbolized the identity of the head of the Chen family, handed it to Eluoli, and said, take this token, and go to the Chen family, to get enough spirit stones, to upgrade the spirit vein of the Demonate Mountain to the 4th level. Ah. Eluoli was stunned when she heard this. You know, the spirit vein of Xuanhu Island is only a 3rd level spirit vein now. The hundreds of Purple Mansion cultivators born in the Chen family relied on the essence of vitality to be promoted. Otherwise, relying on the spirit vein, the Chen family would not know when to have so many Purple Mansion cultivators. But Chen Daoxuan no longer has any extra essence of vitality in his hands, and even if he did, it would be useless. After the essence of vitality is taken out, it will dissipate in a few months at most. Therefore, he must rely on the 4th order spirit vein to break through the golden elixir. However, the spirit vein of the Demonate Mountain is only of the 3rd order, which is not enough to support Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough. Luoli is also a decisive person. She knows that this matter is related to Chen Daoxuan's path, so she dare not neglect it. After a brief surprise, she immediately nodded. "Don't worry, Chen Lang, leave this matter to me." "Yes." Watching Luoli leave, Chen Daoxuan ordered the black-robed clone to go to the cave next door for a treat, and he also walked into the cave he had opened at the beginning. Inside the cave, as soon as Chen Daoxuan sat down, his body was shocked. He suddenly focused his attention on the star sword map in his dinshin. He found that the space sword intent on the sword map had been promoted to the 3rd high stage. "So fast," Chen Daoxuan murmured. His space sword intent and silk rain sword intent were originally only at the middle stage of the 3rd stage. Under the nourishment of the star sword map, his 2 sword intents were rapidly improved and soon broke through to the 3rd high stage. "My Fiksu sword and Chengying sword are of the 4th grade upper grade, so I will soon be able to enter the realm of Dao." Chen Daoxuan found it difficult to adapt to the way of improving the realm of Dao, which was faster than the cheating of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. There are actually more than 900 people in this world who have obtained this inheritance. It seems that the water in this world is deeper than I imagined. Chen Daoxuan guessed secretly. Even if hundreds of thousands of years have passed, a large number of people have passed away, but those who are still alive must be the top existences in this world. Although the inheritance of Wang Xinghe became known to everyone after Kainiu and Sword Sect took over Wang Xinghe, there are only a few who can reach Chen Daoxuan's level in the past few thousand years. The ones who can really reach Chen Daoxuan's level are the geniuses accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years. The reason is very simple. In the early years, the inheritance of Wang Xinghe was not exposed, and those who were able to obtain the qualification for the trial were all true geniuses. After Kainiu and Sword Sect took over Wang Xinghe, although the inheritance here was exposed, the level of those who came to accept the trial of this inheritance was too low. Take Luoli for example. Normally, Luoli would not have been qualified for the trial, but she managed to obtain the qualification for the trial with the treasure of enlightenment tea. The geniuses of other forces in Wang Xinghe, such as Yu Wu Dao and Jiang Chenai, are also like this, but using this tricky way to obtain the qualification for the trial is deemed to not go far. After all, treasures that can temporarily increase enlightenment are very precious. Even if it is a big force, it is impossible to let the disciples of the clan use it all the time. This is also the reason why Yu Wu Dao and Jiang Chenai wander around with the divine patent of inheritance trial, but dare not accept the inheritance trial again. Because they know that with their talents, once they accept the trial again, they will probably be eliminated. Only when you reach the step of Chen Daoxuan, you can be considered a seed player for the inheritance here. There are more than 900 people in this world. No, there should be less than 900 people. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. I don't know how many of these seed players there are in Wang Xinghe. In fact, as long as the other party is not exposed, no one knows who has obtained one of the 3 treasures in Wang Xinghe. Just as Chen Daoxuan was sighing, his body shook again. Dao realm, has it broken through so quickly? Chen Daoxuan was dumbfounded. If I had known earlier, should I have spent all my family's wealth to buy a 5th level immortal sword? In this way, wouldn't my Dao realm be able to reach the Law realm very quickly? Of course, Chen Daoxuan regretted for less than a moment. The 5th level immortal sword is a treasure that only Yuan Ying's engine is qualified to own. Even if the Chen family has enough spirit stones, it is impossible to buy such a treasure unless they use the favor of the Zhenhe Palace Master. For treasures suitable for Yuan Ying's engine, Yuan Ying cultivators generally do not use spirit stones to trade directly, but use the power of creation as a general equivalent. They will only trade spirit stones for treasures that Yuan Ying's engine cannot use. If you want to use spirit stones to buy the 5th level immortal sword used by Yuan Ying's engine, you must meet a Yuan Ying's engine who is very tight on money and urgently needs a large amount of spirit stones. This situation is rare. Now that the Star Sword Dao diagram has been integrated with 2 4th grade top grade immortal swords, theoretically, my Dao realm can be directly upgraded to the high stage of Dao domain realm. This Dao realm is higher than that of Fairy Kai Yao. Chen Daoxuan thought for a while. Now that I have broken through the golden core stage, I only need to make up for the deficiencies in my physical cultivation. As long as my physical cultivation breaks through to the realm of skull smashing rebirth, I can form a pill. Chen Daoxuan sorted out and unfolded his own Dao domain. In just a moment, Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain unfolded a radius of 700 miles. The next moment, 2 stars, one large and one small, were suppressed in the Dao domain. They were the 2 sword intents that Chen Daoxuan had comprehended. When I saw Fairy Kai Yao perform the time Dao domain, I didn't see her time sword intent. Chen Daoxuan thought for a while, and a blessing came to his mind. The 2 stars, one large and one small, instantly disappeared in the Dao domain, and returned to the star sword Dao diagram in Danshan. So that's how it is. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Without the sword intent filling, the power of the Dao realm has dropped a lot. Then he tried to summon the space sword intent again, and the power of the Dao realm reached 80% of its peak. With the addition of the Silk Rain sword intent, the power of the Dao realm was directly maximumed out. This repressive force is even stronger than Fairy Kai Yao's timed Dao realm. Chen Daoxuan was not too surprised when he saw this. After all, Fairy Kai Yao's timed Dao realm was only at the beginning of the Dao realm, which was equivalent to him. But Fairy Kai Yao only comprehended one sword intent, so naturally she could not compare to Chen Daoxuan who comprehended 2 sword intents. Although the power of the Silk Rain sword intent was far inferior to the time sword intent, his space sword intent was not inferior at all. What if I summon the star sword Dao diagram? For some reason, Chen Daoxuan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He felt that the star sword Dao diagram seemed to be particularly compatible with the Dao realm. Just do it when you think of it. This time, Chen Daoxuan directly summoned the star sword Dao diagram. Suddenly, a scroll that spanned the heavens and the earth unfolded at the bottom of the Wangxing Sea. Chen Daoxuan's Dao domain was completely covered by this scroll. Demon Ape Mountains. Luo Yuanshan, who was in retreat to impact the golden elixir, suddenly raised his head, and a fear from the depths of his soul suddenly surged into his heart. It's the Dao domain. Luo Yuanshan sat up in shock. I wonder which true master is here. I'm Luo Yuanshan, the leader of the mermaid tribe, a subsidiary race of the Chen family in Kangzhou. Please forgive me for any offense. Luo Yuanshan bowed his body, put his head under his arms, and looked respectful. The other mermaids were even more frightened by this heavenly power. The first time the Star Sword Dao map appeared in the world, Chen Daoxuan was unable to control it perfectly. He only leaked a trace of power, which frightened the entire mermaid tribe out of their wits. Chen Daoxuan didn't pay attention to the mermaid tribe. He was wholeheartedly testing the power of this treasure at this moment. In fact, this is a real treasure in Chen Daoxuan's hand. Since it is a treasure, it would be funny if we don't know its power and the time it can be used. If Chen Daoxuan's limit power of Dao Yu just now is 1, then after unfolding the Star Sword Dao diagram, the power instantly soared to more than 100. Under the amplification of the Star Sword Dao diagram, the power of Dao Yu has increased by more than 100 times. The same as that Chen Daoxuan's mana was quickly drained. One breath. Chen Daoxuan looked at the empty Danshan that was drained of all mana in one breath, and his face turned a little green. Fortunately, his 4th grade upper grade life spirit armor was opening the floodgates and continuously infusing mana into his Danshan. However, the 4th grade creation White Lotus can only store more than 100 times of mana at most. Using this Star Sword Dao diagram can only be used for more than 100 breaths. 132 breaths, about a little over 2 minutes. Chen Daoxuan said with a pale face as he watched his life definition armor disappear and shrink into his Danshan after being drained of its spiritual light. Without the support of his mana, the Star Sword Dao diagram instantly turned into a point of light and drilled into his Danshan Ki Si. That feeling just now. Chen Daoxuan clenched his fists, far beyond the giant and cultivators. Chen Daoxuan had only seen the Zhenhe Palace Master take action a few times, but he felt that the power that the Star Sword Dao diagram had just exploded with was no less than the power that the Zhenhe Palace Master had when he took action. Nascent soul level. Just now, the Star Sword Dao diagram suddenly exploded with power comparable to that of a Yuanying True Lord. Although it was only a short 2 minutes, these 2 minutes were enough for him to sweep away all the giant and cultivators. Trump card. This is his real trump card. In the past, magical powers like the soul-fixing divine light, 3 heads and 6 arms, etc. Although they made his strength far surpass that of cultivators of the same level, they could only make him the leader of the same level. If he meets a high level cultivator, it would be good if he can match him. Don't look at Chen Daoxuan's victory over Jiang Zuai, the 7th elder of the Jiang family, but that was because Jiang Zuai was careless, and the opponent's ability was restrained by Chen Daoxuan in all aspects. Otherwise, after Jiang Zuai understood Chen Daoxuan's weaknesses, the outcome of the two fighting again would be unpredictable. But now, even if Jiang Zuai is 10 times stronger, Chen Daoxuan can easily suppress the opponent. Entering the Dao realm, his strength has increased sharply, and with the Star Sword map, at least in the 132 breaths of using the Star Sword map, he is a genuine Yuanying's engine. In the secret room, although Chen Daoxuan's danshan is empty and his face is as pale as paper, but his eyes are particularly bright. Now, go all out to break through to the giant on stage. My Chen family has been dormant for long enough. It's time to make a splash. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan was full of motivation. He gently patted the storage bag on his waist, and a large pile of blood marrow piled up in front of him. These blood marrows were obtained from the true immortal origin realm. Although blood marrow cannot improve ki refining as much as yuan ki essence, its help to cultivators in body refining is much stronger than blood crystals. Chen Daoxuan estimated that with this pile of blood marrow in front of him, he would be able to improve his body refining to the level of rebirth after a broken skull in 3 years at most, or 1 or 2 years at the shortest. Chapter 302. Killing the demon with one thought. Demon Ape Mountains. In a cave secret room, a young man, naked and strong. Next to the man, there is a pile of fist-sized blood-colored stones as big as a hill. Compared with the blood crystal, these blood-colored stones are not only darker in color, but also filled with a chaotic will that disturbs people's minds, as if countless miserable whales gathered together. Kill. 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 Die. I want you to die. Chen Daoxuan frowned and merged blood marrow into his body. His heart of Tao was like a knife, slashing all these chaotic wills. I don't know how long it took. Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. I've reached the limit. Feeling the terrifying physical strength, Chen Daoxuan felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. Compared with the purple mansion, the physical strength brought by the body refining cultivation seemed more real. This feeling of being able to poke a hole in the sky with a fist makes people feel more real and powerful than the illusory power of mana. Is this the realm of rebirth after the broken skull? Such a terrifying power is only equivalent to the ki refining cultivation of the Purple Palace stage. As Chen Daoxuan's soul was in motion, he quickly grasped the power that surged after the breakthrough of the body refining cultivation. It seems that refining the spirit can not only make the spiritual consciousness stronger, but also allow the cultivator to better control his own power. As a wave of enlightenment surged into his mind, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had a deeper understanding of body refining, ki refining, and spirit refining. After the breakthrough of the body refining cultivation, Chen Daoxuan stood up from the cushion. As his body stood up, the cushion he was sitting on turned directly into ashes. Looking at the cushion affected by the breakthrough of the body refining cultivation, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. It seems that my control over the power of the flesh is not as perfect as I imagined. Although compared with the ki refining cultivation, Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation is only equivalent to the first level of the Purple Palace stage, and it is still very immature. But in this world, where body refining is generally not valued, Chen Daoxuan has the body refining cultivation of rebirth after the broken skull in the Purple Palace stage, which is already precious. Even the direct disciples of many large sects, with the same ki training, are not as good as Chen Daoxuan in physical training. The physical training has reached the realm of rebirth after the skull is shattered. The Dao realm has reached the high stage of the Dao realm, and the purple mansion mana has also been tempered to the limit, ready to break through at any time. After 3 years of dormancy in the Demon Ape Mountain, Chen Daoxuan has done his best to prepare for the formation of the elixir. Thinking of this, he swept his consciousness and felt the breath of the 4th level spiritual vein of the Demon Ape Mountain and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It took 3 years to cultivate and promote this spiritual vein to the 4th level. It seems that the spiritual stones spent must be more than 100 million. A few spiritual stones consumed, whether in the eyes of Chen Daoxuan or the Chen family, are nothing. Now with the industrialization process of Guanhai Fairy City, the profits reaped by the Chen family every year have skyrocketed several times or even dozens of times. Not to mention in Kangshao, even Jingzhou and Taizhou next to Kangshao have paid attention to the Chen family, which must be a new Kangshao clan. In the past few years, the 2 states and Yuanchen Immortal City have sent people to the Chen family, wanting to seek cooperation with the Chen family, but they were all rejected by Chen Daoxuan on the grounds that the clan leader was in seclusion and did not care about worldly things. But this matter cannot be dragged on forever. In addition to the affairs of other states, the more important thing is the affairs of Kangshao. The Carnean Sword sect is about to go to Zenan Pass. As the main force of this battle, Kangshao must select a commander in the state. Originally, this commander should be Zhao Minghao, the clan leader of the newly promoted Chindan family in Kangshao. But as the momentum of the Chen family's development has become more and more rapid in recent years, there have been some different voices in Kangshao. After all, everyone still remembers the scene of Chen Daoxuan turning the tide in the true immortal source realm. Although Chen Daoxuan is not a Chindan Zenran, in terms of strength, he may not be weaker than Zhao Minghao, who has been promoted to the Chindan stage. Everyone with a discerning eye knows that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is not as good as Zhao Minghao, but his strength is obviously stronger. Coupled with the rapid development momentum of the Chen family, it is no wonder that everyone is wavering. It is easy to stand on the side of Zhao family now, but who can guarantee that Chen family will come out on top and not settle accounts later? With this idea, there are naturally different voices in Kangshao. What surprised everyone was that Yang family, one of the 3 major families in Guanghan Prefecture, actually stood on the side of Chen family. Although Yang Linyuan is mediocre in strength, he is a shrewd and calculating person and has always been famous. Countless people speculated whether Yang family knew some inside information that everyone did not know. Just when the outside world was in chaos, Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough also reached a critical period. Outside the cave, Luo stood not far from the cave, where Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion, walking back and forth anxiously. Beside her, a sturdy middle-aged merman comforted her. Don't worry, with Daoxuan's foundation, breaking through the golden elixir is just a piece of cake. Although Luo didn't know what level Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm had reached, he knew Chen Daoxuan's record. Chen Daoxuan's reputation of being able to overpower the heroes in the true immortal origin realm had long been spread among the Purple Mansion cultivators. At that time, the outside world speculated that Carnean Sword sect would definitely place Chen Daoxuan in the top 3 of the Purple Mansion Xian Geo list. As expected, after the trip to the true immortal origin realm, Carnean Sword sect redrafted the ranking of the Purple Mansion Xian Geo list. Chen Daoxuan was ranked 2nd, and the 1st place was still Fairy Kaiyao. Fairy Kaiyao's Dao realm reached the 4th level of Dao realm, which was indeed stronger than Chen Daoxuan, who was only in the 3rd level of Dao realm at that time. But now, feeling the increasingly oppressive atmosphere around him, Luo, who had tried to break through the Chindan stage several times, immediately understood what was going on. He turned around and shouted to Luo, "Leah, retreat quickly. Father, it's the Chindan Thunder Tribulation." Luo's eyes were solemn. Hearing the Chindan Thunder Tribulation, Luo's face was surprised and worried. She was surprised that her lover had successfully formed a pill, and she was worried that the Chindan Thunder Tribulation was so powerful that it would hurt her lover. Seeing his daughter's worry, Luo pulled Luo back and said, "Don't worry. If he can't survive the Golden Elixir Thunder Tribulation, who else in the world can achieve the Golden Elixir cultivation?" Having said that, Luo still had to worry about what she should worry about. Just as Luo judged, Chen Daoxuan's elixir formation was unprecedentedly smooth. His breakthrough this time was more like a water overflow than a breakthrough. because compared with other Purple Mansion cultivators, Chen Daoxuan's accumulation of Purple Mansion cultivators was too profound. The Dao realm of the high stage of the Dao realm, the body cultivation of the skull-broken rebirth realm, and the soul close to the golden elixir real person. Chen Daoxuan had no way to improve at the Purple Mansion stage. This terrifying accumulation caused Chen Daoxuan to just start practicing the Cunning Sword Sutra and prepare to break through the golden elixir stage. Countless mana poured into his Danshan Purple Mansion and formed around golden elixir at lightning speed. As the golden elixir condensed, his mana transformed again from the extreme state of Purple Mansion mana to the golden elixir mana, and its power was enhanced. Not only that, in the 4th level of the Dao realm, his golden elixir mana was further tempered and strengthened. However, this kind of tempering is not achieved overnight, and it is estimated that it will take several years before it is completely tempered. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's strength will continue to improve in the next few years. In general, Chen Daoxuan's breakthrough to the golden elixir stage this time is easier than the last breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. As for the need for elixirs to assist ordinary cultivators in their breakthrough, it does not exist for Chen Daoxuan at all. With his accumulation, he no longer needs to use elixirs. If he had not deliberately suppressed it, wanting to be steady, so that his body cultivation would break through first, and then break through the golden elixir stage, he would have become a golden elixir cultivator 2 or 3 years ago. Boom. Chen Daoxuan flew directly into the sky, drilled a big hole in the cave with his head, and drilled directly out of the mountain. Standing in the air, Chen Daoxuan saw Eluoli and others who had retreated 100 miles away. He nodded to Eluoli and sent a voice message to them. You retreat another 500 miles. What? Before Eluoli could react, Eluozuan immediately pulled Eluoli back. Hurry up. For the 2 Purple Mansion cultivators, the distance of 500 miles was reached in an instant. Seeing Eluoli and Eluozuan retreating 500 miles away, Chen Daoxuan felt at ease. He could feel that the power of his giant and thunder tribulation was much stronger than Zhao Minghao. But Chen Daoxuan was not afraid at all, because compared to Zhao Minghao, his accumulation was more than 100 times that of the other party. If even he could not survive the giant and thunder tribulation, it was estimated that no one in this world could survive this tribulation. As Chen Daoxuan expected, the tribulation cloud directly enveloped the area of 500 miles. Within a radius of 500 miles, Chen Daoxuan stood naked under the tribulation cloud, as small as an ant. But this ant exuded a terrifying aura that made even the thunder and lightning clouds tremble. It seemed to be angered by Chen Daoxuan's arrogant attitude, and the first thunder and lightning struck Chen Daoxuan on the head. Chen Daoxuan's whole body was bathed in the pillar of thunder. That's it. After reaching the level of rebirth after the broken skull, Chen Daoxuan felt like he was soaking in a hot spring. Not to mention the damage, he even disliked the water temperature of the hot spring. He shook his head. This level of physical tribulation is not very useful for me to temper my body, so let's not waste time. As he said that, his body shook slightly, and the pillar of thunder was actually directly shattered by his terrifying physical strength. Seeing this incredible scene, Eluozuan opened his mouth and murmured, the thunder and lightning tribulation were shattered? Great. Seeing Chen Daoxuan was extremely relaxed, Eluoli finally put her heart back in her stomach. Next, the 2nd level of mana tribulation, and the 3rd level of soul tribulation. With Chen Daoxuan's mana and soul comparable to or even surpassing that of a giant and cultivator, he easily passed through them all. Eluozuan watched Chen Daoxuan pass the giant and thunder tribulation, and it was not at all like the life and death tribulation recorded in the clan's classics. If Chen Daoxuan had not been shirtless, he would have even thought that he was here for fun. This is too easy. Eluozuan was still a little bit unbelievable. Not only Eluozuan was unbelievable, but hundreds of miles away, a Purple Mansion period green water ape was hiding at the foot of a mountain, secretly watching Chen Daoxuan pass the tribulation. In its view, even if Chen Daoxuan, a Purple Mansion cultivator, was strong, he would not be able to discover it from hundreds of miles away. This Purple Mansion green water ape was none other than the neighbor of the mermaid clan, the chief of the green water ape clan, who was entrenched on a 3rd level spiritual vein near the demon ape mountain. Back then, when Chen Daoxuan was building his foundation, he had met this Purple Mansion period Green Water 8 clan chief. However, the other party was frightened away by Chen Daoxuan pulling the flag of Zhenhe Palace. Unexpectedly, this person was attracted by the movement of Demon 8 Mountain again, and rushed to die. In the eyes of the chief of the Green Water 8 monkeys, it was hundreds of miles away from Chen Daoxuan, and the other party had not yet successfully transcended the tribulation. With the other party's consciousness, it was impossible to find it. Little did he know that before Chen Daoxuan broke through the Golden Core stage, his consciousness range reached 700 miles. After breaking through the Golden Core stage, his soul was nurtured in the Golden Core, and his consciousness immediately soared by more than double, reaching a distance of 1,500 miles. The chief of the Green Water 8 monkeys thought that Chen Daoxuan could not find it, even though they were hundreds of miles away. He was extremely ignorant. Humph, you are looking for death. Hundreds of miles away, a thunderclap sounded in the ears of the chief of the Green Water 8 monkeys, and then his whole body exploded into a ball of blood mist. The next moment, a flash of golden light flashed back. It was the Chengiying sword after Chen Daoxuan integrated into the Star Sword Dao diagram. The current Chengiying sword, after integrating the space sword intent, has undergone a strange transformation. It has become an existence between reality and illusion. Chen Daoxuan's sword intent is not yet at a high level. When his sword intent transforms into a law in the future, this Chengiying sword will be a sword of the space law. The immortal sword is the embodiment of the space law. Chen Daoxuan killed the chief of the Green Water 8 clan with a thought, and Luoxiuan and Luoli didn't even react. It was not until he took back the Chengiying sword that Luoli realized that a Purple Mansion period neighbor had died. Was that the chief of the Green Water 8 clan just now? Luoli nodded. It seems so. A Purple Mansion period middle stage monster just died like that. Although Luoxiuan knew that Chen Daoxuan was powerful, it was the first time he saw Chen Daoxuan take action at such a close distance. Forget about that, Luoli said anxiously. I'll go see Chen Lang first. Seeing his daughter's anxious look, Luoxiuan couldn't help shaking his head. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. Lia. Patriarch Luo. Chen Daoxuan was too embarrassed to call her wife in front of her father, so he called Luoli Lia. Luoxiuan also knew the relationship between Chen Daoxuan and Luoli at this moment, and he couldn't call her master at first. Just when he felt embarrassed, Chen Daoxuan said quickly, Patriarch Luo, just call me by my name. Luoxiuan looked at Chen Daoxuan with a complicated expression, nodded and said, Daoxuan. Yes. Daoxuan, congratulations on your success in forming the elixir. From now on, my mermaids will be the vassal race of the Chainden family. Luoxiuan said, with a touch of joy on his face. Compared with the relationship between Chen Daoxuan and Luoli, in Luoxiuan's view, the dependent relationship between the mermaids and the Chen family is more important to him. The Chen family has become a Chainden family. With the power of the Chen family and the strength of Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family is very likely to become the dominant force in Kangshao in the future. By then, his merman tribe could be considered to have truly embraced a powerful person, and had sufficient background and foothold in the cruel underwater world of the Wangxing Sea. You are too polite, Chief Luo. Just as Chen Daoxuan was about to speak, the communication talisman in his storage bag rang. Chapter 303, Leaks and Coveting. Kangshao, Guanhei Fairy City. 5 years have passed since Chen Daoxuan went to the Demon 8 Mountains to break through the golden elixir in seclusion. In these 5 years, Guanhei Fairy City has changed a lot. Originally, Guanhei Fairy City was an unfinished fairy city. At the beginning of the construction of this fairy city, considering the future development, a large area of blank area was reserved. Now, all these blank areas have become the soil for the industrialization of Guanhei Fairy City, the 7th industrial zone in the eastern part of Guanhei Fairy City. This is one of the magic weapon production bases of Guanhei Fairy City. In the industrial zone, large magic weapon factories stand here. Nizang, are you off work? Nizang, who was wearing a brand new blue factory uniform, just walked out of the factory, and a young man wearing the same style of blue factory uniform greeted him with a smile. Little did he know that Nizong's face turned serious when he heard this, and he coughed and said, "You are disrespectful, call me Directini." Upon hearing this, the young man immediately stepped forward and slapped Nizong on the head, yelling, "You little bastard, I told you not to show off. Hey, 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 don't move, my new clothes." Nizong patted his new uniform with pride on his face. The Nizong in front of him, and the young man next to him were the first batch of students who entered the technical school opened by the Chen family 5 years ago. Nizong entered the school opened by the Chen family, and with his down-to-earth and willing to learn character, he successfully graduated from the technical school in less than a year. He was then assigned to this magic weapon factory, and worked there for more than 4 years. During these 4 years, Nizong not only relied on the interest-free loan from Changping Industrial and Commercial Bank to get a foundation building pill, he also got a chance to break through the foundation building period in the main spiritual eye of the spiritual vein in Guanghai Fairy City through more than 4 years of work and social security. In the past, a casual cultivator like Nizong, who had no background and no resources, could only fight hard in the battlefield of Chuan country to get a chance to build a foundation. But now, countless casual cultivators like Nizong in Guang'an Prefecture can get a good future without having to fight hard in the battlefield of Chuan country. People like Nizong are typical examples. A casual cultivator who had nothing successfully built a foundation. Now, with Nizong's successful foundation building, his refining skills have made new breakthroughs. With the help of the wrangling furnace, he can refine a second-level low-grade magic weapon. In this way, Nizong's income has not only skyrocketed, but his status in the factory has also been further improved. Now, in the 7th industrial zone in the east of the city, the 5th factory of Guanhai Magical Instrument Manufacturing Factory has built a new workshop and promoted Nizong to be the person in charge of this workshop, that is, the workshop director. From then on, Nizong can be regarded as an official. If it was during the period when he first entered the factory, a mere workshop director who managed mortals and casual cultivators would not be taken seriously by cultivators like Ni. But as Nizong spent more and more time in the factory, he saw with his own eyes the rapid development of the factory and the substantial increase in the income of casual cultivators in the factory. The value of Nizong, the workshop director, has also risen further. Along the way, when others saw Nizong's brand new uniform, their eyes were full of envy. "Old Ni, don't show off. I'm telling you, I've applied to be transferred to the 9th industrial zone." Sure enough, when Nizong heard this, he immediately pricked up his ears and hurriedly said, "Brother Situ, tell me what's going on. How did you get into the 9th industrial zone? Isn't that an industrial zone that is said to be accessible only to the direct descendants of the Chen family?" Although the Chen family wanted to turn Guanhai Fairy City into an industrial fairy city, even in an industrial fairy city, the internal confidentiality level is different. For example, the production of first and second order magic tools with low technical content is carried out in the 8 industrial zones in the east of the city, and those with higher technical content, such as the manufacturing of spiritual armor and automatic spiritual talismans, that the Chen family has always kept secret, are placed in the 9th industrial zone with the highest confidentiality level. Although the 9th industrial zone has only one industrial zone, its actual area is much larger than the 3 industrial zones in the east of the city combined. The 9th industrial zone is located in the outer ring of the North City. In the past, only the direct descendants of the Chen family and the vassal families of the Chen family could apply to join this industrial zone. Moreover, the application conditions are extremely strict. Not only must they go through multiple identity verifications, but they must also make a great oath before entering. It can be said that the 9th industrial zone is filled with the most core assets of the Chen family. Logically speaking, the Chen family would not let an outsider into such a place. Seeing Nizong's unbelievable look, Situ-jun smiled and said, "I'm marrying into the Chen family." "You?" Nizong pointed at Situ-jun, his face twitching. "You are a gigolo, so shameless. You are jealous. My wife is not only beautiful, but also gentle and considerate." Situ-jun pouted. "There are so many casual cultivators who want to marry into the Chen family. You people are just jealous." Nizong looked at the proud Situ-jun and said that he didn't want to talk to him. Hey, Nizong, don't leave, we haven't finished talking yet. Don't bother me. Hey, in the end, it's all about jealousy. Get lost. The West District of the city is the old city of Guanhei Fairy City. In the West District of the city, there are all kinds of shops, inns, banks and other buildings. In the independent courtyard of a high-end inn, several Ji family monks stayed here, and the leader was actually the giant and elder of the Ji family. Yan Yuan, what did the young man of the Chen family say? In the independent courtyard, an old man in a grey robe lay on the chair with his eyes slightly closed. The old man sensed the young monk approaching, opened his sharp eyes and asked. Report to the third elder, said the young cultivator named Jian Yuan, who was wearing a blue Taoist robe and had a reserved look. The Chen family said that their clan leader is in seclusion and cannot see guests. Humph. Upon hearing this, the third elder of the Ji family raised his thick eyebrows fiercely. A mere purple mansion junior is so arrogant. How come he thinks that he can look down on the world's giant and cultivators just because he won against that loser Jiang Zuai by chance? There is no wall that can't leak air. Although Chen Daoxuan warned the clan members not to leak the result of his battle with Jiang Zuai, the result of this battle was still known to the outside world. Perhaps the person who leaked this battle was not the Jiang family or the Chen family, but other cultivators who passed by and watched the battle. After all, the battle between Chen Daoxuan and Jiang Zuai broke out on the Huangxing Sea. At that time, the Zhao family was holding a giant celebration, and there were many Purple Mansion cultivators traveling along the way. It is possible that one of the Purple Mansion cultivators saw it and spread it. Afterwards, neither the Jiang family nor the Chen family came out to refute the rumor. Obviously, the tacit agreement of the Chen and Jiang families undoubtedly confirmed the fact that Chen Daoxuan was slightly better than Jiang Zuai in the battle. Now, not only Kang Cao, but the entire Huangxing He is spreading the name of Chen Daoxuan. Being able to defeat a late giant and cultivator with the cultivation of the Purple Mansion period, this kind of record is difficult to achieve even for the first place in the previous Purple Mansion Xian Jiao list. You know, Jiang Zuai is not an ordinary late giant and cultivator. Although he did not make it to the giant and Zenran list of Huangxing He, but in terms of strength, he is much stronger than ordinary late giant and cultivators. If not for this, Jiang Zuai would not be hailed as the cultivator closest to the nascent soul stage in the Jiang family. But listening to the tone of the third elder of the Ji family, it is obvious that he does not take Jiang Zuai seriously. Seeing that his third elder was furious, Jian Yuan did not dare to speak and immediately knelt down and buried his head deeply in the ground. Jian Yuan knew that, although the third elder of the family was powerful and ranked among the giant and Zenran list, he had a shortcoming, that is, jealousy and cruelty, or extreme bloodlust. Jian Yuan didn't understand why the family sought cooperation with the Chen family and sent such a killer. The full name of the third elder of the Ji family is Ji Zuhu. The name is bright and infinite, but the way he behaves is completely different from his name. Ji Zuhu is a fierce man who can stop a child from crying, not to mention outside. Now Jian Yuan is following this master. It is more vivid to say that he is looking for trouble with the Chen family rather than looking for cooperation with the Chen family. The Ji family has only stayed in Guanhei Xiancheng for less than 3 days. The Chen family said that Chen Daoxuan had broken through the giant and in seclusion. Ji Zuhu looked extremely unhappy, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Jian Yuan dared to guarantee that, if Chen Daoxuan was not standing behind the Zhenhe Palace Master, Ji Zuhu would dare to bloodbath this fairy city, because of this matter. Bloodbath to fairy city, this Ji Zuhu did it a lot in Chuan country. Even, according to rumors, the other party also did such evil things in Huangxing He. It's just that Jian Yuan sword sect didn't catch any evidence, and secondly, due to the power background of the Ji family, they didn't investigate further. Seeing Ji Zuhu's growing anger, Jian Yuan hurriedly knelt down and said, Third Elder, although Chen Daoxuan is in retreat, I have investigated the large workshop opened by the Chen family in Guanhei Fairy City in detail in the past few days, and I have made amazing discoveries. Oh. Ji Zuhu raised his eyebrows. What did you find? Jian Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly stood up and took out 3 things from the storage bag. They were a second level flying sword, a second level soul restoring pill, and a second level lightning gathering talisman. Third Elder, please look, this is what I found in Guanhei Fairy City in the past few days. Jizuhu flipped through them casually and found that they were all low level magic weapons and pills, and he immediately lost interest. They are all junk. What are you going to do with them? Jizuhu threw them on the ground in disgust. Seeing this, Jianyuan picked up the three things one by one and said patiently, Third Elder, you can see clearly that these things are indeed hard to please your eyes, but for the foundation building cultivators, they are all indispensable good things. He paused. In the market of Jingzhou, a second level high quality magic weapon can be priced at a maximum of 30,000 or 40,000 spirit stones, and such magic weapons can be mass produced by their Chen family. Hearing this, Jizuhu became interested. You just said mass production? That's right. I once used the soul bewitching spell on a casual cultivator in the east district of the city, and the other party personally revealed the production of such second level magic weapons. According to the other party, the most ordinary magic weapon factory in Guanhei Xiancheng can produce thousands of second level magic weapons per day. In the east district of the city, such magic weapon factories are everywhere, not only in quantity, but also in various types of magic weapons. Wow. Hearing this, Jizuhu stood up suddenly. He grabbed Jianyuan's shoulders and stared at him with his eyes, revealing an extremely excited look in his eyes. A workshop can produce thousands of second level magic tools a day. Do you know how much they cost? Jianyuan endured the severe pain from his shoulder and gritted his teeth and said, I don't know. That casual cultivator doesn't know much, except for roughly calculating the daily output of magic tools through his personal speed of refining magic tools and the number of people in the factory. He knows nothing else. Seeing Jianyuan's painful expression, Jizuhu gently relaxed his hand and said, oh, this magic tool was refined by him. That's right. Jianyuan nodded. According to him, he can refine a second level magic tool within 3 hours. Impossible. Jizuhu shook his head and said, although I'm not a weapon refiner, I have personally observed the weapon refiners in the clan refining magic tools. It's impossible for it to be so fast. This is also what I'm puzzled about. How can the weapon refiners trained by the Chen family refine weapons so quickly? Hearing this, Jizuhu laughed. It seems that we have come to the right Chen family. The ancestor originally saw that Kangzhou was becoming increasingly chaotic and wanted to intervene, but he didn't expect to pick up a big bargain. Although he didn't know why the Chen family could refine a magic weapon in such a short time, Jizuhu had a hunch that the Chen family was hiding a huge secret. Perhaps this was the real reason for the rapid rise of the Chen family. Although Jizuhu looked down on low-level magic weapons, the number of low-level magic weapons increased, and the meaning was very different. Things like spirit stones, not to mention Jizuhu, even Yuan Yingzhenjin and Yuan Shendaogen can't do without them. Because of the trace of good fortune contained in the spirit stone, it can not only serve as currency among low-level cultivators, but also play a certain role for Yuan Ying, and even higher-level cultivators. The only trouble is that it is very cumbersome to extract the good fortune power in the spirit stone. Fortunately, there is no way to simply extract the power of creation from the spirit stone. Otherwise this kind of thing would have been monopolized by high-level cultivators long ago. It is impossible for low-level cultivators to trade with each other at will. Seeing the third elder in deep thought, Jianyuan did not dare to interrupt. After a while, Jizuhu stood up suddenly. Let's go and take a look at the Chen family's factory. Third elder, are we going to force our way in? Hey. Hearing this, Jizuhu smiled and turned around and said, I really don't know how the family teaches the younger generation now. Boy, I'll teach you a lesson. Any treasure in this world is obtained by whoever is more powerful. Do you understand? I think you, the younger generation, have been worn down by the people of Jianyuan Sword Sect. Although he didn't dare to agree with the words of the third elder, Jianyuan was still a little embarrassed to be pointed at by the family elders and scolded for being bloodless. He immediately said, third elder, please. That's right. Jizuhu nodded with satisfaction. With me here, what are you afraid of? Third elder is right. Guanhei Fairy City. City Lord's Mansion. Since the Chen family built Guanhai Fairy City into an industrial fairy city 5 years ago, the core of the Chen family's work has been transferred from Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone to Redwood Island. It must be said that with the foundation of Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone, the industrialization process of Guanhai Xianqing has progressed very smoothly. The only obstacle encountered may be that Guanhai Xianqing has too much production capacity, which the existing market cannot digest at all. Chen Daoxuan was obedient and stored all the excess magic tools and elixirs produced. After Chen Daoxuan successfully formed the elixir, he would solve the problem of the sales market. Despite this, Chen Daoxuan was still a little frightened when he saw the accumulation of more and more elixirs and magic tools. After all, compared with the original Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone, after pulling the casual cultivators into the Chen family industrial system, the production capacity of Guanhai Xianqing has exploded, which is more than 100 times that of the past. If the sales market problem has not been solved for a long time, the expansion speed of the industrial scale of Guanhai Xianqing will be more than 10 times faster. In the city lord's mansion, Chen Daoxuan was concentrating on checking various approval documents. Suddenly, an astonishing momentum broke out from the direction of the east district of the city. Who is it? Dare to make trouble in my Chen family? Chen Daoxuan stood up suddenly. Although Chen Daoxuan's strength has not improved much in the past 5 years, as he controls the huge machine of the Chen family, Chen Daoxuan's power is increasing day by day. At this moment, when he gets angry, it really makes others tremble with fear. Si estás escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 304, Starry Sword Formation. Guanhai Fairy City, East District. Who is it? How dare you spy on the secrets of my Chen family? A loud shout resounded throughout the East District. Then, a cyan escape light shot up into the sky and crashed towards the East District. Boom. With a bang, a figure wearing cyan spiritual armor stood in front of the 3G family cultivators. My Chen family said that the young patriarch is in seclusion and cannot see guests. Are you G family members trespassing into my Chen family's important place to provoke a dispute between Kang Zhao and Jing Zhao? Although his whole body was wrapped in cyan spiritual armor, it can still be heard from his voice that this person is the head of the Chen family's military department, Chen Fusheng. In 5 years, Chen Fusheng's cultivation has not changed much, and he has only been promoted to the middle stage of the Purple Mansion. When the Chen family had so much vitality essence, Chen Fusheng's cultivation progress was extremely slow. But his strength has changed dramatically compared to 5 years ago. 5 years ago, Chen Fusheng could barely make it onto the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list with his 3rd grade superior power spirit armor. And his ranking on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list would not be too high. But in 5 years, Chen Fusheng's Dao realm not only broke through the 3rd level of the Star Transformation realm, but also created a sword technique that matched his Dao realm. You know, for cultivators of the same Dao realm, there is a huge gap between those who created their own sword techniques and those who did not. Before Zhao Mubei created his own sword technique, his ranking on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list was barely in the middle and lower ranks. But after he created the Green Lotus sword technique, his ranking on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list soared, and he jumped into the top 10, becoming the top Purple Mansion cultivator in the Huangxing Sea. Zhao Mubei's strength can even be compared with the newly broken Jiandan Zenren. Chen Fusheng at this time belongs to this kind of situation. It is true that Chen Fusheng's Dao realm is only the beginning of the 3rd level, slightly inferior to Zhao Mubei, but Chen Fusheng has learned the close combat magic of 3 heads and 6 arms, which is enough to make up for this gap in the Dao realm. In addition, Chen Fusheng possesses a treasure armor such as the 3rd level upper grade power spirit armor. If the two really fight, Zhao Mubei may not be Chen Fusheng's opponent now. It must be said that in 5 years, although Chen Daoxuan's progress is amazing, the progress of the younger generations of the Chen family is not slow. In addition to Chen Fusheng, the remaining 9 Chen family sword cultivators, with the 3rd level lower grade power spirit armor, can basically compete with the cultivators ranked lower on the Purple Mansion Xian Jiao list. In addition, Chen Daoxuan has broken through to the Golden Core stage, and his strength is so strong that even he himself can't figure it out. Calculated in this way, the current strength of the Chen family is really not weak. East district of the city. Not long after Chen Fusheng stopped the Ji family cultivator, one after another escape light flew towards this place at a high speed. The Purple Mansion monk's escape light was so fast that in the blink of an eye, 300 figures stood behind Chen Fusheng. A careful observation would reveal that the 300 Purple Mansion monks behind Chen Fusheng were at least wearing 2nd grade upper grade power spiritual armor. The dozens standing in front were wearing 3rd grade lower grade power spiritual armor. Seeing so many Purple Mansion monks wearing the same standard of green spiritual armor, Jizu, whose contempt on his face was slightly restrained, and became a little more serious. Outsiders say that there is not even a decent family of immortal cultivators in Kangzhou. I didn't expect to see so many Purple Mansion cultivators here today. Jizu, who looked around at everyone and laughed. Interesting, really interesting. He paused. But do you think the gap between Purple Mansion and Golden Core can be eliminated by numbers alone? Chen Fusheng said with a cold face. My Chen family has no intention of offending the senior, but this is a confidential place of my Chen family. If the senior takes another step forward, don't blame my Chen family for being rude. Ha ha ha. Jizu, who laughed wildly. Rude? A mere junior in the middle stage of Purple Mansion dares to speak so arrogantly. It seems that, if I haven't taken action in these years, the outside world has already forgotten the name of my blood slaughter master. After saying that, lightning flashed in the old man's eyes. However, Chen Fusheng and others reacted faster. Although there are only more than 300 Purple Mansion cultivators who came, they are all cultivators of the Chen family's military department. The Chen family's military monks were the armed forces established by Chen Daoxuan himself to protect the family. Although the power of the monks belongs to themselves, as long as their cultivation is high, their strength will not be weak. But with the same cultivation, there are always those who are good at fighting, and those who are not. For example, some monks are good at alchemy, refining, array formations and other immortal arts, but are not good at fighting with others. Even if such monks have a high cultivation, normally, no cultivation force will push them out to fight with others. Therefore, for any large cultivation force, it is necessary to establish a special force department. Ordinary small families may not pay much attention to these, but slightly larger Chindan families and even Yuanying families will have departments that focus on production and departments that focus on force. The Chen family's military department is the Chen family's armed forces department. As the Chen family's armed forces department, the Chen family's military department took into account the preparation for various combat situations when it was first established. Fighting high-level monks as low-level monks is a compulsory course for these military monks. In the eyes of casual cultivators, it is no different from seeking death for low-level cultivators to fight high-level cultivators. But for the cultivators of the Chen family army, it may not be the case. When low-level cultivators fight against high-level cultivators, one of the magic weapons to defeat the enemy is the formation. And the formation is one of the compulsory courses for all cultivators of the Chen family army. Set up the formation. Seeing that the two sides could not settle the matter peacefully, Chen Fusheng shouted. Suddenly, more than 300 escape lights scattered out, from the sky to the ground, from all directions, surrounding Jizu, who in the center. This is the most trained and most powerful combined attack formation of the cultivators of the Chen family army, named Star Sword Formation. This formation takes the meaning of the people who form the formation as stars, and encircles the enemy like the moon surrounded by stars. Of course, encirclement and suppression are only the most basic functions of all group attack formations. The biggest reason why this Star Sword formation is favored by the cultivators of the Chen family army is that it can share the attack. Once the Star Sword formation is formed, as long as the enemy trapped by the formation cannot break the upper limit of this formation, his attack will be shared by the people who formed the formation. The attack of a Jinden cultivator is definitely fatal to a Zifu cultivator, but it is difficult to do anything to the opponent if it is shared by dozens of Zifu cultivators. If there are more than 300, Jizu who is skilled and bold. As a cultivator on the Jinden Zenran list, the name of Zhu Zenran is famous not only in the Wangxinghe, but even among the Jinden Zenran in Xianyantao. If there are only a few hundred Zifu cultivators, if ordinary Jinden late stage cultivators are here, they may really be a little scared. But the number of Zifu cultivators killed by Zhu in his life is far more than this. Therefore, when he saw Chen Fusheng and others forming a formation to besiege him, Jizu who not only did not take the opportunity to destroy it, but also waited there calmly, allowing them to do what they wanted. During this time, Jizu who did not forget to educate the younger generation of cultivators in the clan. Watch out, all formations are rubbish in front of absolute strength. Although Jianyuan and others were surrounded by more than 300 Purple Mansion cultivators and were trembling with fear at the moment, when they heard the words of their third elder, they nodded and said, "Third elder is right." Humph. Jizu who saw that Jianyuan and others were not sincere, snorted coldly and did not bother with them. He immediately flashed. His whole body was wrapped in lightning, and he punched Chen Fusheng directly. Chapter 305. Suppressing. Bang. A dull explosion sounded in Chen Fusheng's chest. The next moment, a circle of white light waves, with Chen Fusheng as the core, directly broke out. Then, the spiritual armor on each cultivator and the starry sword formation flickered like stars in the night sky. Seeing this scene, Jizu whose indifferent face became serious. A formation that disperses the attack. In front, Chen Fusheng held the immortal sword and gently made a sword flower, saying coldly, "Master Ji, just retreat now. My Chen family will pretend that nothing has happened. Please Master Ji, don't make a mistake. Stop talking nonsense. Do you think a mere formation can stop me? You must know that any formation has its limit. Break this limit and the formation will break itself." Hearing this, Chen Fusheng concentrated and waited. He knew that what Jizu who said was true. Although the starry sword formation was a sword formation mainly practiced by the cultivators of the Chen family's military department, the maximum pressure that this sword formation could withstand was only the peak of the golden core. Once the opponent's attack exceeds the peak level of the golden core, the remaining pressure will be transferred to the center of the formation, that is, Chen Fusheng. As a top golden core cultivator listed in the golden core true person list, Jizu whose ultimate attack power must exceed the peak of the golden core. In other words, the key to the victory or defeat of this battle lies in whether Chen Fusheng can withstand the remaining power of the star sword formation. After a simple verbal confrontation, Jizu who stopped talking nonsense, and the white Taoist robe on his body exploded directly. I saw that his body emitting golden light was full of lightning. Outside the field, Chen Daoxuan, who came after Chen Fusheng and others, had a look of anxiety on her pretty face. When Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion, although Chen Daoxuan was the acting patriarch of the family, his own cultivation had also reached the initial stage of the Purple Mansion. But Chen Daoxuan's own strength was not strong among the Purple Mansion cultivators. Even if Chen Daoxuan used the power of creation to create a third level upper grade spiritual armor for her in order to protect her safety, but it can only defend against the attacks of ordinary Jinden cultivators. For a top Jinden real person like Jizu who, with Chen Daoxuan's strength, she is not qualified to attack him. At this moment, seeing the anxious situation in the field, Chen Daoxuan had to be anxious, because she knew that this battle, regardless of the outcome, would not be a good thing for the Chen family. If this victory is won, the Chen family will offend the giant Ji family in Jingzhou, after offending the Jiang family in Taizhou. This is undoubtedly inconsistent with the strategic goal of the Chen family's low-key development. If the Chen family's military cultivators are defeated, Jizu who will break into the Chen family's industrial zone and let the Ji family cultivators discover all the secrets of the Chen family's industrial production. It is bound to be coveted by the Ji family, the Yuanying family. Even if the Ji family will not do open robbery, because of the master of the Zhenhe palace behind the Chen family, there will definitely be no less dirty means behind it. Being targeted by such a behemoth as the Jingzhou Ji family will inevitably bring great obstacles to the development of the Chen family. It was no wonder that Chen Daoxuan felt anxious in such a dilemma. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan could not help but secretly blame herself. The young patriarch had only handed the family to her for 5 years, and she encountered such a big problem. It was hard to imagine how they survived the family crisis, when the family was still weak and the young patriarch and the old patriarch were weak. In the past, Chen Daoxuan had always been protecting the family monks from wind and rain. When Chen Daoxuan took over the family, she realized how difficult it was for a family to survive in the world of immortal cultivation. Looking around, everyone was well dressed, but under their humble and polite appearance, they were all hiding naked interests and wolfish ambitions. This point has not changed, whether the Chen family was weak or strong now. Just when Chen Daoxuan frowned, a voice that almost made her cry with excitement sounded in her ears. It seems that I came back in time. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan turned her head quickly and saw a pair of young monks standing behind her, like green people. The young monk was wearing a spotless white Taoist robe, and his handsome face with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes had a faint smile. The female cultivator next to him had a stunning appearance, a slender figure, and a waist that could be held in one hand. However, the female cultivator's eyes were all on the male cultivator next to her, and she seemed to be oblivious to the battle not far away. These two people were Chen Daoxuan and Eluoli, who had rushed back as soon as they received the message from Chen Daoxuan and used the Me Dust banner. Young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan excitedly threw herself into Chen Daoxuan's arms, looking like she was about to cry. Chen Daoxuan supported Chen Daoxuan's shoulders, rubbed her head, and smiled. You are so old, but you still cry. I remember that you were the most tenacious when you were a child and never cried. Chen Daoxuan blushed. Chen Daoxuan joked with her, and then stopped talking. He stood with his hands behind his back, and focused his attention on the battlefield. Ahead, the battle between Jizuhu and the monks of the Chen family army has completely entered a white-hot stage. Chen Daoxuan took a quick look, and found that Jizuhu, in addition to his high level of ki training, was actually a body cultivator. The realm of blood-dripping rebirth. Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. You know, even his current body training is only at the realm of skull-crushing rebirth, which is a big level lower than Jizuhu's blood-dripping realm. The blood-dripping realm of the body cultivator is equivalent to the golden elixir stage of the ki cultivator. In other words, Jizuhu is a top real person who has reached the golden elixir level in both body and ki training. On the battlefield, lightning flashed with golden light. This lightning was caused by Jizuhu's Thunder Deo domain blessing himself, while the golden light was a phenomenon unique to the blood-dripping realm body cultivator. After the body cultivator was promoted to the blood-dripping realm, the blood in the body would transform from ordinary red to golden gold. Once the physical strength is exerted with all the strength, the whole body will be shining with golden light. Therefore, some monks also call it the golden body. Of course, the term golden body is just a facade, because the blood of the cultivators in the blood-dropping realm has only transformed into gold. The rest of the body has not undergone any transformation that is different from that of ordinary people. The real transformation of the body of a physical cultivator is when it reaches the level of the nascent soul stage of a ki refining cultivator and integrates the immortal true meaning into the body. However, although the body of the blood-dropping realm has no obvious abnormal changes, the physical recovery ability of the physical cultivators of this level has reached a level that can be called abnormal. This can be seen from the name of this realm of cultivation. The full name of the blood-dropping realm is the blood-dropping rebirth realm. In theory, as long as a drop of blood remains, the cultivator of this level can recover again, which is extremely abnormal. Compared with a simple golden core stage cultivator, this ability to survive is many times stronger. For ordinary golden core stage cultivators, let alone a drop of blood left, even if the most important golden core still exists, they must use the secret method of taking over as soon as possible to find a new body in order to survive. Unlike the cultivators in the blood drop realm, they are not afraid, even if they are crushed to pieces. Of course, if there is really someone who can beat this kind of cultivator to pieces, he would not mind crushing his bones and ash. On the battlefield, Jizuhu is no longer as relaxed as before. Now, except for not using the desperate secret method with great side effects, he is going all out. Thunder Dao Domain and Body Refining Cultivation. These two means he relies on to dominate the Jinden period. All of them are used. But, it seems that they are useless. Indeed, with the blessing of Thunder Dao Domain and Blood Drop Realm Body Refining Cultivation, his attack power has surpassed the peak of Jinden and directly entered a special level between Jinden cultivators and Yuan Ying's engine. This is also the reason why he can be on the Jinden Zenran list. With this level of attack power, let alone Zifu cultivators, even ordinary Jinden late cultivators can't withstand a few rounds of his full strength attack. This is also the confidence of Jizuhu's arrogance in the Chen family. But now, although his attack broke the limit of the Star Sword formation, the excess power could not break the defense of the Purple Mansion cultivator at the center of the formation. This made Jizuhu a little dumbfounded. Not to mention the Purple Mansion cultivator, ordinary Jinden late stage cultivators did not have such a terrifying defense, right? And, shouldn't the green spiritual armor on his body be a third level upper grade spiritual armor? Why is the defense so terrifying? And the sword intent and sword tactics that the opponent comprehended were all defensive sword intent and sword tactics. The thick earth sword intent that Chen Fuxian comprehended was originally derived from the Chen family's rock sword tactics. At the beginning, the Chen family was not as good as it is now, and there were not many sword tactics that could be provided to the family cultivators for cultivation, and Chen Fuxian's favorite was this rock sword tactics. In fact, as a sword cultivator who is good at attacking, the rock sword tactics and the thick earth sword intent he comprehended later really do not meet the appetite of most sword cultivators. As a sword cultivator, who doesn't want to attack the unparalleled, or even fight across levels, and each of them regards himself as a child of destiny. Only Chen Fuxian, in terms of swordsmanship, Chen Fuxian's swordsmanship talent is stronger than Chen Daoxuan himself. In Chen Daoxuan's opinion, Chen Fuxian's swordsmanship talent can even be compared with Zhao Mubei of the Zhao family. You know, although Chen Daoxuan helped Chen Fuxian to comprehend the sword meaning and the key refining period, the more important reason is still Chen Fuxian himself. Chen Daoxuan's understanding of the sword meaning and the key refining period was completely based on the ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to store his understanding, and he suddenly realized it. If he relied on his own understanding, whether he could comprehend the sword meaning and the foundation building period was a matter of two opinions. Chen Daoxuan's swordsmanship talent, looking at Kang Zhao, can only be said to be a swordsmanship genius, but he is not worthy of the title of a demon. But with the blessing of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, demons are not enough to describe his abnormality. Even so, after receiving a few sudden enlightenments, Chen Fuxian actually achieved a level comparable to Chen Daoxuan, which shows how powerful his swordsmanship talent is. However, although Chen Fuxian's swordsmanship is strong, his desire to win is not strong. Compared with winning, Chen Fuxian's heart is to protect the safety of the Chen family. This can be seen from his swordsmanship. The words of a cultivator may lie, but the way of a cultivator will never lie. It is difficult for a cultivator without a heart of protection to comprehend such a profound thick earth sword meaning, let alone create such an amazing defensive sword formula. Bang! Another dull explosion. The lightning pierced through the khaki light circle and bombarded the green spiritual armor on Chen Fuxian's chest, causing his body to shake slightly. But, that's all. Chen Fuxian didn't even get hurt, and even his eyes didn't change. Unbreakable defense. Under the pressure of the starry sword formation, Jizuhu, the top real person on the Jinden real person list, couldn't even break the defense of a Purple Mansion mid-stage cultivator. If this scene is told, its sensational effect is no less than that of Chen Daoxuan defeating Jiang Zuai. On the field, Jizuhu's face was livid, murderous but helpless. The other two members of the Ji family, Ji and Yuan, were pale. Even if they were fools, they could see that the situation was not favorable to the three members of the Ji family. The third elder underestimated the Purple Mansion cultivators. Ji and Yuan said secretly. As a Purple Mansion cultivator who had entered the true immortal origin realm, he knew clearly how perverted those Purple Mansion cultivators who ranked at the top of the Purple Mansion Xian Jiao list were. In his opinion, the number 1 ranked Fairy Kaiyao and the Chen family cultivator Chen Daoxuan who suddenly appeared at that time, their strength was definitely much stronger than that of ordinary Jinden cultivators. Although Jizuhu was listed on the Jinden Zenran list, it was too reckless to rush forward when he encountered a Purple Mansion cultivator of this level, and there were more than 300 Purple Mansion cultivators waiting in formation. But as a junior in the clan, facing such a cruel third elder of the Ji family, Jianyuan dared not say his words of persuasion. You know, Jizuhu's reputation for brutality is well known not only in the outside world, but also in the clan. Jianyuan clearly remembered that there was once a member of the initial stage of the Purple Mansion in the Yan generation in the clan. Because he disobeyed the third elder, he was beaten into a pulp by the other party with a punch. Because of this, the third elder was punished by the ancestor to stay in the family's Refining Heart Cave for 13 years. But after leaving the Refining Heart Cave, Jizuhu went directly to the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom. Not only did his character not change, but he also set off a bloody storm on the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom, and earned the name of Blood Slaughter True Man. This time, the family sent him to the Chen family with the third elder, to find out the truth about the Chen family. To be honest, Jianyuan felt fear and rejection from the bottom of his heart. No one wants to stay with a madman. Yes, in Jianyuan's eyes, the third elder Jizuhu is strong, but he is too crazy. He has no doubt that, if Jizuhu wins today, he might go crazy and slaughter Guanhei Xianqing next. By then, the trouble they had caused would be huge. Jianyuan didn't know whether the Ji family would be implicated and punished by the Carnian sword sect, but as an accompanying person, he would definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Jianyuan even expected that Jizuhu would fight the Chen family to a draw and both sides would stop fighting. However, things did not develop as he thought. After a long time of attack, Jizuhu went completely crazy. Die. 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 You ants of the Chen family, if you have the guts, fight me alone. When I break the formation later, I will definitely kill all your Chen family members. All of you die. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan, who was standing with his hands behind his back and watching the battle from a distance, suddenly turned cold. Jizuhu of the Ji family, even if he was not a cultivator of the same level at the beginning, had heard of the name of Blood Slaughter True Man. Jizuhu may not be the strongest among all the giant and true men, but he is definitely the most notorious. Most of his reputation comes from killing innocent people indiscriminately. Although he and the other party belong to the same camp as Wang Xinghai, Chen Daoxuan undoubtedly despises such a madman. Now, he actually heard Jizuhu's statement that he would kill all the Chen family members. How could Chen Daoxuan not be angry? For other people, killing your whole family might be a momentary angry remark, but for Zutu Zenran Jizuhu, this is a naked declaration of war. Its nature is 100 times, 10,000 times more serious than the one he had with Jiangsu, i.e., it can be said that there is no force in Wang Xinghai that will remain indifferent after hearing Jizuhu, a madman, say that he wants to kill your whole family. Even Carnian sword sect is not okay, because any cultivation force has low-level cultivators with weak strength. And these low-level cultivators are the future of this force. Jizuhu's words almost mean that they will fight to the death. It's not just Chen Daoxuan. Even Jianyuan's face changed drastically after hearing this. He didn't even care about his own life and death at this moment, and shouted, "Everyone in the Chen family, this is Jizuhu's words alone, and it has nothing to do with my Ji family." Jianyuan knew that the Chen family was not without background. If Jizuhu really dared to do something like massacring the city, he would definitely be dead. Chen Daoxuan glanced at him coldly, and Jianyuan felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. It was not until Chen Daoxuan's eyes moved away that he showed an expression of relief. Immediately, his face froze. This Chen Daoxuan has become stronger again. He suddenly reached the golden core stage. Chen Daoxuan didn't care about Jianyuan's psychological changes. He saw his figure flash and appeared directly in front of Jizuhu. Jizuhu was completely crazy now. Seeing someone in front of him trying to stop him, he didn't even look at him and punched Chen Daoxuan directly. Thunder flashed on his fist, and the momentum was overwhelming, blowing Chen Daoxuan's magic weapon robe to rustle. Chapter 306. Invincible Master. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. A golden figure bounced back at a very fast speed, and then hit a transparent barrier, making a dull sound. Chen Daoxuan stood in the air, looking coldly at Jizuhu, who was blasted 100 feet away by his palm and hit the space barrier. Ahem. Jizuhu stood up shakily, looking around in horror. Space cage. Law realm. Jizuhu said word by word, gritting his teeth. The move that Chen Daoxuan used was the same move that the Lord of Zhenhe Palace used to suppress the true man Shenju in a snap of his fingers, the space cage. The ability to use this move proved that Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm had a huge breakthrough when he broke through the Chindan period from the high stage of Dao realm, directly breaking through to the 5th major Dao realm, the Law realm. The so-called Law realm refers to the sword cultivator's comprehension of a certain sword intent, which has reached a very deep level. At this level, it can no longer be simply described as sword intent, but called it law. When a cultivator comprehends the great Dao, he is essentially comprehending the great Dao law. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 great Daos, which means that the great Dao is composed of many laws. Only when a cultivator has cultivated to this point can it be said that the cultivator has taken the first step on the road to comprehending the great Dao. As for the sword intent in the first 4 great Dao realms, it is just a prerequisite for comprehending the law, and it is not even the fur of the law. The first time Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent transformed into the space law, the space star on the star sword map in his danshan suddenly increased by nearly 100 times. It is hundreds of times larger than the sword star transformed by the Silk Rain sword intent next to it. The Silk Rain star is like an inconspicuous satellite next to the space star. If you don't pay attention, you will even ignore its existence. In the space cage, Jizuhu looked at Chen Daoxuan with a defiant look, raised his head and said, "What about the realm of law? After all, you are just a Chindan stage cultivator, and I'm the 3rd elder of the Yuanying family Ji family. Do you dare to kill me?" Hearing this, there were more eyes from all directions in Guanhe Xiancheng. Jizuhu's forced entry into the important area of Guanhe Xiancheng had caused a huge commotion in Guanhe Xiancheng. However, there were always city guards in the city to maintain order, so there was no commotion. However, the Chen family was one of the largest families in Kangshao, and there were many independent cultivators in Guanhe Xiancheng. Therefore, there were many people who were willing to watch the excitement. Just like when the mermaids attacked Guanganfu Xiancheng, a large number of independent cultivators watched. This time, Jizuhu forced his way into the industrial zone of Guanhe Xiancheng, and there were also many independent cultivators watching. Not to mention a battle between a Chindan cultivator and a group of Zifu cultivators. It was risky to watch, and there were still many independent cultivators in the cultivation world who were not afraid of death. He felt a stream of eyes coming from all directions in the city. Chen Daoxuan said with a cold face, "Jizuhu, you broke into my Chen family's important territory today, provoked me first, and then even uttered wild words, saying that you would wipe out my entire Chen family. Such a cruel act was not only witnessed by my Chen family cultivators, but also by the thousands and thousands of independent cultivators in Guanhe Fairy City." As he spoke, Chen Daoxuan glanced at Jianyuan and said coldly, "You just said that Jizuhu's trip was all done by him alone, and has nothing to do with your Ji family, right?" Hearing this, Jianyuan's face turned pale immediately. He cupped his hands, trembling with fear and unable to speak. "Senior, you only need to answer yes or no." "Yes." Jianyuan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. "Good." Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at Jizuhu. "You heard it. Your Ji family said that what you did before was all your responsibility, and it had nothing to do with the Ji family. Now, I will kill you. What else do you have to say?" Chen Daoxuan. Jizuhu's eyes were bloodshot. "How dare you? I'm the 3rd elder of the Ji family. If you kill me, my Ji family ancestor will never let you go." However, before Jizuhu finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his palm and then squeezed it hard. The next moment, the space cage collapsed rapidly. Seeing the collapse of the space cage, Jizuhu naturally did not want to sit and wait for death. He was completely crazy, and all kinds of desperate secret methods that he was unwilling to use before were used crazily. Sure enough, Jizuhu's desperate attack power surged again. The speed of the space cage collapse also slowed down rapidly. Seeing this scene, Jisoo, who was happy in his heart, there is a chance. As a top real person listed in the Jinden real person list, Jisoo, whose strength is not as good as the Jinden real person in the lore realm. But Jisoo, who discovered that, although Chen Daoxuan was a Jinden cultivator, his cultivation was only at the early stage of Jinden. This meant that with Chen Daoxuan's mana, it would definitely consume a lot of mana to cross the level, to perform the 5th major realm, the space cage of the lore realm. With such a drastic consumption of mana, Chen Daoxuan, who was at the early stage of Jinden, might not be able to hold on for many breaths. As long as he tried his best to hold on for a few breaths, when Chen Daoxuan's mana was exhausted, he would have a chance to escape by surprise. As for taking advantage of Chen Daoxuan's exhaustion of mana to kill the opponent, Jisoo, who had thought about it, but he gave up this idea in an instant. Among the cultivators at the level of Jinden Zenran, they also made a rough division of the strength of the Jinden period. Among the Jinden cultivators, the weakest ones were naturally the cultivators who had just survived the Jinden Thunder Tribulation and had not even completed the mana tempering. The strength of this kind of cultivator was only similar to that of the fake Dan cultivator. They are the weakest among the Jinden cultivators. Even some Shi and Geozifu cultivators are stronger than this Jinden cultivator. For example, Zhao Minghao, the head of the Zhao family, is probably at this level. The strength of Jinden cultivators will naturally improve after they have survived the Jinden Thunder Tribulation, their mana tempering is completed, and their Dao realm is stable. Generally speaking, after a Jinden cultivator survives the Jinden Thunder Tribulation, their Dao realm can reach the 3rd level of the high stage of the Transformation Star realm. Except for the special state of just surviving the Jinden Thunder Tribulation, Jinden cultivators at this level are the lowest level of Jinden cultivators under normal circumstances, that is, the strength of ordinary Jinden early stage cultivators. As for the future, the strength division between Jinden middle stage and Jinden late stage cultivators. The reference is more not the cultivation, but the Dao realm. Only when the Dao realm of Jinden cultivators is equal, will the difference in their cultivation be considered. Because in the Jinden stage, the cultivation only represents the difference in the mana of both parties, and the Dao realm is not only related to the strength of the mana after tempering, but also to the increase in the power of attack. This is a reference that plays a decisive role in the strength of Jinden cultivators. Of course, generally speaking, cultivators with high Dao realms will definitely have higher cultivation. After all, the improvement of Dao realms is more difficult than the improvement of cultivation. Although treasures that can quickly improve cultivators' cultivation are rare in this world, some large sects can always find them. But treasures that can quickly improve the Dao realm are really unheard of in this world. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan was extremely shocked when he saw that Xingqian Giant Daotu was able to find a new way to improve the Dao realm by refining treasures. In the group of Jinden Zenran, those who have reached the middle and late stages of Jinden and the Dao realm has reached the initial and middle stages of Dao realm are basically strong among Jinden cultivators. And those who have reached the late stage of Jinden and the high stage of Dao realm are called Jinden peak. Jinden cultivators generally practice to this level and can consider breaking through the nascent soul stage. For example, Jiang Zuai, the 7th elder of the Jiang family, is at this level, but Jiang Zuai's Dao domain is related to the soul, which happened to be suppressed by Chen Daoxuan. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan should not have been his opponent. Jisoo, who is even more powerful than Jiang Zuai. Jisoo, who has not only reached the late stage of Jinden, but also reached the high stage of Dao domain. What's more terrifying is that his body refining has also reached the peak of the dripping blood realm. The combination of the three makes Jisoo, who directly listed on the list of Jinden Zenran and Wang Xinghe, becoming the top Jinden Zenran and Wang Xinghe. With this level of strength, it can be said that it is usually difficult to meet an opponent in the group of Jinden cultivators. Jisoo, whose status among Jinden cultivators is also very transcendent. When he sees ordinary Jinden Zenran, he treats them as juniors and does not address them as peers. Only Jinden peak cultivators and top Zenran at the same level as him are addressed as peers by Jisoo, who. His behavior is not arrogant, but the unspoken rules agreed upon by Jinden cultivators. If one's cultivation level does not reach the Jinden stage, he will generally not understand their unspoken rules. But the top real person is not the pinnacle of the Chinen cultivator's strength. Among the Chinen cultivators, there is another existence, called the invincible real person. This kind of cultivator is the truly invincible existence among the Chinen cultivators. Not to mention ordinary Chinen cultivators, even Yuan cultivators dare not say that they will definitely win when they meet this kind of invincible real person. It's just that Chinen cultivators of this level are not only extinct in Wangxinghe, but also extremely rare in Xianyantao. Therefore, they are usually not within the measurement range of Chinen cultivators. Speaking of which, a Chinen cultivator in Wangxinghe can be regarded as a level of invincible real person. That is, more than 400 years ago, with the cultivation level of the late Chinen, he fought against the 3 Yuanying real monarchs of Yuan sword sect, and fought to the point of 2 deaths and 1 injury. This terrifying strength, that even ordinary Yuanying real monarchs can't match, can be called an invincible existence in the Chinen stage. This is exactly the case. When the true man of God Ju appeared again, the Yuan sword sect attached great importance to it. Not only did they lay down many baits, but they also asked the Lord of the Zhenhe Palace, the top Yuanying true lord, to take action. Even with so many preparations, they still did not catch the true man of God Ju in the first place, but only caught one of the other party's immortal clones. In the end, if Chen Daoxuan had not made one more attempt, coupled with the carelessness of the true man of God Ju, he would not have been able to catch him at all. In the hands of the Lord of the Zhenhe Palace, ordinary Yuanying true lords might not be his opponents, but they were defeated by the true man of God Ju. This shows how difficult it is to deal with a terrifying existence that can be evaluated as an invincible true lord. In Jizuhu's eyes, although Chen Daoxuan's strength has not reached the level of an invincible true lord, it is much stronger than him, the top true lord on the Chinen true lord list. With Chen Daoxuan's strength, even on the Chinen true lord list, he is definitely among the top. After all, the realm of law is usually only reached by the true lord of Yuanying. In the Wangxinghe and even the vast Xianyantao, there are only a few who can reach the realm of law in the Chinen period. What's more terrifying is that Jizuhu can even feel the breath of the Chinen thunder tribulation on Chen Daoxuan. What does this mean? This means that Chen Daoxuan has just survived the Chinen thunder tribulation. Logically speaking, this kind of cultivator is the weakest among the Chinen cultivators, but now, the opponent has almost forced him into a dead end with the realm of the Dao of the Law realm. How dare Jizuhu continue to fight against such a terrifying opponent? Desperate means, who will have less than who? After practicing to the realm of him and Chen Daoxuan, he fought hard to escape a glimmer of life. Doesn't Chen Daoxuan have any secret methods to improve his strength? Nonsense. This is the real reason why Jizuhu was determined to escape and didn't dare to have the slightest thought of counterattack. East district of the city. When the Chen family's military cultivators saw their young patriarch personally take action, they all relaxed. Especially Chen Fusheng. Chen Fusheng's worship of Chen Daoxuan was almost blind. Although in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Daoxuan, a Chinen early stage cultivator, was no match for Jizuhu, a Chinen late stage cultivator. But in Chen Fusheng's eyes, he believed that, even if Chen Daoxuan met Yuanying Zhenjin, he would not lose. This confidence was brought by Chen Daoxuan's miraculous victories again and again. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what the Chen family thought, but he saw Jizuhu's thoughts. Fighting for life. You want to consume my mana? Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan almost laughed out loud. As we all know, the Chen family cultivators are least afraid of a war of attrition. Seeing Jizuhu trapped in a space cage with a radius of 10 feet, frantically using fists, shoulders, head and other parts of the body to hit the barrier of the space cage, Chen Daoxuan did not continue to increase his mana, and just fought with the opponent. Although Jizuhu judged that Chen Daoxuan's maintenance of the space cage consumed a lot, but he used secret methods to fight for his life. How low could the consumption be? In just half an incense stick of time, Jizuhu, who was bathed in golden blood, looked at the shrinking space cage breathlessly, with despair in his eyes. No. How can you have so much mana? Impossible. Impossible. Hearing Jizuhu's desperate roar, Jianian, who was traveling with him, was quite speechless. It was no secret in Wangxinghe that Chen Daoxuan had the magic weapon of the creation White Lotus. And the third elder of his Ji family seemed unwilling to learn about the Chen family and Chen Daoxuan. Even when he reported the information about Chen Daoxuan, Jizu, who always waved his hand casually, saying that there was no need to care too much about a mere purple mansion cultivator. Indeed, for the top real people on the giant and real people list, no matter how powerful the purple mansion cultivator was, it was not worth caring about. But Chen Daoxuan was a terrifying existence who defeated Jiang Zuai not long ago. Even so, Jizu, who still didn't care, Jian Yuan suddenly felt that the third elder was not wronged. Compared with stupidity and weakness, arrogance is the most fatal. On the field, Chen Daoxuan watched the space cage collapse into the size of a glass ball in his palm, held it in his hand, and played with it at will. In the space cage the size of a glass bead, a little man the size of a fingernail was supporting the space cage with his limbs, with a hideous face. Who else could it be but Jizu? Chapter 307, Famous in the Sea of Stars. Yuanshan Immortal City. As the largest immortal city in Kangzhou, Taizhou and Jingzhou, Yuanshan Immortal City has a population of tens of millions of cultivators. It can be called the largest immortal city for independent cultivators in the entire Wangxingxi. As the largest immortal city for independent cultivators in Wangxingxi, Yuanshan Immortal City not only has a large population, but also has extremely prosperous trade. This huge immortal city is like a gluttonous beast, crawling at the junction of the three states, swallowing and spitting out a huge amount of goods every moment. In the sky, a spiritual boat flew from the direction of Kangzhou and quietly sailed towards the direction of Yuanshan Immortal City. On the spiritual boat, the triangular clan flag belonging to the Chen family fluttered in the wind. Obviously, this spiritual boat came from the Chen family in Kangzhou. Brother. On the deck of the spiritual boat, a young cultivator bowed to another cultivator of the Fu generation wearing a green standard Taoist robe and said, "Can we reach a cooperation with Yuanshan Immortal City with only a few of us on this trip?" Hearing this, the cultivator of the Fu generation in the green Taoist robe frowned. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I can't care about many things. The various types of magic tools and elixirs produced by our 7th industrial zone are already seriously saturated. The major warehouses in Kangzhou Immortal City are piled up like mountains. If we don't find a new market, our 7th industrial zone can only stop production." But, the young monk suddenly lowered his voice and changed to telepathy, but Minister Chen strictly ordered that we must not make decisions on our own regarding cooperation with Yuanshan Immortal City. Hearing this, the Fu generation monk in the green Taoist robe was immediately dissatisfied. "You also said that this is Minister Chen's order. Our Chen family has always listened to the young patriarch. When will it be the turn of a finance minister to have the final say? Besides, if we don't open up new markets, the clan has already issued an order to temporarily suspend production in our 7th industrial zone." "What? Do you want our 7th industrial zone to stop production?" Hearing this, the young monk gritted his teeth. Guanhe Immortal City has established 9 major industrial zones so far, and each industrial zone has at least dozens or even hundreds of factories of all sizes. In today's Guanhe City, not only are there competitions between factories, but also between industrial zones. Not to mention Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone. Since the Chen family shifted its industrial focus from Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone to Guanhe City, Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone now exists more as a research base. Various research institutions such as magic tools, elixirs, and formations, represented by Changping Magic Tool Research Institute, have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, supported by the huge financial, material, and human resources of the Chen family. 5 years later, during the 5 years, when Chen Daoxuan was not in seclusion in the family, the Chen family has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only Guanhe City, but also Shuanghu Island, the clan home of the Chen family, has changed a lot. In addition to Shuanghu Island, Guanhe City has a total of 9 industrial zones. These 9 industrial zones constitute the industrial core of Guanhe City. Among them, the 9th industrial zone is the most favored and valued of all the industrial zones of the Chen family. The heads of other industrial zones have always privately believed that the ninth industrial zone is the biological son of the Chen family. This is indeed the case. The most important and advanced factories, such as the Chen family's talisman factory, the second-level power armor factory, and the high-level elixir pharmaceutical factory, are all concentrated in the ninth industrial zone. The Chen family members who know the inside story know that, even if there is a problem in the other 8 industrial zones, the Chen family will not be seriously injured. If there is a problem in the ninth industrial zone of Guanhezaiancheng, then the Chen family's accumulation over the years will really be destroyed. However, although the industrialization of Guanhezaiancheng has been smooth in the past 5 years, it also faces huge challenges. The main difficulty is that there are too many kinds of magic tools, elixirs, and talismans produced by Guanhezaiancheng. Kang Zhao alone cannot digest them. At the beginning, Chen Daoxuan still remembered Chen Daoxuan's order to leave a sip of soup for other immortals in Kang Zhao. However, under the huge production capacity advantage of Kang Zhaoxiancheng's industrialization, Chen Daoxuan's so-called leaving a sip of soup does not exist at all. The rapid increase in production capacity has brought about the extreme compression of costs, and the existence of Kang Zhao Business Alliance has opened up the sales channels of major immortal cities throughout Kang Zhao. In other words, the major immortal cities in Kang Zhao are basically competing fairly on the same platform, and there is no trade protection between them. In this way, the advantages of the Chen family in various goods are too great. Even if the various magic tools and elixirs of the Chen family are not lower in price than those of other immortals, due to the advanced production technology of the Chen family factory, their goods are of better quality than those of other immortals. And the monks are the most pragmatic group of people. Whether the magic tools are easy to use, or the effects of the elixirs are not obvious, even if there is a slight difference, they can detect it, and vote with their feet in the subsequent purchase process. In this way, even if the Chen family wants to leave some soup for the major immortals in Kang Zhao, they are powerless. It is impossible for the Chen family to deliberately reduce the quality of their products in order to leave some soup for the major immortals, right? Isn't this destroying their own brand? Such a stupid thing, the Chen family will naturally not do. Now Kang Zhao is faintly divided into 2 major camps. One is the Zhao family camp headed by the Zhao family, and the other is the Chen family camp headed by the Chen family. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the outcome of these 2 camps will determine who will be in charge of Kang Zhao in the future. In the face of such huge interests that determine the fate of the family, the friendship between Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei is nothing at all. Both Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei know this very well. In the Zhao family camp, except for some families that really believe that the Zhao family can dominate Kang Zhao, the rest of the families have all had their business and interests robbed by the Chen family, and they hate the Chen family's immortals in their hearts. Among the various forces in the world of immortal cultivation, only interests are eternal. When Chen Daoxuan turned the tide, they regarded Chen Daoxuan as the morning star and the savior. But when the interests of both sides conflicted, they wanted to strangle this savior with their own hands. But even if they offended so many families, and occupied most of the CZ market, the consumption of Guanhezaiancheng's production capacity was still a drop in the bucket. This is the pain of industrialization. The sales problem brought about by the explosion of production capacity is a headache for any industrial country in the past. In Chen Daoxuan's previous life, countries adopted different means to digest their own industrial production capacity. Some used colonies to digest their own production capacity, and some solved this problem through globalization. But whether it is a brutal colonial system or a moderate globalization policy, it is essentially to digest production capacity through trade. Use advanced productivity to exploit backward productivity. What Chen Daoxuan thought at the beginning was to walk on 2 legs. The so-called walking on 2 legs means to carry out brutal colonization against stubborn forces and to carry out peaceful trade with forces willing to open up trade. This is basically Chen Daoxuan's different strategies for the true demon realm and the 10,000 stars sea in the future. Yuanshan Immortal City is the first step of Chen Daoxuan's moderate strategy. Of course, whether it is brutal colonization or moderate peaceful trade, it is based on strength or force. If the Chen family's force is insufficient, it will be a lamb to be slaughtered. This is also what Chen Daoxuan said. The cooperation with Yuanchen Immortal City must wait until he breaks through the Jiandan period. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that only when he broke through to the Jiandan stage, with all kinds of trump cards, he would have the confidence to compete with Yuan Ying's engine. Only at this point, his Kang Zhao Chen family would be the real top family in Wangxinghe. The facts developed just as Chen Daoxuan expected. But Chen Daoxuan was not a god after all. He expected the development trend of the Chen family. The only thing he didn't expect was that someone in the Chen family disobeyed Chen Daolian's orders and expanded the sales market for Guanhe Xiancheng without authorization. Moreover, the vision of the person in charge of the 7th industrial zone was consistent with Chen Daoxuan, and they both chose Yuanchen Xiancheng as a breakthrough in the sales market. It's just that Chen Daoxuan wanted to talk about cooperation directly with Yuanchen's engine after he reached the Jiandan stage. The person in charge of the 7th industrial zone of the Chen family wanted to talk about cooperation with the Jiandan Zenran under the jurisdiction of Yuanchen Xiancheng. This is why there was a scene at the beginning where the Chen family cultivator secretly rushed to Yuanchen Xiancheng. Although the vision of the person in charge of the industrial zone was good, it was not long-term enough. From the perspective of the 7th industrial zone, his approach was correct, but from the perspective of the entire Chen family, his behavior may bring disaster to the Chen family. After all, large-scale production of elixirs and magic tools represents huge benefits. If the outside world knew about this benefit, even the master of Wangxinghe, such as Cunning and Sword Sect, would be tempted. Even if the outside world is just speculating, such a huge benefit is enough for a Yuan Ying's engine to try the Chen family's strength. Once this happens, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the Chen family. And when Chen Daoxuan breaks through the Jiandan stage, the situation will be very different. If Chen Daoxuan breaks through the Jiandan stage, with his various trump cards, he will not be afraid of ordinary Yuan Ying's engine. The more powerful Yuan Ying's engine, considering the Zhenhe Palace master behind Chen Daoxuan, will not act easily after weighing the pros and cons. As for the top Yuan Ying's engine, they look down on this benefit. Although the large-scale production of magic tools and elixirs involves huge benefits, for the top Yuan Ying's engine of the level of the Zhenhe Palace master, they don't lack things like spirit stones. Even if they have more spiritual stones, they can't break through to the level of Yuan Shendaogen. What's the point of pursuing it? For the top Yuan Ying's engine like the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, what really makes them excited is the treasure that can improve their strength, preferably the treasure that can help them improve the realm of the Great Dao. For example, the Great Dao Stele that the Lord of Zhenhe Palace got from Chen Daoxuan. In the eyes of the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, even if he was given all the spiritual stones in this world to exchange for the space lore in this Great Dao Stele, he would not exchange it. In the eyes of such a top real person, spiritual stones are not much different from stones. How could they go to great lengths to do industrialization? What kind of productivity should they develop? Their goal is to break through to the Yuanshan stage and to transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. Isn't it a crooked way to do it this way? In front of Yuanshan Immortal City, the Chen family cultivator stopped the family's spiritual boat at the place where the spiritual boat was specially moored. As soon as everyone flew off the spiritual boat, a purple mansion female cultivator in a golden robe flew over with several followers. You are all cultivators of the Chen family. The golden-robed female cultivator of the purple mansion glanced at everyone with a cold gaze and said casually, "That's right, I'm a cultivator of the Chen family in Kangzhou, Chen Furong, and I have come to ask to see the Master Duke. This is my visiting card." As he spoke, Chen Furong handed over a golden visiting card respectfully. The Master Jiandan was naturally not someone that any purple mansion cultivator could meet. The golden-robed female cultivator took the visiting card, glanced at it, and nodded, saying, "It is indeed a visiting card from the Master's friend, but I have to remind you that the Master is very busy, and you can't meet him just because you want to." Seeing this, Chen Furong immediately understood what he meant, and quietly handed over a storage bag, smiling and saying, "I hope the fairy can say a few good words to the Master Duke." The golden-robed female cultivator took the storage bag calmly, quickly scanned it with her spiritual sense, and a smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. She looked at Chen Furong meaningfully and said, "Fellow Daoist, you are thoughtful. It's my duty, it's my duty." Chen Furong bowed repeatedly. Under the guidance of the golden-robed female cultivator, the Chen family soon stepped into Yuanshan Immortal City. Obviously, this was the first time for the Chen family to come to Yuanshan Immortal City. Although Guanhai Immortal City has developed well in recent years, in terms of the prosperity of commerce and population size, Guanhai Immortal City can't even compare to Yuanshan Immortal City. Along the way, the Chen family cultivators were like Liu Leo entering the Grandview Garden, curious about all kinds of novel things in Yuanshan Immortal City, which made the female followers behind the golden-robed female cultivator laugh. Because they found that, although these cultivators of the Chen family had high cultivation, basically like their master, they had all reached the purple mansion stage, but they looked like young boys, not calm at all. Ahem. Chen Furong, the leader, coughed, and the Chen family members restrained themselves a little. In fact, these female followers did not know that the Fu generation cultivators of the Chen family were not like young boys, they were clearly young boys. The youngest of them was less than 20 years old. A purple mansion cultivator under 20 years old only had treasures such as Yuan Qi essence, otherwise it was impossible for such a pervert to exist in Wangxinghai. We are here. The golden-robed female cultivator stopped in front of a luxurious and spectacular spiritual mansion. "Everyone, I will go to ask the real person for instructions. You wait here." "Thank you, fairy." "Yes." The golden-robed female cultivator nodded casually, moved lightly with lotus steps, and stepped into the spiritual mansion. Watching the female cultivator leave, the young cultivator behind Chen Furong snorted coldly and transmitted his voice. "It's just a cauldron of a giant and real person, but you are so arrogant." "Forget it." Chen Furong shook his head. "After all, we need help from others." The young cultivator nodded, stopped talking, and waited patiently. In the spiritual mansion, the golden-robed female cultivator had just walked into the spiritual mansion not far away when she ran into the real person Duke. This Duke Zenran was one of the scattered cultivators recruited by Yuanshan Zhenjin. His cultivation was at the middle stage of Jiandan, and his Dao realm was at the middle stage of Daoi realm. His strength was above average among Jiandan cultivators. Duke Zenran was obese. This kind of obese cultivator was extremely rare among cultivators. Even if there were cultivators with this kind of body, they were all caused by practicing special techniques. Duke Zenran was in a hurry and rushed out in disheveled clothes. "Zenran, what's wrong?" Seeing Duke Zenran's anxious expression, the golden-robed woman changed her cold and arrogant expression in front of outsiders and asked delicately. When Duke Zenran saw the golden-robed female cultivator, his face suddenly darkened and he scolded, "Why don't you accompany me to practice well? Where are you going to hang out again?" Hearing the word practice, the golden-robed female cultivator's face flashed with an unnatural and hateful look. However, Duke Zenran obviously had something important to do, so he had no intention of teaching the golden-robed female cultivator a lesson. "Forget it. Master Yuanshan wants to entertain a distinguished guest from Kangzhou and ordered us to go and accompany him. You wait at home." After saying that, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the golden-robed female cultivator saw this scene, and her mind moved. She gently took Master Duke's arm and said in a delicate voice, "Master, why don't you take me to see the world?" As the golden-robed female cultivator spoke, she looked at him with charming eyes. Being pressed against the soft body of the golden-robed female cultivator and being stimulated by her seductive eyes, Master Duke's heart was moved unconsciously. How could he not know what the golden-robed female cultivator was planning? Master Duke laughed loudly, slapped the golden-robed female cultivator's buttocks, and said, "What a slut. If you can really please the distinguished guest from Kangzhou, it will be a blessing for this master. Let's go together. I obey your command." The golden-robed female cultivator bowed gracefully, which made him look even more charming. At this moment, she had long forgotten the Chen family cultivators waiting outside the spiritual palace, and followed the escape light of Duke Zenran to soar into the sky. Outside the spiritual palace, Chen Furong and others were waiting anxiously until they saw the escape light of Duke Zenran and the golden-robed female cultivator, and then they all looked unhappy. "Brother, look." Chen Furong looked in the direction of the young cultivator's finger, and his face became even gloomier. Follow me. Chen Furong immediately set up the escape light and chased after Duke Zenran. Yuanshan's Ironcheng, as a city with a population of tens of millions, naturally also has a forbidden air formation, but this formation is ineffective for cultivators above the Purple Palace stage. Therefore, in the Immortal City, you can often see escape lights passing by. Chapter 308 Lin Wu's Engine. The speed of the Jiandan cultivator's escape light was amazing. Chen Furong and other Chen family cultivators tried their best, but still couldn't catch up with Duke Zenran. They could only linger far behind him. Suddenly, the immortal music in Yuanshan Immortal City was loud, and the strange fragrance of flowers was refreshing. Then, above Yuanshan Immortal City, a slender bat with colorful feathers pulled a gorgeous purple carriage and slowly moved in the sky. 5-colored demon phoenix. That's Yuanshan's engine Xiao car. He uses a 5th level magic weapon as his vehicle. He is indeed the most generous casual cultivator's engine in Wangxinghei. What's a 5th level magic weapon? That 5-colored demon phoenix is Yuanshan's engine's real treasure. It is rumored that Yuanshan's engine's 5-colored demon phoenix has the blood of the ancient 9 phoenixes. Once it transforms, it will be comparable to a powerful Yuaning's engine in an instant. Daoao is right. Even if the 5-colored demon phoenix has not yet transformed, its strength is comparable to that of a real person on the Jiandan list. Hearing this, the casual cultivators watching below nodded. Since the 5-colored demon phoenix is pulling the car, the person sitting in the car frame must be Zhenjin himself. Which distinguished guest from Kangshao is worthy of Zhenjin's welcome? Hearing this, all the cultivators looked at him in surprise. Seeing everyone looking at him like this, the casual cultivator felt a little strange, and bowed to the people around him, saying, "Did I say something wrong? Why are you looking at me like this?" At this time, a casual cultivator who was close to him tried to smooth things over, saying, "Friend Wang has been in seclusion for the past year, in order to break through to the late stage of foundation building. He is not aware of the recent major events in Kangshao. Please don't blame him." After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. At this time, a beautiful female cultivator stood up and said, "Half a month ago, a shocking event happened in Kangshao." Oh. This sentence instantly aroused the interest of cultivator Wang. The Wangxing Sea is vast, and things that happen in each state are generally difficult to be known by other states. The last major event in Kangshao that was known to the entire Wangxing Sea was the fall of Zenan Pass. Even the corpse tide in Kangshao is not a big deal for other states. After all, the zombie tide seems to be huge, but firstly, most zombies have no spiritual wisdom, and secondly, the zombies' cultivation usually reaches the top at the Purple Mansion stage. The Purple Mansion stage exists only in Kangshao. Looking at other states in the Wangxing Sea, a cultivator from a Jiandan family can calm the zombie tide. From this, we can also see how weak Kangshao is compared with other states in the Wangxing Sea. Wangxing Sea has a total of 27 states, among which states with larger territories, such as Yuzhou, Dingzhou, and Taizhou, are ruled by Yuanying families. And some states with smaller territories are also ruled by Jiandan families. And states like Kangshao, where even the Yi family is the only Jiandan family, are indeed rare. Therefore, in terms of strength, Kangshao is among the last in the entire Wangxing Sea. Of course, that was the Kangshao of the past. Now, with the rise of the Chen family, Kangshao has begun to become a little different. In the crowd, the cultivator surnamed Zhang stared at the female cultivator intently. The female cultivator continued, "A genius cultivator was born in Kangshao." Genius cultivator? The cultivator surnamed Zhang disagreed. There were so many geniuses in the Wangxing Sea. But let alone becoming a Yuanying's engine, even if they could survive the Jiandan Thunder Tribulation, how many geniuses could truly become Zenran? Thinking of this, the cultivator surnamed Zhang curled his lips and said, "What kind of genius can be born in a small place like Kangshao with a small territory and few cultivators?" No, the female cultivator shook her head seriously. This time, "Brother Zhang, you are wrong. The genius born in Kangshao this time is extraordinary. His name is Chen Daoxuan. I believe Brother Zhang has heard of his name." Chen Daoxuan. The cultivator surnamed Zhang muttered this name, and suddenly, he suddenly remembered something, and clapped his hands. I remember that the first place on the latest issue of the Purple Mansion Geo list seems to be this person named Chen Daoxuan. Hearing this, the friend next to him patted his storage bag and took out a bound book from the storage bag. The cover of the book was inscribed with the words Purple Mansion Geo list. Gently flipping open the book, the first name listed is Chen Daoxuan. Number 1 on the Purple Mansion Prodigy list, Chen Daoxuan, the head of the Kangzhou Chen family. Battle record. In the Battle of the Zombie Tide in Kangzhou, he single-handedly turned the tide and resisted most of the zombie tide. Later, in a battle, he fought against more than 10 top Purple Mansion fighters. After the unified evaluation of the Carnean Sword sect, he was ranked first on the Purple Mansion Prodigy list. The cultivator surnamed Zhang took the book and nodded continuously. Is this the Chen Daoxuan you are talking about? I didn't expect that after I was in seclusion for a year, the young master of Carnean Sword sect, Fairy Kaiyao, had already broken through to the Golden Core stage. Since Chen Daoxuan became the number 1 on the Purple Mansion Prodigy list, this list should have been updated not long ago, right? As he spoke, he flipped through the date on the back of the book and frowned. This is the Purple Mansion Prodigy list updated 3 months ago. I remember that this list cost 100 spirit stones. Hearing this, the good friend surnamed Wu next to him nodded repeatedly. Yes, I did spend so many spirit stones at that time. Hearing this, the female cultivator next to him covered her mouth and chuckled. Then Dao Wu spent the money on the list in vain. Not only did Fairy Kaiyao break through to the Golden Core stage, but this number 1 on the Purple Mansion Prodigy list also broke through to the Golden Core stage half a month ago. Jinden Zenren. Upon hearing this, the cultivator surnamed Zhang was full of envy, but then he frowned again. But, although it is a good thing that this Chen Zenren has broken through to the Jinden stage, it shouldn't be known to the whole city of Yuan Shenzhen Cheng, right? Do you think only our Yuan Shenzhen Cheng knows about it? The female cultivator shook her head. The cultivator surnamed Zhang looked confused. Could it be that the whole Wangxinghe knows about the addition of a Jinden Zenren? Not to mention the addition of a Jinden Zenren. Even if there is an additional Yuanying's engine in our Wangxinghe, it won't cause such a sensation, right? This time, not only the cultivator surnamed Zhang, but others also nodded. The female cultivator simply said, fellow Daoist Zhang, you are right. It's not just our Yuanshan Immortal City, but the entire Wangxinghe is probably discussing this Zenren Chen who has just been promoted to the Jinden stage. Hearing this, the cultivator named Zhang became even more confused, and he hurriedly bowed and said, please help me, Fairy Luo. Seeing that the cultivator named Zhang looked like he was begging for mercy, the female cultivator named Deluo no longer kept him in suspense and said directly, half a month ago, Zenren Zhutu bullied the Chen family and caused trouble in the Chen family's Guanhe Immortal City. As a result, he was suppressed by Zenren Chen with a flip of a palm. Wait, the cultivator named Zhang quickly raised his head. The Zenren Zhutu you are talking about is the one on the battlefield in Izumo country. Hearing this, the female cultivator named Deluo seemed to be very disdainful of Zenren Zhutu. She curled her lips and said, in our Wangxinghe, besides Ji Zuhu, the third elder of the Ji family, who else is called Zenren Zhutu? He. The cultivator surnamed Zhang frowned even more deeply. Although True Man Zhutu is brutal, he is a top True Man on the Jinden True Man ranking. How can True Man Chen, a newly promoted Jinden True Man, defeat him? It's no wonder that the cultivator surnamed Zhang was puzzled. If any other cultivator came here, they wouldn't understand the intricacies of this. These low-level cultivators may not be very clear about the strength of ordinary Purple Mansion and Jinden cultivators. But they know one thing, that is, those who can be on the Purple Mansion Geo ranking and Jinden True Man ranking must be much stronger than those of the same level. Therefore, the cultivator surnamed Zhang was so puzzled. I don't know much about it. Anyway, it's rumored in Yuanshan Immortal City that after hearing about this, our true Lord Yuanshan said that this Chen Daoxuan will definitely become a Yuanying true lord. Not only that, our true lord also said that this Chen Daoxuan even has the potential to become the top Yuanying true lord. Top Yuanying true lord. The cultivator surnamed Zhang was shocked. When talking about the top Yuanying's engine, the first person that comes to mind is not the leader of Carnean Sword Sect or the master of Zhenhe Palace, but but the Yuanying Zhenjin who has long been stationed in the largest fairy pass in Chuan State, Linwu Pass, and the Linwu Zhenjin. The reason why Wang Xinghe in the rear was calm during the war between Wang Xinghe and Chuan State was because Carnian Sword Sect built a series of fairy pass towns in Chuan State. Among all the fairy pass towns, Linwu Pass is the best. Compared with Linwu Pass, the Zenon Pass lost by the Kangshao monks is not worth mentioning at all. If the fairy pass lost by Wang Xinghe was Linwu Pass instead of Zenon Pass, the monk army of Zhuan Qingdao League could go straight in, not only to recover a large area of lost land, but also to threaten Wang Xinghe in the rear directly from the sea. By then, the offensive and defensive situation of both sides will change instantly, and Wang Xinghe will fall into a precarious situation. No matter how strong the Carnian Sword Sect is, after all, there are two big sects behind Chuan Kingdom. Whether it is Zuanyang sect or Qingli Dao sect, in terms of strength and foundation, they are not inferior to Carnian Sword Sect. Carnian Sword Sect can fight 1 against 2 for so long and still have the upper hand. It can only be said that the time, place, and people are all on the side of Carnian Sword Sect. Once Zhuan Qingdao League seizes the opportunity to gain the upper hand, coupled with the many crises hidden in Carnian Sword Sect, Wang Xinghe will really fall into a situation of no return. By then, the major immortals who have a foothold in Wang Xinghe can only become dogs without a home. This is not only seen by the major immortals, but even many far-sighted independent cultivators. As a cultivator of Wang Xinghe, everyone is now on the same boat. Looking at those cultivators of Chuan Kingdom who were captured after the defeat, the cultivators of Wang Xinghe know how miserable their fate will be if they lose the war. Once the Wang Xinghe falls, high-level cultivators may still be able to escape, but low-level cultivators like them have no choice but to wait for death in this vast Wang Xinghe. As for escaping, how can ordinary key refining cultivators and foundation building cultivators cross this vast Wang Xinghe with their own strength? Besides, even if they cross the Wang Xinghe, they will come to the enemy's lair of Chuan country, and the end will be even worse. Therefore, the Wang Xinghe cultivators have such respect for Linwu Zhenjin, who has been guarding Linwu Pass for hundreds of years. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. After all, they are just a group of foundation building casual cultivators. In the eyes of key refining cultivators, they are senior masters, but in fact, they know very little about high-level cultivators. If Carnian Sword Sect did not launch the 2 major lists of Zifu and Geo list and Jinden Zenren list, these low-level cultivators don't even know that there are so many top high-level cultivators in Wang Xinghe. As for Yuanying Zhenjin, everyone knows even less. Carnian and Liangson can also list a list of Purple Mansion and Golden Core cultivators to rank them and increase their fame. But Yuanying Zhenjin, especially the top Yuanying Zhenjin, such as Linwu Zhenjin and Zhenhe Palace Master, are all Wang Xinghe's biggest trump cards. Carnian and Jianzhang usually doesn't have time to keep these people secret, so how could they spread their information everywhere? If they really do this, they must be crazy. Just like Carnian and Jianzhang will not know the detailed information of the top Yuanying Zhenjin of Zhuan Qingdao League. On the one hand, these top Zhenjin are too strong. No matter what kind of hidden players the two sides send, it is impossible to hit such a being without being discovered. On the other hand, these top Zhenjins have made few moves, and even if they do, they will not try their best. Most of the time, they are in seclusion. In this way, whether it is Carnian and Jianzhang or Zhuan Qingdao League, they dare not fight with all their strength before they are sure that they have overwhelming strength. Fear each other. This is the true status quo of Carnian and Jianzhang and Zhuan Qingdao League. Below, the independent cultivators of Yuanshan Immortal City were excited when they saw Yuanshan Zhenjin personally come out to greet the distinguished guest from Kangshao. In the sky, the Chen family cultivators and others who followed Duke Zenren noticed the group of independent cultivators cheering and were a little confused. Brother, look. Chen Furong looked in the direction pointed by the young Fu generation cultivator. It turned out that Duke Zenren had stopped in front of a colorful car and bowed to it. Due to the distance, Chen Furong could only see that the other party's posture was somewhat respectful, but he didn't know what Duke Zenren was saying. Brother, what should I do? The young Chen family cultivator was a little anxious. He could see that in Yuanchen Immortal City, even Duke Zenren was respectful to the existence, and it must be Yuanchen's engine, who was very famous among the independent cultivators. Although the young Chen family cultivator was impulsive, he knew in his heart that he was just a purple mansion cultivator. If he rushed forward rashly and bumped into the True Lord's carriage, even if Yuanchen True Lord killed him on the spot, no one would say a word. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Furen pondered for a moment and said, "You wait here, I'll go alone." "Brother, let's forget it." "No," Chen Furen shook his head, "for this cooperation, this great gift we gave, must not be used up, and it must not be lost. I don't want to record this shame for myself in the history of the clan in the future." After saying that, Chen Furen took a deep breath, and flew directly towards Yuanchen True Lord's carriage. "Who are you?" Before Chen Furen could get close, a burst of scolding sounded outside Yuanchen True Lord's carriage. "Slow down." Just as the accompanying disciples were about to take action, the voice of Yuanchen's engine came from the carriage. "Ask, what's the matter?" Outside the carriage, a disciple bowed and said, "Yes, master." After that, the disciple flew towards Chen Furen's escape light, and raised his hand and said, "Stop." Chapter 309, Overlord of Kangshao. "Fellow Daoist, I'm honored." Chen Furen looked at the purple mansion cultivator who blocked his way and bowed. "Who are you, and why did you offend the True Lord?" The purple mansion cultivator stared at him with a rather unfriendly look. Seeing the unfriendly look, Chen Furen bowed slightly, and lowered his posture and said, "Fellow Daoist, I did not intend to offend the True Lord." At that moment, Chen Furen told the whole story. When the purple mansion cultivator in front of Chen Furen heard that the people under the Duke True Lord accepted bribes, but did not do anything, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Although the True Lord Yuanchen opened up the Yuanchen Immortal City, he himself was a casual cultivator after all. Compared with those Yuanian clans, his foundation was too shallow. Most of the giant and True Lords under the True Lord Yuanchen were recruited casual giant and cultivators. There was only one giant and cultivator who was truly cultivated by the True Lord Yuanchen himself. Most of his disciples are at the Purple Mansion stage, and there are even disciples at the foundation building stage. Yuanchen's engine wants to wait for his own disciples to grow up, and it will take at least hundreds of years. It is not an easy thing for a Purple Mansion cultivator to break through to the Golden Core stage. Even the top Purple Mansion cultivator like Fairy Kai Yao took nearly 100 years to practice all the way to the Golden Core stage. Even Chen Daoxuan, who has external plugins and constant adventures, took nearly 50 years to practice to the realm of a Golden Core true person. Other cultivators don't have as many opportunities as Chen Daoxuan. Normally, a cultivator who can break through to the Golden Core stage before the 500-year life limit of the Purple Mansion stage is considered a rare genius. If he breaks through to the Golden Core stage in 300 years, he will definitely be a figure on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. If he achieves the Golden Core in about 100 years, at least the top 3 Xianjiao on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list can do it. It has only been more than 200 years since Yuanchen's engine established Yuanchen Xiancheng. During this period, he was developing the Fairy City, training disciples, and attracting independent cultivators of the Giant stage. In addition, he had to spare time to take care of his own cultivation. Among independent cultivators, he was the only one in the entire Wangxinghe who could do this. Ahead, although Yuanchen's engine was sitting in the Dharma carriage, his consciousness was always paying attention to the conversation between Chen Furen and his disciple. The reason why Yuanchen's engine was so concerned was certainly not because he was idle, but because he heard Chen Furen introduce himself and said that he was a member of the Chen family in Kangshao. And judging from the tone of this Chen Furen, he seemed to be unaware that their young patriarch had broken through to the Giant stage. It was a coincidence. Half a month ago, when Jizu who came to Guanhe Xiancheng to make trouble, Chen Furen and others happened to drive a spiritual boat from Guanhe Xiancheng to Yuanchen Xiancheng. They just missed the drama of Chen Daoxuan coming out of retreat to suppress Jizu who. Then, they drove the spiritual boat and spent half a month to rush from Guanhe Xiancheng to Yuanchen Xiancheng. During this period, Chen Furen and other Chen family cultivators were all on the spirit boat, and they had no idea what was happening in the outside world. After all, Chen Furong and others violated Chen Daoxuan's order, so they simply turned off the family's communication jade talisman. Unexpectedly, this move perfectly missed Chen Daoxuan's famous battle in Wangxinghe. As things fermented, more and more people began to hear about the achievements of Chen Daoxuan, the head of the Chen family in Kangzhou. Even Chen Daoxuan's past experiences were dug out by those who were interested. After all, Chen Daoxuan himself was a household name in Kangzhou, and was a well-known big shot. It was not difficult to find out his information. So, the cultivators of Wangxinghe knew that Chen Daoxuan had been practicing for less than 50 years. In less than 50 years, he defeated a top real person on the giant and real person list. This record not only attracted discussions from the scattered cultivators and the family cultivators of the major immortal clans, but also caused a storm within the Carnean Sword sect. Many disciples of Carnean Sword sect even discussed in private that the talent of Chen Daoxuan, the head of the Chen family in Kangzhou, was probably not inferior to the most talented disciple in the history of Carnean Sword sect, the master of Zhenhe Hall, Qinzan. My friend. Chen Furong was talking to the purple mansion cultivator in front of him, and suddenly a gentle voice came to his ears. At the same time as hearing this voice, a sense of horror from the depths of his soul came out involuntarily. Chen Furong immediately guessed that this person must be Yuan Zhenjin. Chen Furong did not expect that his actions really alarmed such a big figure as Yuan Zhenjin. True Lord. This time, Chen Furong bowed even lower, and the expression on his face became particularly serious. No need to be polite. As the voice sounded in his ears, Chen Furong stood up straight involuntarily. Next, a tall and burly cultivator slowly walked out of the purple carriage. Who else could it be but Yuan Zhenjin? True Lord. True Lord. Seeing True Lord Yuan get off the throne, the monks who were accompanying him all bowed and saluted. Seeing this group of monks bowing their heads, Chen Furong was shocked and envious. Duke, your subordinate is here. The round figure of True Lord Duke flew out of the crowd. Glancing at True Lord Duke, True Lord Yuan continued, is what this young friend said just now true? This? True Lord Duke's heart tightened. Even if this matter was true, he would not be guilty of death. But over the years, he has worked in Yuan Immortal City, and made a lot of money. If it were true, True Lord Yuan would be dead at this moment, and no one would say no. Seeing True Lord Duke's trembling appearance, True Lord Yuan waved his hand lightly, and a beautiful female monk with a beautiful figure, and wearing a golden Taoist robe was caught by him from the crowd. You took the bribe, right? True Lord Yuan said lightly. True Lord, I. The golden-robed female cultivator was so frightened that she looked at Master Duke with pleading eyes. Unfortunately, Master Duke couldn't even protect himself, so how could he care about her Dinglu? What's more, the original identity of this Dinglu was just a prisoner of war from the Izumo Kingdom. However, this female cultivator from the Izumo Kingdom relied on her means and beautiful appearance to step in front of Master Duke and climb up the big tree of Master Duke. True Lord. Master Duke stood up. This woman was originally a prisoner of war from the Izumo Kingdom. Originally, I thought she was kind by nature and wanted to give her a chance. I didn't expect this woman to be so heartless and betrayed her. She actually broke Master Duke's rules. She really deserves to die. As he said that, Master Duke made up his mind, faced the unbelievable eyes of the golden-robed female cultivator, and punched the other's head. The yellow and white objects that were scattered were wrapped by Master Duke's magic power and did not disturb the formation of the team that was welcoming Chen Daoxuan at all. After taking a deep look at Duke Zenran, Yuan Zhenjin suddenly said in a voice transmission, "You are lucky, this will not happen again." After that, Yuan Zhenjin looked up at the sky. He saw a dark black fairy boat, from far to near, flew from the horizon towards the direction of Yuan Zhenjiang. Marlon? Chen Furong looked astonished. Molong is one of the family spirit boats of the Chen family. Compared with the ordinary spirit boat that Chen Furong and others took, Molong's grade is much higher, reaching the 4th grade lower grade. It is the main ferry boat purchased by the Chen family from Carnean Sword sect. Using this ferry boat to travel, the speed is not much worse than the escape light of a giant and cultivator. It takes at most 3 days to get here from Guanhe Xiancheng. Yuan Chen's engine put his hands behind his back, looking at the amazing Marling, and couldn't help but sighed. The Chen family has finally become the overlord of Kangshao. Chapter 310 Ransom. Boom. The huge black dragon stopped, and the airwaves swept through, making everyone's robes rustle. On the black dragon, at the head, stood a young monk with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. On this handsome face of the monk, there was a hint of smile, and he exuded a sense of confidence. Next to the young monk stood 3 slim and beautiful female monks. These 4 were Chen Daoxuan, Eluoli, Chen Daolian, and Yang Gangwan, the head of the Yang family who first joined the Chen family. As the black dragon stopped, everyone used their escape lights to fly out of the spirit boat. Chen Daoxuan looked at Yuan Chen's engine in front of him, smiled and bowed, saying, "Junior Chen Daoxuan, meet engine." Haha. Yuan Chen's engine took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. He looked at the young cultivator in front of him, and said with emotion, "I have to admit that you are the only cultivator I have misjudged over the years." After that, he bowed to Chen Daoxuan solemnly. "I'm Yuan Chen, and I'm honored to meet fellow Daoist Chen. True Lord, this." Chen Daoxuan was a little flattered. A dignified true lord of the nascent soul actually gave him the courtesy of a peer. Obviously, this true lord Yuan Chen treated him as a cultivator of the same generation. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was a little surprised, true lord Yuan Chen smiled and said, "Although fellow Daoist Chen surprised me during the trip to the true immortal origin realm, I just thought you were a junior with extraordinary talent, and I didn't take it seriously at the time. But now that you have entered the realm of law, it proves that you have already stepped half a foot on the threshold of the nascent soul. It is not an exaggeration to call you fellow Daoist in advance. Except for direct master-disciple relationships, cultivators all rely on their cultivation to determine their seniority. Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm has reached the 5th level of the law realm, and he is already qualified to discuss Dao with Yuan Ying's engine. He deserves the title of Daoist Fellow." Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan tacitly agreed with Yuan Chen's engine's statement that he was a peer. Because Chen Daoxuan knew that his true strength was much stronger than the one he easily suppressed Zhu Tu Zenren half a month ago. An opponent of Zhu Tu Zenren's level did not allow him to use his full strength. Although Chen Daoxuan did not know how strong Shen Zhu Zenren was at his peak, he thought that if he played all his trump cards, he should not encounter any opponent within the Jiandan stage. Chen Daoxuan could not say whether he could defeat Yuan Ying's engine. After all, the strength gap between Yuan Ying's engine was huge. But Chen Daoxuan could still bear the title of Invincible Zenren if he played all his trump cards. Dao Ao Yuan Chen. Dao Ao Chen. The two of them formally performed the ceremony of Daoists of the same generation, and then laughed one after another, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Just as the two were talking happily, Chen Furong flew over and immediately knelt down in front of Chen Daoxuan, bowing his head and saying, "Young clan leader." Seeing Chen Furong, the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face gradually faded. He looked at Yuan Chen's engine and asked, "This younger generation of my Chen family has not caused trouble to Zenjin's fairy city, right?" Hearing this, Yuan Chen's engine smiled and waved his hand. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you are too serious. This young friend wanted to cooperate with a real person under my command, but he encountered a villain who made trouble, but he has been executed." Yuan Chen's engine said lightly. Chen Daoxuan nodded, then looked at Chen Furong, and then his spiritual sense expanded, instantly finding the rest of the Chen family cultivators, and whispered in everyone's ears, "Why don't you get back?" Hearing this scolding, everyone was immediately frightened, and flew towards the direction of the Molling. Looking at the Chen family, led by Chen Furong, Chen Daoxuan said coldly, "Go back to the Marling, and kneel down first." "Yes, young clan leader." Everyone was like eggplants hit by frost. This time, they violated the family's order, and privately sought cooperation with Yuan Chen Fairy City, which undoubtedly made Chen Daoxuan furious. He has been in charge of the family for so many years, but this is the first time he has encountered someone who dared to disobey his order. Although this order was not issued by Chen Daoxuan, he also asked Chen Daolian to use the family seal and issue it in the name of the family. And Chen Furong and others were so bold that they dared to do such a usurpation, openly disobeying the family order. Chen Furong, the leader, would probably not be able to escape death in any fairy clan in Wangxinghe. Chen Furong also knew how serious the consequences of his behavior were, but for the 7th industrial zone of Guanhe Fairy City, he had no regrets. After watching Chen Furong and the others leave, Yuan Shenzhen smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, I have prepared a banquet in my house. Please come in. Please." After exchanging pleasantries, the two flew together to the most luxurious immortal house in Yuanshan Immortal City. This is where Yuan Shenzhen lives in the Immortal City. As Yuan Shenzhen, the top cultivator in Wangxinghe, Yuan Shenzhen naturally has numerous immortal houses. But the immortal house where he received Chen Daoxuan is not ordinary, although it looks like an ordinary immortal house. In fact, this immortal house is a 5th level middle grade magic weapon, and it is also a magic weapon that suppresses the defensive formation of Yuanshan Immortal City. After entering the immortal house hall and sitting down, Chen Daoxuan withdrew his gaze and said with certainty, "This magical weapon of Daoist Yuanshan really opened my eyes." Hearing this, Yuan Shenzhen's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said, "I once heard Daoist Huan praise your talent for refining weapons. I didn't believe it at the time. It seems that Daoist Huan is right." "Oh, Daoist knows Senior Huan?" Yuan Shenzhen nodded. More than knowing him, he and I are close friends. Although Chen Daoxuan had only met the master of the refining hall of Kainiu and Sword Sect once, he could see that Huan Kai was a very pure refiner. Although Huan Kai was old-fashioned, he loved talents very much and was very tolerant of cultivators with talent for refining weapons. At the beginning, Yi Wu Dao relied on his status and background to slander him in the Yangtze Hall of Kainiu and Sword Sect, and it was this master Huan who stood up for him. Speaking of which, Chen Daoxuan owed a lot of favors to the other party. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan heard that Yuan Shenzhen and Huan Kai had a very good personal relationship, and he immediately had a better impression of him. As far as I know, Palace Master Huan is focused on the way of refining weapons. Could it be that fellow Daoist Yuanshan is also? That's right, Yuan Shenzhen smiled and nodded. "I'm a 5th level middle grade weapon refiner." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan widened his eyes and was shocked. What is the concept of a 5th level middle grade weapon refiner? Chen Daoxuan himself is also a weapon refiner, but later because he has no shortage of resources, he gradually gave up the way of refining weapons. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan's weapon refining level is only the 3rd level upper grade. As Huan Kai said at the beginning, the way of refining weapons is profound and profound. Even if Chen Daoxuan has the help of Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, it is still difficult to make progress without hard work. And the Yuan Shenzhen in front of him is actually a 5th level middle grade weapon refiner, which Chen Daoxuan never expected. At first, Chen Daoxuan was still wondering, how could Yuan Shenzhen, a mere casual cultivator, have so many spiritual stones to build such a huge fairy city, even though his cultivation was as high as the nascent soul stage. Now, he understood. It was too easy for a 5th level middle grade weapon refiner to make money. If Chen Daoxuan remembered correctly, there seemed to be only 2 5th level weapon refiners, Hu Yanxi and Yuan Shenzhen, in the entire Wangxinghe. In the entire Wangxinghe, there were quite a few 4th level weapon refiners who could refine magic tools for Jian and Zenren, but there were only 2 5th level weapon refiners. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan seemed to think of something and asked, "Since you are a 5th level weapon refiner, why did the Jiang family make such a big grudge against you?" Offending a 5th level weapon refiner is completely different from offending a nascent soul's engine. Compared with simple cultivators, the rich and handsome professions of weapon refiners and alchemists not only have much higher incomes, but also have much wider connections. For example, Yuan Shenzhen is not only a good friend of Huan Kai, but also can talk to top Zhenjin like the Lord of Zhenhe Palace. Other Yuanying cultivators, top Zhenjin like the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, may not necessarily look down on each other. Don't think that two people can have an equal dialogue just because they have the same cultivation. Just like when Fairy Kai Yao and Yang Lin Yuan were both Purple Mansion cultivators, could they have an equal dialogue? Not to mention the difference in their identities and backgrounds. The difference in strength alone is so great that it makes people despair. Although the gap between Yuan cultivators is not as exaggerated as that of Purple Mansion cultivators, after all, the Law Realm is a basic threshold for those who can reach the Yuan stage. Unlike the Purple Mansion stage, there are those who have not even reached the first level of the Dao realm, and there are those who have already entered the third or even fourth level of the Dao realm. The strength gap between Purple Mansion cultivators can be said to be the largest gap between different cultivation levels. Even so, the gap between top Zenjin and ordinary Yuan cultivators is also astonishingly large. It can even be said that when a top Zenjin meets an ordinary Yuan cultivator, he can kill the other party in seconds. With such a huge gap in strength, how can the two sides have an equal dialogue? The so-called equal status is based on equal strength. Even if one family is not strong, at least the other party has something that the other party can appreciate. Otherwise, why would the other party recognize you and be willing to sit down and talk with you? Yuan Zenjin can talk to the top Zenjin, relying on his top weapon refining level. Chen Daoxuan can be treated with courtesy by Yuan Daoxuan, and it is also because Yuan Zenjin sees his potential. In addition, Chen Daoxuan seems to have dirty tricks with the Jiang family, and the relationship between the two sides does not seem to be harmonious. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chen Daoxuan, the talented Chindan Zenren, is obviously a natural ally of Yuan Zenjin. Taizhou Jiang family, as a hegemonic family that dominates a state, can compete with Yuan Ziancheng, not just relying on the apparent strength of Yuan Ziancheng. There are also a large number of connections made by Yuan Zenjin. It is precisely because of these connections that the Jiang family has been unable to do anything with Yuan Ziancheng for so many years. In the hall, when Master Yuan heard this question, he put down the wine glass in his hand and said with a smile, because I was not a 5th rank weapon refiner at that time. Over the past 200 years, the Jiang family has found people to make peace with me, but I have never agreed. As he said that, Master Yuan took a sip of wine. Do you know why? Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Because I feel unhappy. True Lord Yuan put the wine glass on the table. I have practiced to this day and experienced so many hardships and obstacles. Is it just to survive? At this point, True Lord Yuan became a little excited. Back then, the Jiang family was powerful and forced me out of Taizhou. At that time, I was like a stray dog, and I was always in a state of panic in the joint pursuit of the Jiang family's Yuan True Lord. Later, when Yuan Immortal City was established, it was suppressed by the Jiang family with all its strength. If I hadn't accumulated some connections in my early years, this city would have been destroyed long ago. You say, can I let go of such a big hatred? Chen Daoxuan drank a glass of wine and said, how can I forget such an irreconcilable hatred? You are right. True Lord Yuan took a deep breath. The hatred between the Jiang family and me is irreconcilable. After a long while, Yuan Zenjin exhaled a breath of alcohol and said with a smile, speaking of peace talks, I really have someone here who wants to talk to you about peace. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately laughed and said, Dao Yuan, are you talking about the ancestor of the Ji family, Ji Changsheng? Haha, I can't hide it from Dao Chen, it's the ancestor Ji. As he said, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a smile in his eyes. The Ji family is willing to pay a considerable ransom to exchange for Ji Zuhu. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly curious. A considerable ransom? Yes. Yuan Zenjin stretched out 3 fingers. 30 billion spirit stones. Big deal. Chen Daoxuan nodded. 30 billion spirit stones, even for the Ji family, is a huge sum of money. It can be seen that the Ji family also paid a lot of money to exchange for Ji Zuhu. But then, Chen Daoxuan shook his head again. What a pity. Ji Zuhu has been killed by me. On the way here, I used the law of space to completely wipe out his flesh and golden elixir. Hearing that Ji Zuhu had been crushed to ashes by Chen Daoxuan, Yuan Zenjin was stunned at first, and then laughed. Aren't you afraid that Ji Laozu will cause trouble for you? You know, Ji Laozu's strength is not weak among the Yuan cultivators. Dao Yuan was alone at that time, facing the pursuit of 3 Yuan Zenjins who were more powerful than you. Not only was he not afraid, but he also established a fairy city at the door of the other party's house. Why should I, Chen Daoxuan, be afraid of Ji Changsheng? Hearing these powerful words, Yuan Chen's engine immediately drank a glass of wine and then smashed the glass. It's great. Chen Daoxuan also smiled and raised his head to drink a glass of wine. Yuan Chen's engine shook his head. It's a pity that I can't be a peacemaker. Since engine can't be a peacemaker, how about we talk about new cooperation? Oh. Hearing the cooperation from Chen Daoxuan, Yuan Chen's engine immediately became interested. In his mind, the thing he wanted to cooperate with Chen Daoxuan the most was that after Chen Daoxuan broke through the nascent soul stage in the future, the two sides would form an alliance and jointly fight against the Taizhou Jiang family. In Yuan Chen's engine's opinion, with Chen Daoxuan's talent, once he broke through to the nascent soul stage, it was hard to say whether he could become a top engine in the future, but his strength was definitely much stronger than that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Such a top genius who had a grudge against the Jiang family, with Yuan Chen's engine's personality, must be invested early. Seeing Yuan Chen's engine's interested eyes, Chen Daoxuan told him everything, and slowly told him about the cooperation between the two sides. Are you talking about selling your Chen family's magic tools and elixirs to my Yuan Chen's Ian Cheng? Hearing this cooperation, to be honest, Yuan Chen's engine felt a little disappointed. The cooperation he had in mind was much deeper than this. In his opinion, although the Chen family was a new giant family in Kangzhou, it had a shallow foundation after all. Even if they sold magic tools and elixirs, how much could they provide? But with the amount of magic tools and elixirs that Chen Daoxuan gave, Yuan Chen's engine was stunned. Si estas escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 311, Dividing the Sea. Boom. A spiritual boat broke through the air and headed quickly towards Kangzhou. In the main cabin of the Marling, Chen Daoxuan sat on the chair. Beside him, a beautiful woman stood behind him, gently rubbing his eyebrows. Chen Daoxuan closed his eyes to rest, and suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the cabin door. The next moment, the cabin door opened, and a group of people walked in. The leader was Chen Daolian, and behind her followed a group of Chen Jiafu's descendants. Chen Furong followed behind Chen Daolian, and the expression on his face was like an eggplant hit by frost. Violating the clan order, privately seeking cooperation with Yuan Chen Immortal City, and being caught on the spot by the young clan leader. According to the clan rules, the first offender Chen Furong should be executed, and the accomplices should be imprisoned in the family's Thunder prison for at least 10 years, to serve as a warning to others. Plop, plop. Chen Furong and others knelt on the ground as soon as they entered the main cabin. Chen Furong, the sinner, pays respect to the young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan looked calm as he looked at the Fu clan members kneeling on the ground. But those who knew him knew that the calmer the expression on Chen Daoxuan's face, the more terrifying the anger hidden in his heart. The last time Chen Daoxuan was so angry was when he set a trap to kill a key refining family. Although the opponent he encountered was very weak, the Chen family was also very weak. At that time, only Chen Daoxuan and Chen Ziyan were struggling to support the Chen family. A little wave could make this promising family disappear into ashes. But when he encountered the enemy's covetousness, Chen Daoxuan did not show any anger, but used thundering means to directly kill all the elite of the enemy clan. This cruelty was completely different from the reputation of Chen Daoxuan in Kangzhou for being generous to his fellow Taoists. Chen Furong, do you know your crime? Chen Furong's face turned pale, and he lowered his head and said, Furong knows his crime. Heh. Chen Daoxuan chuckled. You look like you are not convinced. Young patriarch, Furong knows that he has violated the clan rules and should be executed, but I'm here for the family, please understand. For the family? Chen Daoxuan tapped the armrest of the chair lightly. Do you dare to say that you have no selfish motives? The 7th industrial zone you are in charge of is about to face a shutdown situation. As the person in charge of the 7th industrial zone, your achievements among all the industrial zone leaders in the clan are the lowest. Now, you still dare to say that you are doing this for the family? Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat fell along Chen Fureng's temples. Fureng is guilty. He buried his head deeply in the ground, not daring to make another excuse. Seeing that he stopped talking, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and suppressed him with a space cage. As a senior member of the clan, Chen Fureng's crimes were also very representative. Chen Daoxuan planned to set an example in front of the clan members. He wanted to tell all the Chen clan members that the clan order was above everything else. Whether the Chen clan members understood or not, they must unswervingly execute the orders of the family. Chen Daoxuan watched Chen Fureng being suppressed by the young clan leader without saying a word. As the acting clan leader, Chen Daoxuan knew that people like Chen Fureng seemed to be considering the family, but in fact they were doing it for their own future. For his own future, Chen Fureng could even ignore the family order. Chen Daoxuan encountered many such people when she was in charge of the family. After all, Chen Daoxuan was not Chen Daoxuan. She did not have Chen Daoxuan's strength that was the best in the clan, and she did not have Chen Daoxuan's unparalleled prestige. Although she had the support of Chen Daoxuan behind her, Chen Daoxuan had not been in the clan for many years and ignored clan affairs, so the support he could give her was very limited. Chen Daoxuan relied more on her own skills to tame the arrogant and fierce generals in the clan. The difficulty was not worth telling to outsiders. Chen Daoxuan had encountered many clan members like Chen Fureng who disobeyed her orders in public and secretly during her years in charge of the clan. But these people were either extremely talented or as strong as her, and Chen Daoxuan really had no good way to deal with them. Chen Daoxuan knew that what the young clan leader did today, in addition to letting the clan members know that the clan order could not be violated, was also to establish the authority of her as the acting clan leader. So, Chen Fureng was dead. As for you, Chen Daoxuan's eyes pressed towards the other Fu generation monks. Each of you go to the Thunder Prison to receive 10 years of punishment. Thank you, young clan leader. The tense expressions of the crowd were immediately relieved. The Fu generation monks present were all Chen clan monks with a lifespan of 500 years and high positions. No one wanted to die. Chen Daoxuan's decision on punishment naturally made everyone feel relieved. Okay, let's leave it at that. Go out. Yes, young clan leader. Watching everyone leave, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan and said with a smile, I haven't been in the clan for these years. It's not easy to manage these little guys, right? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly had 1,000 words in his heart that he wanted to confide, but seeing Luo Li standing behind Chen Daoxuan, the words he confided finally became, not bad. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Managing a family is like this. As a clan leader, you must not only have extraordinary strength, but also have enough skills. Some people dare not disobey your orders on the surface, but they can work without putting in effort. If one person does this, it's not a big deal. If everyone does this, the family will be in danger. Daoxuan, I will teach you. Chen Daoxuan bowed. However, as long as I'm here, no one in the family dares to make any unusual moves. You can do it boldly. Yeah. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan was slightly moved. By the way, can our Guanhei Fairy City meet the cooperation conditions signed with Yuanshan Fairy City? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately became energetic. During the 5 years, when Chen Daoxuan was in seclusion and broke through the golden elixir stage, Chen Daoxuan's greatest achievement was to initially build Guanhei Xiancheng into an industrial city. The establishment of 9 industrial zones has allowed Guanhei Xiancheng to explode with unparalleled productivity. Chen Daoxuan is confident that the full-powered Guanhei Xiancheng can fully supply the markets for elixirs, magic tools, and talismans in Kangshao and Yuanshan Xiancheng. Not only that, the special environment of Yuanshan Xiancheng can also provide Guanhei Xiancheng with sufficient industrial raw materials. With the raw material market and sales market all solved, Chen Daoxuan believes that the development speed of Guanhei Xiancheng will surely shock the world. Seeing the confidence on Chen Daoxuan's pretty face, Chen Daoxuan smiled and reminded, the annual transaction volume of more than 300 billion spirit stones is no joke. Young clan leader, don't worry. Chen Daoxuan was full of confidence. You have not been in the clan for these years, and you don't know the changes in Guanhei Fairy City at all. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Okay, when this trip is over, I must take a good look at your achievements over the years. Yeah. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. The next few days, the Marlon continued to fly. Although the Marlon was extremely fast, it still took several days to rush back to Xuanhu Island from Yuanshan Fairy City. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Daoxuan sorted out the changes in the breakthrough of the Jiandan period. This time, Chen Daoxuan had not had time to consolidate his cultivation before he encountered the family's request for help. This time, the cooperation with Yuanshan Fairy City solved the family's biggest problem, and Chen Daoxuan finally had time to carefully experience the changes after the formation of the elixir. But before that, Chen Daoxuan first looked at a new technique that appeared in the Sea of Consciousness. When he was selecting treasures in the inheritance trial space, the Sea of Divine Light he practiced had a faint resonance with the Star Sword Dao diagram. This is why he chose the Star Sword Dao diagram. Sure enough, after his cultivation broke through to the golden core stage, a brand new technique appeared in his Sea of Consciousness. And this technique is the follow-up method of the Sea of Divine Light. This technique is called Sea Division Chapter. The original name of the soul-fixing Divine Light is not this. Its original name is Sea of Divine Light Chapter. Sea of Divine Light Chapter. Sea Division Chapter. Chen Daoxuan looked at the names of these two techniques, and his doubts became deeper and deeper. Because from the names of these two techniques, he could see that this method must have a follow-up. Perhaps this follow-up method can only be obtained when my cultivation is higher or I have completely passed the inheritance trial. Chen Daoxuan said secretly. Chapter 312. War begins. Chen Daoxuan studied the second chapter of the technique carefully. As he carefully examined it, Chen Daoxuan discovered that the second chapter of the technique was completely based on the first chapter of the Divine Sea. If the main content of the Divine Sea chapter was to open up the Divine Light Sea, the content of the second chapter of the technique was about how to use the opened up Divine Light Sea. Stimulating a beam of light from the vast Divine Light Sea to fix a person's soul was only the most superficial application of the Divine Sea chapter. In fact, no one among the formal disciples of this unknown force in the upper realm would use the Divine Light Sea that he had worked so hard to open up in such a superficial way like Chen Daoxuan. Sure enough, Chen Daoxuan kept flipping through the contents of the Dividing the Sea chapter, and the joy on his face became more and more intense. I said that the Sea of Divine Light that was opened up with so much effort would not only have the two functions of expanding divine consciousness and stimulating a soul-fixing divine light. The Sea of Divine Light only talks about how to open up the Sea of Divine Light, but there is no word on how to use this Sea of Divine Light. It turns out that it is not that there is no method of use, but it is recorded in the second chapter Sea Division. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and the excitement in his eyes could not be suppressed. As the second method that the golden scripture actively transmitted to him, Chen Daoxuan had long suspected that the level of this soul-fixing divine light was too low compared to the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. It turned out that it was not that the level of the soul-fixing divine light was low, but that it was incomplete. Even now, Chen Daoxuan obtained the second method, and this method was still not complete. Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that, if he wanted to obtain the complete method, he might have to become a formal disciple of this unknown force in the upper realm. He continued to study Sea Division. 3 days later, in the main cabin, Chen Daoxuan withdrew from the state of enlightenment. After 3 days of enlightenment, he finally finished comprehending the second chapter of the practice, Sea Division. In short, the second chapter of the practice mainly talks about dividing the sea of divine light that fills the entire sea of consciousness into small seas of divine light. The purpose of dividing it is to divide the mind. When Chen Daoxuan was in the early stage of key refining, he could only control one flying sword. After reaching the middle stage of key refining, he could control 2 flying swords. It seems that this is the method of dividing the mind, but it is not. At the beginning, Chen Daoxuan changed from controlling 1 flying sword to being able to control 2 flying swords at the same time. First, it was the change brought about by the improvement of cultivation and the growth of true ki. Second, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness was enhanced, allowing him to easily do 2 things at the same time. But doing two things at the same time is actually not a big skill. Ordinary people can often do two things at the same time after hard training. The practice of C division that he comprehended is naturally not a simple 2-point or multi-point. To be precise, the ultimate goal of this technique is to allow the cultivator to split his consciousness into independent and unified existences. In terms of personality, these independent consciousnesses or awarenesses all belong to Chen Daoxuan. But when operating the laws, they cannot interfere with each other and operate different laws. That's right. Whether it is the Sea of Gods or the Sea of Division, they are ultimately for the purpose of exerting the power of the law. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the three-headed six-armed magical power that the Taoist in white taught him in the inheritance trial space. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a while and immediately displayed the three-headed six-armed in the main cabin. As the three heads grew out, Chen Daoxuan suddenly felt that his consciousness was instantly divided into three. Although each consciousness clearly knew what the other was thinking, they were independent existences. But they belonged to Chen Daoxuan as a whole. It sounds like this statement is somewhat similar to schizophrenia in the previous life, but it is completely different. This is a state of practice that practitioners dream of. According to legend, some powerful monks in the upper realm can split their thoughts into thousands and send them to the endless immortal realm for reincarnation, to experience all kinds of hardships in the human world in order to temper their Tao heart. This method of splitting thoughts is similar to the C division chapter. This method is different from the clone. Chen Daoxuan's clone is cut by cutting the soul and shaping the body. Cutting the soul should not be tried lightly, whether for powerful monks or low-level monks, because once the clone falls, it seems that it has no effect on the original body, but in fact, the original body's soul will permanently lack a trace of true spirit and true nature. The missing trace of true spirit and true nature may not have the slightest effect on the original body's cultivation and lifespan, but it will affect the original body's attainment of Taoism and immortality in the future. For a monk to attain Taoism and become an immortal, the soul must be transformed into pure yang. And if you want the soul to transform into the pure yang realm, you must first have the true spirit and true nature and the soul intact. At that time, the seemingly insignificant clone will become particularly important. Of course, for the cultivators in this world, becoming an immortal is illusory, and the clone is naturally equivalent to giving the original body an extra life. So few people take it to heart. Even Chen Daoxuan is not clear about this. The Sea of Divine Light is different. Although this sea exists in the Sea of Consciousness, it is neither divine consciousness nor mana, but an extremely special existence. It is divided into a series of mind clones, and even if it is damaged, it will not hurt the original body at all. At worst, he can practice again and replenish the Sea of Divine Light. Of course, Chen Daoxuan's current cultivation is still a long way from being able to turn the divided Sea of Divine Light into a mind clone. However, there is no problem at all to let the divided minds control different laws of the Great Dao. Since Chen Daoxuan's spatial laws and Silk Rain Sword intentions were integrated into the Star Sword Dao diagram, and his two natal flying swords were also integrated into the diagram, Chen Daoxuan found that he could only use one flying sword at a time. It is not impossible to use the Chengiying sword forcibly while using the Fixu sword, but it can only be an ordinary magic weapon. The sword law that merges with it will completely dissipate under the repulsion of another sword law. The repulsion of the law of the Great Way is extremely strong. Even different branches of the same law are extremely repulsive. It can be seen from this that the powerful cultivator holding a giant axe that Chen Daoxuan saw in the true immortal source realm was able to make the 5-element law entangled with the space law. How incredible it is. And practicing C division chapter can completely eliminate this repulsion. Because after the cultivator practiced C division chapter, the mind was divided, just like a different individual. How can there be repulsion when each of them is performing the law? In fact, the 3 heads and 6 arms also have this effect, but the 3 heads and 6 arms can only achieve 3 minds, and can perform at most 3 different sword laws at the same time. Compared with the infinite possibilities of C division chapter, the gap is too big. Just when Chen Daoxuan was in a good mood, and was ready to continue to comprehend and practice the C division chapter technique, dong, 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 a melodious bell sounded, pulling him back to reality. The bell rang 9 times in total. Generally, the bell would only ring 9 times in the most urgent situations. Chen Daoxuan immediately sent his spiritual sense out of the Marling. Then, he walked out of the main cabin. Chen Daoxuan looked at Xuanhu Island, which had undergone earth-shaking changes after 5 years of absence, and was filled with emotion. Under the cover of his spiritual sense, Chen Daoxuan found that towns had sprung up on Xuanhu Island. There were villages surrounding the towns, and the official roads that extended in all directions connected the entire Xuanhu Island. He even saw a large number of cloud-stepping beast carts on the vast official roads. If I remember correctly, when he went to Guanghan Prefecture Xiancheng with Chen Xian, he saw that the most common vehicle for cultivators was this kind of cloud-stepping beast cart. For the Chen family members today, this cloud-stepping beast cart is no longer a rare thing. Not to mention the cultivators, this gentle cloud-stepping beast officially replaced horses 3 years ago and became a common public transportation tool for ordinary people. This is just the change in the lives of ordinary people. Compared with ordinary people, the changes of Chen family cultivators are greater. The family's economic strength is strong, and its strength is getting stronger and stronger, making many Chen family cultivators who go out more arrogant and domineering than the Zhao family's children at the beginning. Due to the strategy of keeping a low profile set by Chen Daoxuan for the family, the outside world has never known much about the Kangzhou Chen family. The reason why everyone has heard of this family is more because of Chen Daoxuan's face. If there is no Chen Daoxuan, how many people outside Kangzhou would know about this small family of Kangzhou Chen family? Yuan Chen Zhenjian received the Chen family with the highest standards, and it was not just Chen Daoxuan's face. Although Chen Daoxuan repeatedly wanted to weaken his reputation in Kangzhou, he didn't expect that Chen Daoxuan is now not only famous in Kangzhou, but also a topic figure in the entire Wangxinghe. After all, Chen Daoxuan's record along the way is so fierce that outsiders can't help but pay attention. On the deck of the Molling, Chen Daoxuan's escape light flashed, and he took the lead and flew towards the meeting hall. In front of the meeting hall of the Chen family, one after another, the escape lights stopped. All of them were the senior members of the Chen family. Among these cultivators, there was a new face. This person had red hair and red beard. Seeing this person, Chen Daoxuan was slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, "Friend Zhang, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are well." This red-haired Taoist was none other than Zhang Yu, the person in charge of Qianan Hall stationed in Guanghan Prefecture Xiancheng. When Zhang Yu saw Chen Daoxuan, he smiled at first, then remembered something, and bowed his hands and said, "Zhang Yu greets Master Chen." As he said that, he bowed to Chen Daoxuan. "Friend Zhang, you are too polite." Chen Daoxuan walked up quickly, slightly helped Zhang Yu up, and smiled. "You and I are old friends, so we can talk about friendship as equals." Hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It is widely rumored that you suppressed the blood slaughter Master Jizuhu in a blink of an eye, and that your strength is probably comparable to that of the god of the past. I didn't expect that you, Dao Chen, are still as humble and polite as before. If you praise me again, I will be ashamed." Haha. The two of them laughed and joked, and the unfamiliarity and estrangement disappeared immediately. After all, the two of them had participated in the war to pacify the corpse-tiding Kangzhou together, and their friendship was extraordinary. It is said that the friendship forged on the battlefield is the most reliable, and this is true. The Chen family and the Zhao family love and hate each other, but Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei appreciate each other. In addition to admiring each other's talents and character, there is another important reason, that is, the two had a life and death friendship. Therefore, even though the strength of the Chen family far exceeds that of the Zhao family, Chen Daoxuan did not show an aggressive attitude. As he said this, Chen Daoxuan put away his smile and said seriously, "Brother Zhang, you are here because Carnean Sword Sect is preparing to recapture Zenon Pass." Hearing this, Zhang Yu nodded seriously. "That's right." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart trembled slightly. Sure enough, in these years, not only Chen Daoxuan broke through to the Jiandan stage, but also Fairy Kaiyao, who was one step away from the Jiandan stage in the true immortal source realm, broke through to the Jiandan stage before him. According to Fairy Kaiyao, the day she broke through to the Jinden stage was the day she led the Kangzhou cultivators to recapture Zenon Pass. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know why the date for recapture Zenon Pass was postponed for a few years, it was finally here. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's breathing became a little faster. Recapture Zenon Pass. This can be said to be the wish of every cultivator in Kangzhou. Kangzhou cultivators have not lived a satisfactory life in recent years. A large part of the reason is that Zenon Pass was lost, resulting in the resource supply of Kangzhou cultivators being much worse than that of other states. Chen Daoxuan was so excited, not because he really wanted to recapture Zenon Pass, but after so long, he finally had the opportunity to go to Xianyantao to find out. According to legend, Xianyantao is extremely vast. This world is not like the previous life, where there are several continents. In this world, there is only one Xianyantao, which is Xianyan. The rest of the places are either sea areas or islands. In fact, the place where the Carnean Sword sect is located, in the previous life, is estimated to be larger than all the continents combined. But in this world, such areas can only be called islands. After all, for high-level cultivators, a place that can be circled in just a few incense sticks, what else can it be called, if not an island? In this world, only the vast continent of Xianyan can be called a continent. Sects like Zhuanyang sect, Qinghui Taoist sect, Qianji Hall, etc., are considered to be the leading forces in the land near Wangxing Sea. But looking at the entire Xianyantao, it is nothing. In Xianyantao, the sects and families that can be called first-class forces have a Yuan Shandaogen sitting in charge, which is the minimum. However, no matter whether it is Carnean Sword sect or Zuan Qingdao League, there is no Yuan Shandaogen. Although Carnean Sword sect is the king of Wangxing, it can only be regarded as a second-rate force in the entire Xianyantao. The combined strength of the two Zuan Qingdao leagues is stronger than that of Carnean Sword sect, but it is still second-rate. As for the nearby Qianji Palace and other sects, it is basically the same. Soon, the news that Carnean Sword sect recaptured Zenon Pass spread among the high-level cultivators in Kangzhou. Carnean Sword sect had no intention of keeping it secret. In the years of competing with Zuan Qingdao League, the two sides had already infiltrated each other. A war of this level, such as the recapture of Zenon Pass, involves resources and cultivators. The scale is so huge. How can Carnean Sword sect hide it, if it wants to? Instead of timidly launching a sneak attack, it is better to put all the strength of Kangzhou on the line, and take back Zenon Pass in an upright manner. At least in the eyes of the high-level cultivators in Kangzhou, this is what Carnean Sword sect is thinking. 3 days later, in the sky, spirit boats covered the sky and blocked out the sun. One spirit boat after another, carrying the elite cultivators of various immortal clans and Kangzhou's independent cultivators, flew towards Carnean Sword sect. Chapter 313 Jiangsu Peak. Carnean Sword sect. In the sky, countless spirit boats gathered towards the island, where the Carnean Sword sect was located. At this moment, the Carnean Sword sect's protective formation had already been opened to welcome the arrival of Kangzhou monks. On the morning, Chen Daoxuan stood on the deck of the spirit boat, and his spiritual sense slightly swept over the spirit boats, checking the Kangzhou monks who came this time. After a brief inspection, he found that most of the monks present were the leaders of the major immortal clans. Chen family, Zhao family, Wu family, Zhang family. In addition to the major immortal clans, the scattered cultivators also gathered together under the gathering of the Purple Mansion scattered cultivators. It must be said that the last trip to the true immortal source realm has added a lot of Purple Mansion scattered cultivators to Kangzhou. After breaking through the Purple Mansion period, these scattered cultivators are unwilling to be a helpless scattered cultivator, but want to fight for a future in the battlefield of Chuan State, not to mention establishing a top Kangzhou clan like the Chen family and the Zhao family. Even if you build a lesser family and become the ancestor of a clan, it will not be in vain. With this idea in mind, the Kangzhou Purple Mansion cultivators were particularly active in recovering Zenon Pass. Because once Zenon Pass was successfully recovered, Carnean Sword sect would not hesitate to reward them. By then, everyone's idea of establishing a family of immortals and claiming to be the ancestor would be realized. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness quickly passed over the spiritual boats. With a stronger consciousness than that of ordinary Chinen cultivators, no one noticed his secret investigation. After a long time, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness stopped on a spiritual boat. On a Lingsu warship of the Zhao family, Zhao Mubei was meditating with his eyes closed in the cabin. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. Who? Zhao Mubei's eyes were like lightning, and the flying sword flew out of the storage bag in an instant. He looked around vigilantly and said in a deep voice, "I don't know which senior is here. Please show up. This place is already the headquarters of Cunning sword sect." Zhao Mubei doesn't believe that any cultivator dares to be so bold and dare to cause trouble here. "Brother Zhao." A familiar voice sounded in the sea of consciousness. Hearing this voice, Zhao Mubei immediately put down his guard and silently put the flying sword back into the storage bag. After a while, he sighed and bowed, saying, "Brother Chen." As soon as the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Mubei. It was Chen Daoxuan. Seeing Chen Daoxuan suddenly appear in front of him, Zhao Mubei's face could not help but change slightly. He knew very well what this scene meant. Teleport. After the spatial sword intent reaches the realm of law, the first thing to master is the space cage. After mastering the space cage, if the space law of the cultivator can continue to improve, he can master space transmission. This is the second change of the space law. After reaching the realm of law, there are 3 changes in the space law: space cage, space transmission, and space strangulation. These 3 abilities are just 3 changes in the space law, and there is no difference in high and low. But generally speaking, if a cultivator can perform space transmission, it means that his Dao realm has reached the middle stage of the law realm. But how long has it been? Zhao Mubei looked a little dazed. Normally, isn't it true that the higher the Dao realm of a cultivator, the slower the progress? Why did Chen Daoxuan's progress in the realm of the Great Dao not only not slow down, but also accelerate? Zhao Mubei was very puzzled. The main cabin of the Lingsu warship, where he was located, was guarded by a 4th order formation. Even so, Chen Daoxuan easily bypassed the defense formation and teleported in front of him. It can be seen how big the gap in strength between the two of them is now. Thinking about the Zhao family's delusion of competing with the Chen family for the position of the first family in Kangshao before, it is ridiculous now. Chen Daoxuan alone can easily destroy the entire Guanghan prefecture Zhao family. Seeing the expression on Zhao Mubei's face change from shock to silence, Chen Daoxuan sat down casually on the chair in front of him and said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, why are you looking at me like that? Have you forgotten what I look like after not seeing you for a few years?" Hearing Chen Daoxuan's relaxed tone, Zhao Mubei slowly relaxed and said with a smile, "Yes, after not seeing you for 5 years, I really don't recognize you when I see you again, Brother Chen." He paused. "Although I feel relieved that you killed Jizuhu, it is still a bit troublesome after all." Chen Daoxuan shook his head. "No problem. This time I will be summoned to recover Zenon Pass, and the Ji family will not dare to attack my Chen family." Zhao Mubei understood the implication of Chen Daoxuan's words. The Chen family was summoned by Cunning sword sect to recover Zenon Pass. At this juncture, whether the Ji family directly destroyed the Chen family or used other means to secretly destroy the Chen family, it would be a slap in the face of Cunning sword sect. If the Ji family really dared to do such a thing, they would definitely be wiped out by Cunning sword sect, just like the Qi family in Yuzhou back then. Recovering Zenon Pass is the will of Cunning sword sect. Any behavior that drags its feet at this juncture will be violently suppressed by Cunning sword sect. Therefore, Chen Daoxuan believes that Patriarch Ji will not joke about the survival of the entire family for a mere Jizuhu. Zhao Mubei nodded. During the recovery of Zenon Pass, the Ji family did not dare to cause trouble to the Chen family, but how many years or more than 10 years will it take to recover Zenon Pass? Regardless of victory or defeat, this war must be fought. By then, where will your Chen family go? Brother Zhao, 5 years ago, I was just a purple mansion cultivator. How do you know that in a few years or even more than 10 years, it will be the Ji family that will cause trouble to my Chen family, not the other way around? This Zhao Mubei looked at Chen Daoxuan's confident face and was somewhat speechless. Indeed, what Zhao Mubei considered was that the Chen family could not resist the Ji family, but the Chen family had Chen Daoxuan, the demon-level patriarch. It was hard to say who would be afraid of whom at that time. Thinking of this, Zhao Mubei smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chen, I worry too much." Chen Daoxuan shook his head and said, "I know, Brother Zhao also means well." For a while, the two were silent again. For a long time, Zhao Mubei sighed again and said, "Brother Chen, I know the purpose of your visit to me. I can only promise you that, if your Chen family blocks the offensive of the Ji family after this battle, my Zhao family will only follow the lead of the Chen family in the future." "Okay." Brother Zhao is quick to speak, so it's a deal. "It's a deal." Zhao Mubei nodded. After that, Chen Daoxuan's figure disappeared in front of him in an instant, leaving only a few ripples in the space. Looking at the place where Chen Daoxuan disappeared, Zhao Mubei was absent-minded. Zhao Mubei knew that Chen Daoxuan showed this skill in front of him just to demonstrate. But in general, this means of demonstration is gentle enough. There is no shouting and killing, no open knives and hidden guns. Just use space teleportation, appear and disappear in front of him, and the Zhao family will have to surrender to the Chen family and recognize the other party's status as the first family in Kangshao. Once the Zhao family surrenders, the Chen family will be the absolute overlord in Kangshao. No family can compete with the Chen family, just like the Jiang family in Taizhao and the Ji family in Jingzhao. Returning to the main cabin of the Marling, Chen Daoxuan had a smile on his face. On the side, Eluoli, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, looked at him curiously and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. Although he didn't know what happened, seeing the smile on Chen Daoxuan's face, Eluoli knew that something worth being happy must have happened again, so a smile appeared on her pretty face. Seeing the smile on Eluoli's beautiful face, Chen Daoxuan felt that the main cabin had become brighter. "How is your water sword practice going?" Hearing her lover asking about her progress in practice, Eluoli's pretty face was suddenly filled with joy. She waved her snow-white fist and said happily, "My husband, your preaching is so effective. I feel that my enlightenment is many times better than before. This feeling is just like using enlightenment tea every now and then." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. "The practice I practice can help myself and others store enlightenment, which is indeed very similar to the effect of enlightenment tea. No wonder my husband's practice speed is so fast." Eluoli was even happier to see Chen Daoxuan share this secret with her. But Eluoli didn't know that storing enlightenment is only the most basic ability of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. Chen Daoxuan has been practicing the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra for a long time, and he has more than just the ability to store enlightenment. Otherwise, his Dao realm would not be able to improve so quickly. Enlightenment, preaching, and derivation. In addition to the more mysterious golden scriptures, as well as the Stardust Sword Dao diagram, and unknown practice he just obtained from the Wangxinghe inheritance trial space. These things, plus the opportunities of the true immortal origin realm, have made him what he is now. If any of these opportunities were missing, Chen Daoxuan's strength would not be as terrifying as it is now. In just less than 50 years, his strength is comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, not to mention that it is unheard of in Wangxinghe. I'm afraid that in the history of the entire Xianan continent, there has never been such a monster. While the two were talking, the Marlin had passed through the space barrier set up by the Carnean Sword sect outside the sect, and entered the interior of the Carnean Sword sect. Feeling the sudden increase in spiritual energy, Chen Daoxuan paused and then smiled. "My lady, we are here." "Ah." Eluoli's heart tightened when she heard that the two had arrived at the Carnean Sword sect. After all, for many races in Wangxinghe, the reputation of the Zhenhe Palace is too great. And as the sect behind the Zhenhe Palace, how terrifying the Carnean Sword sect should be. However, for Chen Daoxuan, although the Carnean Sword sect is still a behemoth, it is no longer so unattainable. Whether it was because his own strength had been improved to the point where it was comparable to that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, or because he had seen a wider world in the Wangxinghe inheritance trial, His vision was no longer limited to a small Carnean sword sect and Wang Xinghe. Chen Daoxuan knew that, if he could obtain the inheritance of Wang Xinghe, and become a formal disciple of an unknown force in the upper realm, it would be a real step to heaven. By then, a sect force like Carnean Sword Sect, which was only considered second-rate in Xianyantao, might not be taken seriously by him at all. Not to mention the Jiang family and Ji family, which seemed to be much more powerful than the Chen family. When all the spirit boats in Kangshao flew into the sect, the space barrier outside the Carnean Sword Sect slowly merged, until it disappeared completely. Chen Daoxuan led the Chen family cultivators to get off the Marling. Just now on the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan saw the heroic Fairy Kaiyao, who was wearing a high-level spirit armor. The recovery of Zenon Pass was led by Fairy Kaiyao. As for why Fairy Kaiyao took the lead, this involved the power change within Carnean Sword Sect. Chen Daoxuan was neither interested nor qualified to know. Fairy Kaiyao stood in the air, looked at the Kangshao monks on the field, and said, "Everyone, I am." After introducing herself and boosting morale, the Kangshao monks who came under the arrangement of the outer disciples of Carnean Sword Sect lived in a temporary military camp. All the monks who came from Kangshao this time added up to nearly 1 million. In addition to the forces dispatched by Carnean Sword Sect itself, there were a total of 1.5 million monks. It is impossible for so many people to rush to the fairy city of Zenon Pass without reorganization. That is not called retaking Zenon Pass, that is called seeking death. Chen Daoxuan had commanded a monk army before, and he knew that there must be some work to be done to reorganize the army next. Unlike mortal armies, the reorganization speed of the monk army is much faster. But no matter how fast the reorganization speed is, it will take at least several months. After waiting for so many years, neither the Kangshao monks nor the Carnean Sword Sect care about these few months. The reorganization of the Kangshao monks and the Carnean Sword Sect monks is led by the Commander-in-Chief, Fairy Kaiyao. In fact, with Chen Daoxuan's strength, it is more appropriate for him to lead this war. After all, the strength he has shown is definitely stronger than Fairy Kaiyao, who has just broken through the Jiandan stage. It's just that Fairy Kaiyao led the recovery of Zenon Pass. In addition to recovering Zenon Pass itself, it also has the political purpose of gaining seniority. Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Kaiyao have some friendship, so why bother to do this offending thing? It seems to be to repay Chen Daoxuan. When Fairy Kaiyao reorganized the Kangshao monks, she deliberately allocated all the monks of the Chen family and the monks of the Chen family's vassal families to Chen Daoxuan to lead. As one of the few Jiandan monks in this monk army, Chen Daoxuan naturally has the right to lead an army. And because of Chen Daoxuan's amazing strength, he led a large number of troops, as many as 300,000, reaching 1/5 of the total number of troops. After handing over the army he led to Chen Fuxian for reorganization, Chen Daoxuan fell into idleness again. After all, compared with Chen Fuxian, who has been in charge of the Chen family's military for many years, Chen Daoxuan's experience in managing the army is really not as good as the other party. It is Chen Daoxuan's policy to manage the family, to leave professional matters to professionals, and this time is no exception. Of course, he doesn't need to worry about reorganizing the army, but Chen Daoxuan is not really doing nothing. Chen Daoxuan also has another purpose for coming to Carnean Sword Sect this time, that is, to find the master of Zhenhe Hall, because he has something to ask the other party for help. Carnean Sword Sect. Next to Chen Daoxuan, there was a disciple of the inner sect of Zifu, and the two were flying towards the inner mountain of Carnean Sword Sect. Senior Chen, the dojo of Master Qin is in front. Is it that fairy mountain? Chen Daoxuan pointed to a fairy mountain that was looming in front and asked. Following the direction of Chen Daoxuan's finger, the inner disciple of Zifu shook his head and said, "It's not that one. That's Xiangsu Peak, the dojo of Palace Master Qin, next to Xiangsu Peak." Xiangsu Peak. Chen Daoxuan kept repeating the name, and it sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered where he had heard the name, and turned around to ask, "Is Xiangsu Peak the dojo of Palace Master Huan?" Chapter 314 Tai Divine Water. Carnean Sword Sect. In a magnificent fairy palace. A beam of light flew towards the fairy palace. When the light fell, a young monk stood in front of the palace and walked into the fairy palace. At the entrance of the fairy palace, a black figure walked out of the fairy palace. Palace Master Sunday. Kinzen saw the middle-aged monk in black Taoist robes coming towards him, narrowed his eyes slightly, and greeted him. The black-robed monk nodded to Kinzan and said in a hoarse voice, "Palace Master Kin." Kinzen bowed slightly to the other party and took the initiative to make way. The black-robed monk smiled slightly, drove the light, and left the fairy palace. "Come in." Watching the black-robed monk leave, Kinzan heard the voice of the leader of Carnean Sword Sect, Fei Chengsu. Hearing this, Kinzan walked into the fairy palace confidently, and what he saw was a quiet fairy in a plain white Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged in front of the incense burner. Kinzan walked to the cushion in front of Fei Chengsu with ease and sat down, picked up a spiritual fruit on the table, and chewed it. "Well, this blood evil fruit tastes good. I'm just refining my body recently. Give them all to me," Kinzan said, and in front of Fei Chengsu, he put all the blood evil fruits on the plate into the storage ring. After packing the spoils, Kinzan showed a satisfied expression. Then he remembered something and looked up at Fei Chengsu and said, "I just saw the master of the Shadow Hall. Why is this old man here?" Seeing Kinzan's unfocused look, Fei Chengsu couldn't help but shake her head slightly. "Master Sun came here for the matter of Tei Divine Water." Hearing about Tei Divine Water, Kinzan's face suddenly became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Tei Divine Water of King Lui Taoist Sect?" "Yes." Fei Chengsu nodded. Hearing this, Kinzan's mood became heavier. Xiangsu Mountain is the dojo of Hu Yanxi, the master of the refining hall of Carnean Sword Sect. It is very different from the dojo style of other Yuanian cultivators. As soon as he approached Xiangsu Mountain, even though there was a defensive formation between them, Chen Daoxuan could feel the surging heat emanating from this fairy mountain through the space barrier. "Senior Chen, this is the dojo of Hall Master Huan." The inner disciple of the Purple Mansion who led Chen Daoxuan said with a strange expression, "It's just that Hall Master Huan never sees outsiders, so." Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I already know the dojo of Hall Master Kin. I will go there myself later. You can go back now. Then I'll take my leave." The inner disciple of the Purple Mansion bowed and turned into a light, leaving quickly. Chen Daoxuan looked at the defensive formation in front of him and took out a black token from his storage bag. This token was given to him by the master of the refining hall, Huan Kai, when he came to Carnean Sword Sect last time. As soon as Chen Daoxuan took out the black token, a fiery red spiritual light shot out from the black token and flew towards Lingsu Mountain. Chen Daoxuan knew that this must have triggered the restriction on the token, so he waited patiently. After about half an incense stick of time, a sturdy man with bare arms opened the Lingsu Mountain's defense formation and walked out of the formation. "Dao Chen, my master ordered me to invite you in." As he said that, the sturdy man bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly returned the greeting, saying respectfully, "Thank you, Dao." The sturdy man nodded, "Please, please." After that, Chen Daoxuan followed the sturdy man and flew into the defense formation. As a 4th level formation master, Chen Daoxuan could not see the mystery of this formation at all. Obviously, the defense formation in front of him was far more than the 4th level. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's gaze, the sturdy man smiled and explained, "Among all the cultivators, in terms of the proficiency of formations, besides the formation master, it's our weapon refiner." He paused and continued, "The Xiangsu Mountain defense formation that Dao saw was arranged by the master himself, and the formation grade is as high as the 6th grade. 6th grade? Chen Daoxuan looked at him in shock. "That's right." The sturdy man nodded. While the two were talking, the speed of the escape light did not decrease at all. In a blink of an eye, they came to the back mountain of Lingsu Mountain. That is, the place where the master of the Huan Palace practiced. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan saw one high-level earth and fire vein after another in Xiangsu Mountain. Compared with the earth and fire vein on Xuanhu Island, the grade of the earth and fire vein on Xiangsu Mountain is much higher. Even this is just the place where the master of the Huan Palace and his disciples practice and refine weapons. The area of the complete weapon refining hall is unknown. It is much larger than this Xiangsu mountain. Of course, other people in the weapon refining hall naturally could not receive personal instruction from the hall master Hu Yanqi. Even the knowledge of refining was usually imparted to other disciples of the weapon refining hall by his least talented disciples. During the period when Hu Yanqi was in charge of the weapon refining hall of Cunning sword sect, the thing that bothered him the most was that he could not find a qualified successor for the weapon refining hall. Except for the 2 hall masters of the Shadow Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. The hall masters of the 7 halls of Cunning sword sect were directly appointed by the sect master of Cunning sword sect. All other halls were directly nominated by the old hall master and then appointed by the sect master of Cunning sword sect. Generally speaking, once the old hall master nominated a new hall master, the sect master of Cunning sword sect would not object. This involves the internal power division of Cunning sword sect and the tradition that has always been there. So far, no sect master has taken the initiative to break it. In fact, even if a sect master wants to break it, it is not that easy. For example, the weapon refining hall. Hu Yanqi has been in charge of the weapon refining hall for more than 1,000 years, and almost all the senior and middle level officials in the weapon refining hall are his disciples. Almost all the middle and lower levels of the refining hall are his disciples. Even if the current leader of the Cunning sword sect takes all the power, bypassing the old leader Hu Yanqi and directly airdropping a leader of the refining hall, how much effect can it have? It can be predicted that once a new leader of the refining hall takes office, even if Kinzan takes this position, no disciples of the refining hall will be willing to obey Kinzan's orders. As for Fei Chengxu's appointment of other people, let alone the result, Kinzan has made a great reputation both inside and outside the sect with his powerful strength over the years. As for the others, it is estimated that they may even lose their lives on the day they take office. Among Hu Yanqi's disciples, there are even Yuan Ying's engine. What kind of strong person can suppress such a group of people? This is the reason why the leaders of each hall have great power. In addition to the leaders of each hall, the Cunning sword sect also has a group called the elders of the sect. From the perspective of power, the power of the elders of the Cunning sword sect is far less than that of the leaders of each hall. However, the Council of Elders, which is composed of many elders, has the power to monitor the hall master and even the sect master. If a sect as large as Cunning sword sect is faced with a sect master who does evil things, wouldn't it be possible to bring the sect into trouble in an instant? In order to prevent problems from happening, the ancestors of Cunning sword sect in successive generations have established a power structure that can check and balance each other for the sect. That is, a power system in which the sect master, the Council of Elders, and the hall master check and balance each other. Of course, Cunning sword sect is, after all, a sect of cultivating immortals. Since it is a sect of cultivating immortals, it cannot escape the 4 words "the strong are respected." If a sect master of Cunning sword sect is extremely powerful and has strong skills, he must hold all the power of the sect in his hands. Generally speaking, no one dares to say anything when the sect master says one thing. Even if there is, they can only complain a few words in private. If the strength of the sect master is not far beyond everyone else, then Cunning sword sect will enter a power system of checks and balances. This kind of power system of checks and balances may not allow the sect to develop by leaps and bounds, but it will not make the sect fall into the ditch. Today, the Cunning sword sect is in a power structure of checks and balances. Sect Master Fei Chengxu succeeded to the throne more than 400 years ago. Although her strength is at the top of the entire Cunning sword sect, she cannot overwhelm the heroes. For example, Yu Yin and the Elders Council, Kinzan, the Lord of Zhenhe Hall, Hu Yanqi, the Lord of Refining Hall, etc., are not weaker than the sect master Fei Chengxu in terms of their own strength. In this way, Fei Chengxu is naturally restrained when doing things in the sect. But Fei Chengxu's various behaviors are different from those of previous sect masters, which makes her relationship with the Elders Council and even the lords of each hall not harmonious. If she did not have a group of die-hard supporters like Kinzan, the Lord of Zhenhe Hall, behind her, she might not be able to sit firmly on the position of sect master. Under the guidance of the strongman, Chen Daoxuan soon met Hu Yanqi in the back mountain of Xiangsu Mountain. Compared with more than 10 years ago, Hu Yanqi's appearance did not change at all, and he still looked energetic. At this moment, Hu Yanqi was wearing a black Taoist robe with cloud patterns, sitting in front of a cliff in the back mountain. Chen Daoxuan looked forward slightly, and found that under the cliff of unknown height, there was a continuous sea of fire, and the rolling heat waves rushed towards him. Feeling this terrifying heat wave, Chen Daoxuan's face changed immediately, and he hurriedly laid a layer of transparent space film in front of him to resist this terrifying heat wave. The strong man next to him was not hurt at all in this rolling heat wave, and even showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. What a strong body, Chen Daoxuan said secretly. Compared with the key refining cultivation reaching the golden core stage, Chen Daoxuan's body refining cultivation has only reached the realm of broken skull rebirth, which is only equivalent to the purple mansion stage of key refining cultivation. This kind of body refining cultivation, placed in the golden core cultivator, is definitely a weaker level. In fact, Chen Daoxuan's physical training speed was definitely not slow, but compared with his key training speed, it was not good enough. In front, Hu Yanqi was sitting in front of the cliff, refining a high-level magic weapon. With Chen Daoxuan's level of refining, he couldn't tell what level the magic weapon in front of him was. But he could clearly sense that the spiritual charm exuded by the tower-shaped magic weapon in front of him was higher than the grade of his Chengiying sword. You know, since Chengiying's sword merged with his spatial sword intent, the two are no longer distinguishable. His spatial sword intent transformed into the spatial law, and Chengiying's sword was constantly improving. So far, Chengiying's sword has been upgraded to the 5th level lower grade, and it will be upgraded to the 5th level middle grade in less than a month. Even so, Chen Daoxuan still felt that his Chengiying sword was not as good as the unformed small tower in front of him. As one after another array pattern merged into the tower body from the void, the spiritual charm bursting out of the small tower became stronger and stronger. In the end, the space barrier that Chen Daoxuan had set up in front of him was affected by this pressure and made a creaking sound. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan quickly strengthened the thickness of the space barrier again. This was no joke. Even his realm in the middle stage of the law realm could not withstand the impact of the small tower in front of him, not to mention his weak body, unless he put on his own spiritual armor. But isn't this funny? He came to see the master of the Huan Palace refine the weapon, but he even put on the spiritual armor. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's realm in the middle stage of the law realm did not disappoint him. After the small tower of unknown grade burst out with all its spiritual charm, the spiritual light quickly converged. Finally, the small tower turned into a black light and flew into the hands of the Huan Palace master, who took it away. After putting away the small tower, Huan Kai exhaled a breath of turbid air and then turned to look at Chen Daoxuan. When Hu Yanqi saw Chen Daoxuan for the first time, he shook his head slightly. Your body is a little weak. Junior Chen Daoxuan, meet Senior Hu Yan. Chen Daoxuan did not dare to neglect and bowed to Hu Yanqi immediately. Although he was confident that his strength could dominate among the Jinden Zenren, even if he met a weaker Yuanying Zenjin, he would not be afraid of the opponent after playing all his trump cards. But facing Hu Yanqi, Chen Daoxuan could still feel a huge pressure. Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that Hu Yanqi was far from being his current match. In the past, when his strength was low, Chen Daoxuan stood beside the master of Zhenhe Palace and felt almost no pressure. He felt that the other party was just like an ordinary person. But now, he stood in front of a strong man of almost the same level as the master of Zhenhe Palace again, and finally felt the terrifying power of the other party. Chen Daoxuan knew that it was not that his strength had weakened, but that his strength had increased. At least now, he could already feel the gap between the two sides. Unlike before, he could not even feel the gap between the two sides. He only knew that the other party was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. You've been slacking off over the years. Hu Yanqi said this the second time he saw Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan knew what he meant by this. Hu Yanqi meant that he had been slacking off in refining weapons. But he didn't know how Hu Yanqi saw it. As if he saw Chen Daoxuan's doubt, Hu Yanqi said again, you don't have the slightest breath of fire on you. You have hardly refined weapons in these years, right? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan lowered his head. Junior is ashamed. Hu Yanqi waved his hand. You don't have to be ashamed. After all, you are now the patriarch of a large family in Kangzhou. You no longer lack resources for cultivation. Why bother to study the way of refining weapons? You probably think so in your heart, right? After a while, Chen Daoxuan nodded. Junior did think so. You are honest. Sit down. Hu Yanqi smiled, and then looked at the strong man next to Chen Daoxuan. Xiantu, you sit down too. Thank you, master. The strong man sat down carelessly and grinned. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not act pretentiously, and sat down next to the sturdy man, like a devout student, looking at Hu Yanqi in front of him. Seeing the two people in front of him with a pious attitude of learning, Hu Yanqi nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 315, Sect Protecting Immortal Artifact. Cunning Sword Sect. Inside the Immortal Palace, the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Fei Chengsu stood up from the cushion and said calmly, from the Jiandan stage, we cultivators have paid more and more attention to body training. From the Yuanying stage to the Yuanshan stage, we should not only focus on body training, but also pay more attention to soul training. A strong soul is the foundation for breaking through from the Yuanying stage to the Yuanshan stage. Hearing this, Kinzan on the side nodded. Thanks to the true immortal level space law I got from the true immortal source realm last time, my own space law has progressed rapidly, and my cultivation has also made great progress. But as my cultivation is getting closer and closer to the Yuanshan stage, I feel more and more that my body and soul are insufficient. But compared with body training, soul training is much more difficult. Yes, the body is easy to cultivate, but the soul is difficult to cultivate. Fei Chengsu shook her head. Countless top Yuanying Zhenjin are stuck at the soul stage. Once a cultivator takes this step, if the Xianzhen of the tribulation stage does not come out, even in the entire Xianan continent, he will be the top existence. Yuanshan stage. Kinzan was fascinated. Compared with other Yuanying Zhenjin of Kainyuan sword sect, Kinzan is strong, but his cultivation is not high. 5 years ago, his cultivation was only in the middle stage of Yuanying. It's just that Kinzan's Dao realm is far beyond that of ordinary Yuanying Zhenjin, which makes him one of the top Zhenjin. But since he obtained the space law of Zhengxian Yuan realm, he comprehended day and night. Not only has his Dao realm made new progress, but his own cultivation has also broken through to the late stage of Yuanying. In terms of his own strength, Kinzan was already among the top of Kainyuan sword sect before his cultivation breakthrough. Now that his cultivation has broken through, his strength has soared, and he has become the strongest person in Kainyuan sword sect. I'm afraid that the leader of Kainyuan sword sect in front of him is not his opponent without using the sect's immortal weapon. Seeing Kinzan deep in thought, Fei Chengsu continued, Palace Master Sun just brought a piece of top secret information from the Qinghui Taoist sect. A drop of Tai divine water will soon be bred in their Tai immortal pond. You should know what this divine water means to our Kainyuan sword sect once it is obtained by the Qinghui Taoist sect. Kinzan frowned. Tai divine water has the effect of refining the soul. Once it is obtained by the top Yuanying Zhenjin of the Qinghui Taoist sect, the other party is very likely to use it to break through to the Yuanshan period. By then, the strength of our Kainyuan sword sect and their Zuanqing Taoist league will be completely unbalanced. Fei Chengsu sighed. Junior brother, it's time to fight to the death. Hearing this, Kinzan grinned. We in the Zuanqing Taoist league have been fighting to the death thousands of years ago. It's too late for me to fight to the death now. Seeing Kinzan's heartless appearance, Fei Chengsu suddenly felt uncomfortable. Kinzan is actually much younger than her. Fei Chengsu still remembers that when she held the infant Kinzan in her arms, she was already a Jiandan Zenran. After so many years, Kinzan has come a long way to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, and even surpassed her in strength. The one with the most complicated feelings is probably her, the leader of Kainyuan sword sect. Because Kinzan was her junior brother who was raised and taught by her. This is also the reason why Kinzan unconditionally supports her, no matter what she does. In Kinzan's eyes, she is not only a senior sister, but also a master and a mother. Junior brother, will you blame me if I hadn't taken the initiative to start a war with Chuan Kingdom? Maybe I could have bought you more time to grow. Senior sister, don't be silly. How can we and Zuanqing Dao League have room for maneuver? Even if you didn't start a war with Zhu and King Dao League, would they let us go once they had you and Chen Daoxuan? Ever since they broke through the gate of our Carnean Sword sect and drove us to the Wangxing Sea, we have been fighting to the death. Qinzhen raised his head and looked directly at Fei Chengsu and said, "Senior sister, junior brother is willing to fight. Even if he dies, he will not regret it." Fei Chengsu was able to become the leader of Carnean Sword sect, and she was not an indecisive person. Facing Qinzhen's gaze, Fei Chengsu's eyes gradually became firm. "Okay, I'll wait for you to return triumphantly at the sect." Hearing this, Qinzhen grinned and bowed his hands and said, "It's a deal. It's a deal." Fei Chengsu nodded. Then, she spread out her right hand, and a small golden bell floated in Fei Chengsu's palm. However, compared with ordinary high-level magic weapons, this small bell did not emit any spiritual charm or pressure, but only a pure yang breath. Yu Huang Bell. Qinzhen's face suddenly changed when he saw Fei Chengsu took out the immortal weapon of the sect. As an immortal weapon handed down from ancient times, Yu Huang Bell has always been the treasure of Carnean Sword sect. Generally speaking, in Xian Tao, only first-rate forces can have a pure yang immortal weapon as the treasure of the sect. As a second-rate force, Carnean Sword sect can have a pure yang immortal weapon, which is very rare. This is also the confidence of Carnean Sword sect to survive after encountering a disaster. But now, Fei Chengsu took out this treasure, and it is obvious that it is really time to fight for her life. Although Carnean Sword sect and Zhu and King Daomeng are calm now, this is just the prelude to the coming storm. Once Zhu and King Dao League has a Yuan Chen Daoxuan, Carnean Sword sect will face a greater crisis than thousands of years ago. This time, Zhu and King Dao League will not make the same mistake as last time. Both Fei Chengsu and Qinzhen are very clear about this. Fei Chengsu handed the Yuhuang bell to Qinzhen and said, "I have been refining this thing for hundreds of years. It is enough to exert the power of a strike. I hope you can use it to completely destroy Tai Immortal Pool." Breaking into the lair of King Li Dao sect and snatching Tai Divine Water is difficult to do even with Qinzhen's strength alone. Because Qinzhen does not know when Tai Divine Water will be bred. But Qinzhen is still confident that he can destroy Tai Immortal Pool with the burst attack of Yu Huang Bell and then run away. Although he will definitely be hunted down by King Li Dao sect afterwards, there is always a chance to escape. Qinzhen took the Yu Huang Bell from Fei Chengsu and nodded solemnly. "I will mobilize the entire sect to provoke at Linwu Pass and other immortal passes and try my best to attract the attention of the Yuanying's engine of Zhu and King Taoist League. However, the Tai Divine Water of King Li Taoist is about to be bred. I estimate that they will reserve at least a dozen or even dozens of Yuanying's engine to sit in the sect, including many top levels engine. Therefore, you must be careful on this trip." Fei Chengsu said this and sighed faintly. "Unfortunately, both my Carnean Sword sect and Zhu and King Taoist League know the number of each other's Yuanying's engine very well. Once a large number of cultivators above the Yuanying stage are mobilized to the territory of King Li Taoist sect, they will definitely be alerted by the other party." Fei Chengsu stretched out a finger. "You only have a maximum of 3 places for Yuanying's engine." Who knew that Qinzhen heard this, smiled and shook his head and said, "I don't want any. Junior brother." Fei Chengsu frowned. "You are not kidding." "Senior sister, I'm not kidding either." After that, a transparent realm suddenly enveloped Fei Chengsu. In the transparent realm, a golden light was moving, and around the golden light, other laws followed suit. Seeing this scene, Fei Chengsu was stunned. After a long time, she grabbed Qinzhen's sleeve and said in a trembling voice, "Junior brother of the world realm, have you broken through?" "Yes." Qinzhen nodded. "Do you still think that sending 3 ordinaries engine can help me now?" Seeing Fei Chengsu still wanted to speak, Qinzhen raised his hand and said, "Don't tell me to send Hu Yandiansu and Lin Wu's engine to help me. You gather our group together, and the goal is bigger." Hearing this, Fei Chengsu stopped talking immediately. Indeed, compared with ordinary Yuanying's engine, Zhu and King Dao League pays more attention to Carnean Sword sect's top's engine. Carnean Sword sect can get the news of Tai Divine Water from King Li Dao sect. Can't they get the information about the whereabouts of the top's engine from Carnean Sword sect? Even if their whereabouts in the Huangxing Sea could be kept secret, once they reached the territory of the Qinghui Taoist sect, they would be exposed sooner or later. At that time, the sneak attack would become a strong attack. And to force an attack on a sect with dozens or nearly 100 Yuanying's engines sitting in the gate and protected by a high-level defense formation, it is far from enough to rely on a few tops engine and a pure Yang fairy weapon. Especially since this pure Yang fairy weapon has only one strike. Looking at Kinzen's firm expression, Fei Chengxu nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Kinzen laughed again. Xiangsu Peak. In front of the cliff. 3 cultivators sat on the ground. Below the cliff, an endless sea of fire was emitting terrifying heat. Among the 3, Hu Yanxi and the strong man named Xianzhuo relied on their physical bodies to resist the invasion of the heat wave. Only Chen Daoxuan, relying on the 5th level of the Law Realm, resisted the attack of the heat wave. However, Chen Daoxuan's Dao Realm was not inferior to that of an ordinary Yuanying's engine. At this time, he seemed to be able to withstand this terrifying heat wave with ease. Hu Yanxi looked at Chen Daoxuan and asked, in your opinion, what is the purpose of refining weapons? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought for a long time and said, I'm a bit vulgar. To be honest, I have been refining weapons to earn spirit stones. Hu Yanxi nodded and shook his head. You refine weapons to earn spirit stones for cultivation. You neither steal nor rob. How can you say that you are vulgar? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Hu Yanxi with a strange look. Being looked at by him in this way, Hu Yanxi smiled and said, don't look at me like that. My weapon refining hall has tens of thousands of inner disciples and nearly 1 million outer disciples. With so many people, the resources consumed every year are simply huge. It is naturally not enough to rely on the sect to allocate resources. Of course, our weapon refining hall must learn to earn spirit stones by ourselves. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the various strange instruments launched by Carneo and Sword Sect's refining hall, such as Jiuxu Linglan Tower, Yunmo Wall, etc., which were all pushed by Carneo and Sword Sect's refining hall to the major immortal clans in Huangxing. To be honest, among the various instruments launched by Carneo and Sword Sect's refining hall, some are indeed very useful, such as Jiuxu Linglan Tower. In Huangxing, almost all the Zifu families with a little background will buy a Jiuxu Linglan Tower for the low-level disciples in the clan to hone their character and accumulate combat experience. The larger Chindan families and even Yuanying families will buy more Jiuxu Linglan Towers. For example, the Chen family in Kangshao bought a total of 17 Jiuxu Linglan Towers. This alone cost more than 800 million spirit stones, and this is just the Chen family in Kangshao. Moreover, the number of low-level cultivators in the Chen family is still much less than that of other Chindan families and Yuanying families in Huangxing. That's it, they all spent so much on Jiuxu Linglan. And this is just one of the magic weapons launched by Carneo and Sword Sect's refining hall. It is conceivable how terrifying the profitability of Carneo and Sword Sect's refining hall is. As the master of the refining hall, Hu Yanxi is probably the richest person in the entire Carneo and Sword Sect. When it comes to the number of spiritual stones, I'm afraid that even the master of Carneo and Sword Sect is not as exaggerated as the spiritual stones in his hands. After thinking about this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes when looking at Hu Yanxi suddenly changed. Originally thought that Hu Yanxi, as a top-level true lord, was a master who was not worldly, but in fact, he was also worried about the cultivation resources of many disciples in the refining hall. In this regard, the two are quite similar. Chen Daoxuan once worried about the cultivation resources of the Chen family cultivators. Even more than Hu Yanxi, Chen Daoxuan worried more. Hu Yanxi's refining hall is backed by Carneo and Sword Sect, so he at least doesn't have to worry about making money himself, and there are external forces trying to take over their refining hall. But Chen Daoxuan is different. The Chen family was very weak back then. He had to consider both making money and keeping the money he earned, so that it would not be coveted by others. This situation did not improve until Chen Daoxuan became stronger and stronger and the Chen family became more and more powerful. Chen Daoxuan could clearly feel that the eyes that coveted the Chen family were decreasing, and the eyes that feared the Chen family were increasing. Unknowingly, his Kang Zhao Chen family gradually grew into a powerful force that suppressed one side. Not to mention the ordinary Zifu family and Jiandan family, even the Yuan Ying family such as the Jingzhaoji family did not dare to trouble the Chen family immediately after the Chen family lost a top real person on the Jiandan real person list. It can be seen that the current Chen family is really different from the past. If the Jingzhaoji family suffered such a big loss at the hands of other Zifu families or ordinary Jiandan families, the ancestor Ji would definitely come forward in person to ask for an explanation. And this time, the Ji family has been very low-key, as if there was no conflict between them and the Chen family. It is completely nonsense to say that there is no reason for fear of Chen Daoxuan's strength and the reason why Qinzan, the master of Zhenhe Palace, is behind him. Seeing Chen Daoxuan fall into deep thought, Hu Yanqi turned his head and looked at the strong man beside Chen Daoxuan and asked, Xianzu, what do you think you are doing to refine weapons? I don't know. The strong man smiled innocently. Master taught me to refine weapons, so I refine weapons. I didn't think so much. You idiot. Hu Yanqi pointed at the strong man and shook his head with a smile. Hu Yanqi pondered for a moment and continued, in fact, there is no difference between weapon refiners and formation masters. He paused. Formation masters use the power of mountains and rivers, the world to set up formations, while we weapon refiners set up formations in a small space. But whether it is a weapon refiner or a formation master, in essence, we all have to comprehend the formation and rely on the formation. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan seemed to be thinking about something. The strong man beside him nodded immediately. Master has taught him all these things, and these words are more for Chen Daoxuan to hear. Chapter 316, The Way of Formation. Array. Chen Daoxuan muttered silently. Seeing Chen Daoxuan in deep thought, Hu Yanqi demonstrated and said, at the beginning, we refiners only integrated several or even one array pattern into the embryo. But when the grade of the magic weapon we refine is higher, the array pattern integrated into the embryo becomes more complicated. As he spoke, the golden light in front of Hu Yanqi outlined extremely complex array patterns, and these array patterns were reorganized into more complex large arrays. In the end, these large arrays were combined and became an extremely complex and terrifying array that made people feel dizzy at a glance. What's more exaggerated is that this complex array actually only wandered in Hu Yanqi's palm. Chen Daoxuan had never heard of this ability. Although he was also a refiner, and his grade was not low, as high as the 3rd grade upper grade, but like Hu Yanqi, such a complex array was controlled in the palm of his hand. Chen Daoxuan had never seen it, let alone heard of it. Chen Daoxuan realized that perhaps the rank of the formation master of the Huan Palace master in front of him was higher than that of the weapon refiner. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan could not help but be a little shocked. Compared with the high-ranking immortal cultivation professions such as alchemists and weapon refiners, formation masters are even rarer. Firstly, formation masters have extremely high requirements for the formation talent of the cultivators. Secondly, formation masters are not as popular as alchemists and weapon refiners. As Hu Yanqi said, weapon refiners also need to earn cultivation resources. However, the formation master, a profession of immortal cultivation, has very few channels to earn spirit stones. Usually, only some immortal cultivation families or sects need to invite these formation masters to arrange formations. Unlike weapon refiners and alchemists, almost every cultivator has something to ask of them. After all, magic tools and elixirs are indispensable for sect cultivators, family cultivators or casual cultivators. Therefore, cultivators with formation talents usually choose the profession of weapon refiner instead of pure formation masters. In fact, the formation that the formation master can arrange can also be arranged by the same level weapon refiner after a period of meditation. For example, the defensive formation of Xiangsu Peak was arranged by Hu Yanqi, a 5th level top grade weapon refiner. The mountain protection formation of the Chen family in Kangzhou was also arranged by Chen Daoxuan. Refining weapons and formations are inherently connected. Even alchemists will be involved in formations in the later stages. Many higher level elixirs need to rely on the power of heaven and earth to refine, which is also a kind of application of formations. It can be said that the formation runs through most of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. refiners, alchemists, formation masters, and even talisman makers and spiritual plant masters all need to use formations. Without formations, many professions of cultivating immortals cannot be done well. Hu Yanqi's demonstration opened up Chen Daoxuan's thoughts. In fact, it is not just the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. The set of star sword formations that the monks of the Chen family's military department used at the beginning is also a kind of formation. Formations can not only be used in production and logistics, but also in combat. The Purple Mansion cultivators of the Chen family army were clearly far inferior to Jizuhu, the top real person on the giant and real person list, but they relied on the starry sword formation to block the opponent. Chen Daoxuan knew that, if the Chen family cultivators did not have this sword formation, they would probably be slaughtered by Jizuhu. This shows how important the formation is in battle. Of course, the starry sword formation formed by the cultivators of the Chen family army was formed by hundreds of people, so they could rely on the strength of the Purple Mansion stage to compete with the top real people. If the sword formation was controlled by one person, it would be difficult. Wait. Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought of something, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Starry sword Dao diagram. Dividing the sea chapter. Chen Daoxuan's breathing suddenly became slightly rapid. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's enlightened look, Hu Yanqi nodded. It seems that you have also thought of it. The higher the rank of our weapon refiners, the deeper their mastery of the art of formation. And the art of formation can not only be applied to the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, but also improve our own strength. This is what I told you at the beginning, the profound meaning of the art of refining. Hearing these heartfelt words, Chen Daoxuan was somewhat moved, and immediately saluted to the other party and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hu Yan. It's not a guidance, I just don't want you, a good seedling of weapon refinement, to be buried. I hope that my words will not cause you trouble." As he said, Hu Yanqi smiled, and shook his head. "What are you talking about, Lord Hu Yan?" Chen Daoxuan said he didn't dare. In the discussion, most of it was Hu Yanqi talking, and Chen Daoxuan listening. Most of what Hu Yanqi talked about was the way of refining, and only a very small part involved the perception of the realm of law. Of course, whether it was the way of refining weapons or the perception of the realm of laws, Chen Daoxuan's level seemed very immature in front of Hu Yanqi, and of course there was not much room for him to interrupt. As for the strong man beside him, he didn't say a word from beginning to end. If he hadn't nodded from time to time, Chen Daoxuan would have thought he was in a trance. The three people present had extremely high cultivation and strength, and time passed very quickly when they were discussing the Dao. Unknowingly, the three of them sat cross-legged in front of the cliff for a night. Hu Yanqi seemed to see some worry in Chen Daoxuan's brows, and couldn't help asking, "Daoxuan, do you have anything else to do?" Chen Daoxuan nodded. To be honest with Palace Master Hu Yan, the original intention of this junior's trip was to find Palace Master Qin, but I was just passing through Xiangsu Mountain, so that's how it is. Hu Yanqi nodded in understanding. "I seem to have heard that Qin's owed you a favor in the Kinkyu demon country." "That's true." Chen Daoxuan nodded. "In fact, this junior's trip is to ask Palace Master Qin for something." "Oh, what is it?" Hu Yanqi asked directly without any hesitation. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Hu Yanqi, paused, and immediately told him about Chen Xian. Let a key refining stage cultivator over 100 years old build a foundation? Hu Yanqi couldn't help but frowned. "I wonder if the senior has any method?" Hu Yanqi frowned, as if weighing the pros and cons. For a long time, Hu Yanqi shook his head and said, "Difficult. The transformation of the soul is the most difficult thing to do during the practice. The cultivators practice refining ki, refining the body, and refining the spirit. Among them, refining the spirit is the most difficult. And for us nascent soul cultivators, to break through the Yuanshan period, the biggest difficulty is the transformation of the soul. According to what you said, this elder of your clan should have sat down, but you forcibly extended his life with the treasure of longevity, but by doing so, the degree of decay of the soul is constantly deepening. If you want to build a foundation, you must cleanse the decay of the soul, but the treasure of refining the soul, and transforming the soul." Hu Yanqi shook his head again. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart gradually sank. Although he had long known that the treasure that could transform the soul of the cultivator must be extremely precious, ordinary cultivators dare not even think about it. Even Chen Daoxuan only hoped to gain something from the master of Zhenhe Palace. After all, this big guy is the top figure in Wangxinghe. If even the lord of Zhenhe Palace was powerless, Chen Daoxuan would probably have to watch his uncle die in the short term. As for the Sea of Gods that he practiced, it did have the effect of refining the spirit, but the effect of this technique was too slow, and Chen Xian couldn't wait. Moreover, Chen Daoxuan was not sure that the Sea of Gods would be able to cleanse the corrupt spirit in Chen Xian's soul. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's dejected expression, Hu Yanqi comforted him. You can ask Qinzhen about this matter. He often ventures into the Wangxing Sea and the true demon realm, and has seen and heard much more than an old man like me who stays in the sect all day. You should be able to gain something by asking him. Hearing this consolation, Chen Daoxuan forced a smile on his face and bowed his hands, saying, "Thank you for your good words, senior. Go." Hu Yanqi knew that Chen Daoxuan was not in the mood to talk about Taoism at the moment, so he did not force him. He waved his sleeves and said, "Xianzu, you go and see him off." "Yes, master." "Senior, I'll take my leave." After saying that, he nodded to the strong man beside him. With the farewell of this strong man named Xianzu, Chen Daoxuan left Xiangsu Mountain with a heavy heart. The road was smooth and unimpeded, and Chen Daoxuan and the others left the Xiangsu Mountain defense formation. Outside the formation, the sturdy man bowed to Chen Daoxuan and said cheerfully, "Dao Chen, I wish you can achieve your wish on this trip." "Thank you." Chen Daoxuan nodded solemnly. "I'm Chen Daoxuan. I don't know your name yet." "My name is Zhao Xianzu." With that, the sturdy man disappeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. "It's him, the first on the Jinden Zenren list. Xianzu Zenren Zhao Xianzu." Chen Daoxuan looked at the sturdy man who disappeared in front of him and murmured, "Almost all the Jinden Zenren on the Wangxinghe Jinden Zenren list have made a name for themselves in Chuan country in the past 400 years. For example, Zutu Zenren Jizuhu who was killed by Chen Daoxuan, and Xianzu Zenren Zhao Xianzu who just left. Because their famous battles were all in Chuan country, their names are all more violent than each other. Either Zutu or Xianzu. There are Jiasha Zenren, Kangli Zenren, etc. Anyway, these names don't sound good. It's different from the Zifu Xian Jiao list. Each of the real people on the Jinden real person list has his own name, and these names are all recognized by the outside world. For example, the blood slaughter real person Jizuhu, who has been killed by Chen Daoxuan. The reason why he has this name is that he is extremely bloodthirsty. Jizuhu basically doesn't care when he kills. Whether it is a cultivator of the same level, a low-level cultivator, or even a mortal who poses no threat to him. Jizuhu kills without mercy. It can be said that people like Jizuhu are not only hated by the enemy, but also by the friendly forces of Wangxinghe. After all, for many casual cultivators in Wangxinghe, once the war is won, the captured cultivators and mortals of Chuan Kingdom are all their property. Jizuhu's behavior is undoubtedly destroying the property they have already obtained. Who doesn't hate this behavior? That is, Jizuhu is powerful, and he is a cultivator of the Ji family with a deep background. When facing such a person, casual cultivators naturally dare not speak out. However, those who were mixed up in the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom had complicated backgrounds. Among them, there were those who feared the Ji family at Jingzhou, and those who were not afraid of the Ji family. These Jinden Zenren who were not afraid of the Ji family had their harvests destroyed by Jizuhu repeatedly, so they naturally would not give the other party a good face. After a long time, Jizuhu naturally could not survive in Chuan Kingdom, and returned to Wangxinghe obediently. However, not long after he returned to Wangxinghe, he took over the first task given to him by the family, and met Chen Daoxuan, who had just broken through the Jinden period, and became Chen Daoxuan's sword soul. From this point of view, the cultivator who squeezed Jizuhu back from the battlefield of Chuan Kingdom was a real culprit who killed Jizuhu. Looking back at Xiangsu Mountain, Chen Daoxuan's escape light flashed, and flew towards the dojo of the master of Zhenhe Palace. Don't look at Xiangsu Mountain and the dojo of the master of Zhenhe Palace. In fact, the distance between the two is very far. Chen Daoxuan flew for a full stick of incense before he arrived at the dojo of the Master of Zenhei Palace. The layout is completely different from that of Shiangsu Mountain. The dojo of Kinzan, the Master of Zenhei Palace, is actually completely open. The so-called fully open means that there is not even a defensive formation in the mountains in front of him. This is worthy of the Master of Zenhei Palace. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Generally speaking, even if a cultivator wants to avoid being disturbed, he will set up some anti-disturbance formation such as mazes. But when it comes to Kinzan, there is no maze, killing formation, or simple defensive formation. Come if you want, I will wait for you with the door open. This style is indeed very suitable for the temperament of the Master of Zenhei Palace. Chen Daoxuan just flew to the front of the mountain. A voice sounded in Chen Daoxuan's ears. Come to the top of the mountain. Chen Daoxuan swept his spiritual sense and immediately flew towards the top of a mountain among the peaks. Compared with Shiangsu Mountain, the mountains in the dojo of the Master of Zenhei Palace are particularly deserted, and there are very few disciples. Flying all the way, Chen Daoxuan hardly saw a few caves. After half a cup of tea, on the top of a mountain, Chen Daoxuan saw the tall and straight Master of Zenhei Temple, Kinzan, who was dressed in white. Compared with 5 years ago, the appearance of Qin has not changed at all. But Chen Daoxuan felt that his aura seemed a little different from before. On the top of the mountain, the wind was howling. But for Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan, who were powerful cultivators, this wind was no different from a breeze. Kinzan sat on a stone bench, with a pot of sake on the stone table in front of him, and was drinking by himself. Sit down. Kinzan drank a glass of wine. Chen Daoxuan sat down as he was told. Putting down the wine glass, Kinzan looked at Chen Daoxuan and smiled. You have changed a lot. If I hadn't practiced the secret method of the spiritual eye, I would have suspected that you were possessed by some old monster. Chen Daoxuan was frightened by Kinzan's words, but his face showed no strange color. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's look, Kinzan shook his head and said with a smile, with your talent, you must have passed the inheritance test of Wang Xinghei, right? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and nodded. I'm sorry senior, I passed it. How is it? Kinzan raised his eyebrows. Currently stopped at the first floor of the Tangshan Tower. Ha. Kinzan clapped his hands and laughed. I knew that with your talent, you would definitely be able to get to this step. Unfortunately, the Tangshan Tower is too difficult. Too difficult. To this day, I have only made it to the second floor, and I don't know if I will have the opportunity to pass this tower and truly get the inheritance in this life. You said that if one day, both of you, and I can pass this tower, wouldn't we become brothers? Kinzan said this and grinned again. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Master of Zenhei Palace in front of him. He didn't know if it was his illusion. He felt that Kinzan said a little too much today. Chapter 317 1 year period. Seeing Chen Daoxuan remain silent, Kinzan waved his hands and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. You came to me, you must have something to ask for. Tell me, what is it? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stood up, bowed, and said, Palace Master Qin, I do have something to ask for. Kinzan raised his eyebrows slightly and listened to Chen Daoxuan's narration quietly for a long time. After listening to Chen Daoxuan's words, Kinzan's face was very strange. A cultivator of the key refining stage who is over 100 years old is building a foundation? That's right. Chen Daoxuan bowed again. I wonder if Palace Master Qin has a solution? Who knew that Kinzan would not speak after hearing this? For a moment, the atmosphere between the two was a little stagnant. Just when Chen Daoxuan was feeling a little anxious, Kinzan said, sometimes I don't know whether you are lucky or unlucky. As he spoke, he nodded and said, yes, I do know a treasure that can help cultivators refine their souls. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's happy expression, Kinzan poured cold water on him and said, but you must also know that even a nascent soul true lord would break his head for a treasure that can refine the soul and transform it. Although your Dao realm has reached the law realm, your cultivation is only in the early golden core stage after all. In terms of strength, I'm afraid you can't even compare to the most ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Even if this kind of treasure is in front of you now, how can you compete with those top nascent soul true lords? Hearing these realistic words, Chen Daoxuan's excitement gradually cooled down. He raised his head, looked at Kinzan, and bowed again, saying, I hope that Master Qin will have mercy on me. Kinzan stared at him for a long time, then sighed, forget it, forget it. I hate owing favors to others the most in my life. I don't know if I can repay the favor I owe you in the future. I'll repay it all at once this time. Although Chen Daoxuan didn't know the deep meaning of Kinzan's words, he felt that there was a sense of determination in Kinzan's words. It was as if he was saying his final farewell to someone. Kinzan didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was thinking, so he waved his hand lightly, and Chen Daoxuan's body disappeared uncontrollably on the top of the mountain. When he came to his senses again, he was already outside Kinzan's dojo. Just when he didn't understand, a voice suddenly sounded in his sea of consciousness. The owner of this voice was Kinzan. For a period of 1 year, whether the Qingwei Dao sect can save your 13th uncle depends on your luck. At the end, Kinzan's voice became more and more ethereal, almost inaudible. Listening to the voice in the sea of consciousness, Chen Daoxuan bowed solemnly in the direction of the Zhenhe Palace Master's dojo, and said respectfully, thank you, Master Qin. On the top of the mountain, Kinzan looked at Fei Chengsu's fairy palace from a distance, and then looked at the familiar Kainian sword sect, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Chen Daoxuan returned to the military camp again. He happened to run into Fairy Kaiyao wearing lavender spiritual armor. Fairy Kaiyao was followed by 2 Jinden Zenran, both of whom were the generals who commanded the troops to recapture Zenan Pass this time. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the 2 Jinden Zenran hurriedly took the initiative to salute him. Chen Daoxuan turned his palm to suppress the blood slaughter Zenran Jizuhu, and he had long been famous in the Wangxing Sea. It is said that Kainian Sword Sect has not yet listed Chen Daoxuan on the Jinden Zenran list. But everyone with a discerning eye knows that with Chen Daoxuan's strength in the realm of law, let alone being listed on the Jinden Zenran list, I'm afraid that the other party is among the top on the Jinden Zenran list. Although Chen Daoxuan was not familiar with the 2 Jinden Zenran, he would not take advantage of them, since they took the initiative to greet him. He smiled and returned the greeting to the 2, then looked at Fairy Kaiyao. It was not the first time that Chen Daoxuan had dealt with Fairy Kaiyao, an old acquaintance. The 2 had forged a lot of friendship in the pursuit of Zhenju Zenran and the exploration of Zhengxian realm. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Fairy Kaiyao joked, Dao Chen is so leisurely. I'm busy reorganizing the army here, but Dao Chen is in the mood to visit friends in the sect. Aren't you afraid that I, the commander of the Kangshao army, will punish you for dereliction of duty? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly bowed his hands and begged for mercy and said with a smile, Daoxuan knows his mistakes, and I hope the commander will forgive me. Ha ha ha. Behind him, the 2 Jinden Zenran laughed. Everyone looked very relaxed, as if they were full of confidence in the recovery of Zenan Pass. Speaking of which, the greatest confidence of everyone in the recovery of Zenan Pass came from Chen Daoxuan. You should know that there are not many top real people on the Jinden real people list. There are only dozens of them in the entire Wangxing He. To be listed on the Jinden real people list, the Jinden cultivator must have the strength to crush the peak Jinden cultivators. For example, the Dao realm of the 5th level of the Law realm, the initial integration of the immortal true meaning into the physical body, or the mastery of some extremely powerful secret method, etc. The Jinden real people list is a list to measure the strength of cultivators. Speaking of it, although Jizuhu can be listed on the Jinden real people list, his strength is the lowest on this list. He can be ranked on the top real people on the Jinden real people list by bursting out with a desperate secret method. If Jizuhu had not fought so crazily, and he had mastered a very powerful life-threatening secret method with his usual strength, he would still be a little inferior to be listed on this list. After all, whether it is his body refining cultivation or the Dao realm, he has not reached the standard for the Jinden real people list. In fact, most of the top real people on the Jinden real people list have been listed on this list by relying on powerful secret methods. Only a very few people made it to this list by relying on the 5th level of the realm of the law and integrating the immortal true meaning into the flesh. Because once a Jinden cultivator breaks through the realm of the law, it proves that he is not far from the nascent soul stage. The rest only need to improve their own cultivation to the nascent soul stage to become a nascent soul true lord. Once you become a nascent soul true lord, you can instantly become the top figure in the Wangxing. This kind of cultivator will never be in danger of falling unless he seeks death or rebels. If a family cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul stage, this family will instantly become a nascent soul family, and then countless families will rush to attach themselves to it. Just a little management, and you will soon become a dominant force. If a casual cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul stage, it may not be as convenient as a family cultivator to develop power, but almost all casual cultivators and nascent soul true lords will be recruited by Cunning Sword Sect and become guest elders of Cunning Sword Sect. Although the guest elders have a gap in power compared to the elders of the sect, their treatment is not much worse than that of the elders of the sect. Moreover, being a guest elder of Cunning Sword Sect is very free. You can choose to stay in the sect of Cunning Sword Sect, or you can choose to practice alone outside, or even manage your power. For example, Yuan Chen's engine is a guest elder of Cunning Sword Sect. Once you become a guest elder of Cunning Sword Sect, you only need to stand up when Cunning Sword Sect is in danger of destruction. This condition is very relaxed, but the world of cultivation is based on strength. The higher the cultivation level and the stronger the strength of the cultivator, the less constraints they will be subject to. If a cultivator can become a Yuan Chen Daoxuan, even if this Yuan Chen Daoxuan is a casual cultivator, once he arrives at Wangxing, he will enjoy the treatment of being welcomed by the whole sect. This is the status that strength brings to cultivators. Why in the world of cultivation, everyone pursues higher cultivation and stronger strength. In addition to the long lifespan and the illusory immortality, the respected status and the feeling of being superior wherever they go are what fascinates them the most. Although every cultivator talks about seeking the truth and becoming an immortal, in fact, every cultivator knows in his heart that in the past hundreds of thousands of years, no one in this world has truly been able to overcome the tribulation and become an immortal. The idea of becoming an immortal is inherently illusory. Lifespan and status are what countless cultivators are striving for. In addition to the Dao realm of the realm of law, integrating the immortal true meaning into the physical body is the beginning of the body cultivation reaching the same level as the nascent soul stage. Once the immortal true meaning penetrates into the most subtle part of the physical body, it can be said that the cultivator's body cultivation has reached the nascent soul level. Therefore, the cultivator who can initially integrate the immortal true meaning into the physical body has a strong physique that far exceeds the limit of ordinary cultivator's imagination. Although Chen Daoxuan suppressed Jizuhu with a space cage, because Jizuhu's body had reached the state of rebirth by dripping blood, Chen Daoxuan used the space law for 3 days to completely destroy the opponent's body in golden elixir. As for the golden elixir cultivator who can initially integrate the immortal true meaning into the body, even if Chen Daoxuan can defeat the opponent, he will definitely not be able to kill him. The body of this kind of golden elixir cultivator is too terrifying. Of course, it does not mean that the immortal true meaning is integrated into the body and it will completely become an immortal existence. It is not that exaggerated. Although this kind of cultivator with powerful body refining has a strong body, it usually has a shortcoming. That is, the soul is not much different from that of ordinary golden elixir cultivators. If there is a cultivator who is good at soul attack, he may be able to completely annihilate this powerful body cultivator in terms of soul. There is another way, that is to rely on the power of profound laws to gradually destroy the opponent's body. Any defense in the world has its upper limit, and the same is true for the body that integrates the immortal true meaning. If Chen Daoxuan's spatial law reaches the high stage of the law realm and comprehends the profound meaning of spatial strangulation, it will be much easier to wipe out this kind of cultivator who has initially integrated the immortal true meaning. In the military camp, Chen Daoxuan and Fairy Kai Yao chatted and laughed for a while, and then talked about the reorganization of the army. Fairy, are you saying that the army will be fully reorganized in 2 months? That's right. Fairy Kai Yao nodded. At this moment, she was in high spirits. Once Zen and Pass was successfully recovered, her sect resume would surely be written in bold and colorful strokes. By then, her position as the young sect master would be as solid as a rock. Fairy Kaiyao knew that there were many people in the sect who were eyeing the position of her master, Fei Chengsu, the sect master, and her position as the young sect master was even more precarious. Although she was ranked first on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, Fairy Kaiyao knew that the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list was never taken seriously by the Yuanying Palace Master and the elders in the sect. Although the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list is extremely famous in the Wangxinghe, in the eyes of Yuanying's engine, no matter how powerful a Purple Mansion cultivator is, how powerful can he be? A Purple Mansion cultivator kills a Yuanying cultivator against the will of heaven? Impossible. In the eyes of Yuanying's engine, only cultivators of the same level in the top Jinden Zenran can be taken seriously by them. Because some of the top Jinden Zenran have the strength of the weakest Yuanying's engine. For example, the top few on the Jinden Zenran list are really not much worse than ordinary Yuanying early cultivators in terms of strength. Once this top Zenran breaks through to the Yuanying stage, he will soon become a strong man among Yuanying cultivators. In the future, there is even the possibility of being comparable to the top Zenjin such as the Palace Master of Zhenhe Palace, the Palace Master of Refining Equipment Palace, and Lin Wu's engine. This kind of cultivator will naturally be favored by the Palace Masters and Elders in the sect. But unfortunately, although Fairy Kaiyao has now broken through to the Jinden stage, her strength is not even enough to be on the Jinden Zenran list, let alone compared with the top rankings on the Jinden Zenran list. In the military camp, after Chen Daoxuan and others discussed the matter of sending troops to Zenan Pass, Fairy Kaiyao gave Chen Daoxuan a slight look. The other two Jinden Zenran were also smart people. They immediately saw that the young master had something to say to Chen Daoxuan, the top Zenran. So they all bowed and said, "General, we have important matters in the camp, so we will leave first." Fairy Kaiyao nodded and said gently, "Please go ahead, generals." She watched the two Zenran leave. Fairy Kaiyao turned her head and stared at Chen Daoxuan with her beautiful eyes. Being looked at like this by a gorgeous female cultivator, Chen Daoxuan felt a little uncomfortable and frowned. "Fairy, have you sent the others away? Do you have anything to say?" Fairy Kaiyao nodded, then shook her head. "I really didn't expect that you have made such amazing progress in just 5 years, since leaving the true immortal origin realm." She paused. "In the Wangxing Sea, I have only seen one person whose strength has improved so fast, and now there is one more person." "Oh." Chen Daoxuan looked at her in a daze. "Who is the person the fairy is talking about?" "You have also seen this person, my junior uncle, the master of Zhenhe Palace." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan suddenly understood. Fairy Kaiyao continued, "My junior uncle's progress is so fast because of the inheritance of Wangxing Sea. I think you are probably for the same reason." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party. Seeing the clear eyes of Fairy Kaiyao, Chen Daoxuan nodded. "The inheritance of Wangxinghe is not a secret to you and me." "Yes, it is indeed, because of this inheritance that I can step by step to where I'm today." Fairy Kaiyao smiled and nodded. "My junior uncle once left information about this inheritance in the sect. Almost all the direct disciples of my Cunning sword sect have accepted this inheritance trial, and I'm no exception. But in the entire sect, only my junior uncle can reach your level. With this talent, my junior uncle is also known as the most talented cultivator in the history of Cunning sword sect." These words can be said to be very heartfelt. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan had nothing to hide. The inheritance trial of Wangxinghe was not a secret to the big forces. However, although there are many people who accept this inheritance trial, there are almost no ones who can reach the level of Chen Daoxuan and Kinzan. Even Fairy Kaiyao, who was once the top of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, is the same. Indeed, the inheritance trial of the Wangxinghe is extremely difficult. To this day, I have only reached the front of the Tangshan Tower, and have not even been able to pass the first floor. Fairy Kaiyao nodded and said, "My junior uncle was able to pass the first floor, and reach the second floor, after breaking through the Yuanying stage." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart moved. Only in the Yuanying stage can he pass the first floor. Si estás escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que lo descargan y sabiran si nos fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novela sali encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 318 Space Teleportation Array. Seeing Chen Daoxuan lost in thought, Fairy Kaiyao continued, Dao Chen, what are your plans for the future? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan came back to his senses, looked at Kaiyao, frowned and said, what do you mean by this, Fairy? Kaiyao smiled and said, Dao Chen, don't misunderstand me. What I mean is that with your Dao realm, it is only a matter of time for you to break through to the nascent soul stage. And once you become a nascent soul true lord, you will definitely not be a weakling among the nascent soul cultivators. So, your choice is very important to us. You? Yes, us. Kaiyao nodded. My master, my junior uncle, and me. As she spoke, Kaiyao raised her head and looked directly at Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan shook his head slightly. I have never thought about this question. Besides, am I, a mere child and cultivator, really that important to the sect master and palace master kin? Very important. Fairy Kaiyao's face became serious. If you were just a casual cultivator, your attitude might not be that important, but you have the Chen family of Kangzhou and countless immortal families behind you. So, your attitude is very important. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally understood why Kaiyao or the sect master of Kaiyuan sword sect behind her wanted to win him over. A Yuanying family that can represent the entire Kangzhou is indeed worthy of the attention of the sect master of Kaiyuan sword sect. Although it seems that the Chen family has not reached the level of the Ji family of Jingzhou and the Jiang family of Taizhou, after Chen Daoxuan becomes a Yuanying cultivator, and with Kangzhou's support, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Chen family will be a dominant force in a state. Perhaps a single Yuanying family is nothing to Kaiyuan sword sect, but all the Yuanying families added together, even Kaiyuan sword sect has to pay great attention to them. Because this is already a terrifying force, that is enough to overthrow the rule of Kaiyuan sword sect. Once the Chen family reaches this level, Kaiyuan sword sect will definitely use various means to win it over. Unless the Chen family commits suicide and constantly violates the bottom line of Kaiyuan sword sect, there is no possibility of decline within 3,000 years. The reason why it is 3,000 years is because the lifespan of Yuanying's engine is 3,000 years. With Chen Daoxuan in charge, the Chen family can ensure that the family will be worry-free for 3,000 years. Seeing Chen Daoxuan silent, Kaiyao stepped forward and said with red lips, so, your choices. Chen Daoxuan shook his head again, his eyes clear and said, sorry young sect master, the Chen family is willing to obey the rule of Kaiyuan sword sect, but does not want to participate in the factional disputes within Kaiyuan sword sect. The land of one state is the largest sphere of influence that Kaiyuan sword sect has set for the major immortal families in Wangxinghe. Whether it is the former Qi family or the current Jiang family and Ji family, they cannot exceed the scope set by Kaiyuan sword sect. This is also the tacit understanding between Kaiyuan sword sect and the major immortal families. Without violating this bottom line, Kaiyuan sword sect will turn a blind eye to the small actions of the major immortal families. After all, Kaiyuan sword sect is very clear about the truth that, if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. But if any family dares to stretch their hands too far, they will be immediately suppressed by Kaiyuan sword sect, just like the Qi family in Yazhou, which was directly confiscated and exterminated. In Wangxinghe, the most powerful of the major immortal cultivation families is only like the Ji family in Taizhou, with no more than 5 Yuanying's engine in the family. And there are more than 10 Yuanying families like this in Wangxinghe. So many Yuanying families unite, and there are dozens of Yuanying's engine alone. Once a particularly strong family is born among these Yuanying families, they may be able to use this family as a banner and completely unite together. By then, the rule of Kaiyuan sword sect will be in jeopardy. A large part of the reason why the leader of Kaiyuan sword sect has vigorously supported independent cultivators for more than 400 years is because the power of the major immortal cultivation families has expanded more and more. It has already threatened the foundation of Kaiyuan sword sect's rule. There are so many immortal families in Wangxinghe, and it is definitely not possible to use repression to deal with them blindly. After all, Carnelian Sword Sect still has external troubles. If all the immortal families in Wangxinghe are forced to rebel, it will not be worth the loss. Therefore, it has become the ruling policy of the current leader of Carnelian Sword Sect to win over the mild-mannered immortal families, while suppressing other ambitious families. Facts have proved that this method is quite effective. For more than 400 years, the power of scattered cultivators has continued to rise. Even if a scattered cultivator like Yuan Chen's engine breaks through to the nascent soul stage, he is not qualified to show his teeth in front of the Jiang family. But now, Yuan Chen's engine not only dares to oppose the Jiang family, but even builds the fairy city at the gate of Taizhou, making the Jiang family, a nascent soul family, lose face in front of other immortal families. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan was unwilling to accept the recruitment of the sect leader's faction, Cai Yao sighed. Indeed, for the Chen family in Kangzhou, the leader of Carnelian Sword Sect can no longer give them greater benefits. The Chen family is already the largest family of immortal cultivators in Kangzhou, and all other families in Kangzhou follow the lead of the Chen family. Owning a state is the limit that a family of immortal cultivators can achieve. In the future, for the Chen family, they only need to manage Kangzhou well, and try to cultivate a few more Yuanying's engine for the family. This is their most important thing. Once the Chen family has several Yuanying's engine in the Wangxinghe, apart from the ruler of Carnelian Sword Sect, the Chen family, a Yuanying family, will be the most powerful force. Facing such a force, what can the leader of Carnelian Sword Sect give to the other party? Let it participate in the factional struggle of Carnelian Sword Sect. Thinking of this, Cai Yao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. After a while, she forced a smile and said, "If you change your mind in the future, you can come to me at any time." "Definitely." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Seeing this, Cai Yao no longer said politely, nodded to Chen Daoxuan, and then disappeared in front of him with a light. Watching Cai Yao leave, Chen Daoxuan shook his head. Although he had dealt with Cai Yao several times and the two sides had formed a little friendship, this little friendship was not enough for Chen Daoxuan to take the risk with the entire family. If the leader faction of the Carnelian Sword Sect wins, the Chen family may not be able to gain any benefits. If the elder faction headed by the third elder prevails, the Chen family will be envied. Why should Chen Daoxuan do such a thankless thing? Anyway, no matter who becomes the leader of the Carnelian Sword Sect, it will not have any impact on his Chen family. Once it becomes a Yuanying family, it is not something that the Carnelian Sword Sect can easily control. Why did the Daozi of the Jiang family dare to confront Cai Yao, the young leader of the Carnelian Sword Sect, in public? It is because the Yuanying family is already a vassal, with powerful military force, and can command a state. Born in such a family, how could Jiang Chenai be afraid of Cai Yao, a purple mansion cultivator? Now for the Chen family, the top priority is to recover Zenon Pass. This matter not only involves the interests of Carnelian Sword Sect, but also the interests of Kangzhou monks. Zenon Pass, as one of the passes built by Carnelian Sword Sect in Xuan State, originally belonged to the territory guarded by Kangzhou monks. As we all know, the territory that Carnelian Sword Sect has conquered in Xuan State is based on these large and small passes to transport various cultivation resources to Wangxinghe. The loss of Zenon Pass not only means the loss of an immortal city, but also the loss of a large area of territory relying on this immortal city. This loss is the most direct and the biggest loss after the loss of Zenon Pass. This is not to mention the loss of Zenon Pass. The defense system built by Carnelian Sword Sect has gaps, which makes it easier to be attacked by Zhuan King Dao League, so that Carnelian Sword Sect, which has been on the offensive, has been frustrated repeatedly since then. And this is also the biggest reason why the Three Elders faction is criticized. Compared with Linwu Immortal City, Zenon Pass seems not very important, but the actual loss caused is much greater than everyone imagines. 2 months later, the reorganization of the 1.5 million monk army was completed. Compared with the mixed crowd when they came, all the soldiers were wearing silver white standard spiritual armor. Although the spiritual armor was not high grade, only level 1 or 2, the soldiers wearing the same color of spiritual armor gave people a completely different aura. The battle of the monk army was, to some extent, very similar to that of the mortal army. Most of the time, they fought in formation. Of course, in a large-scale group battle, it was unrealistic to expect millions of monks to maintain the same formation. Generally speaking, the monks participating in the war would form small formations under the command of their respective generals. Just like the Chen family's starry sword formation, dozens to hundreds of people formed a formation and then fought with the enemy. The monk army fighting in formation and fighting in scattered soldiers are two completely different concepts. Once a war of 100,000 or even millions of people broke out between the two sides, the large-scale collapse of one side's formation often meant that the side was showing signs of defeat. When Wu Dao abandoned the city and fled, the Kangzhou cultivators were in chaos and faced the enemy's various formations in the form of scattered soldiers. Even if the enemy did not have the help of high-level cultivators, they would have lost the battle. Standing in the air, Fairy Kai Yao stood in the first place. On her left, Chen Daoxuan stood with his sword in his hand. His eyes penetrated hundreds of miles and took in the more than 1 million cultivators. The spiritual armor provided by fellow Daoist Chen is really as good as the weapon refining hall of our sect. The outside world says that your Chen family is both excellent in alchemy and weapon refining. Now it seems that this evaluation is still too conservative. On the side, Fairy Kai Yao looked at the endless silver white soldiers and exclaimed. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly. I dare not compare with the disciples of the refining hall. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's humble words, Fairy Kai Yao smiled and said softly, everyone. Decades ago, our relatives and friends lost their souls in Zenon Pass, and most of them couldn't even find their bones. Today, the group of executioners still stand on the city gate built by our relatives and friends, stepping on their bones and enjoying themselves. Fellow Taoists in Kangzhou, fellow disciples of the sect, how should this revenge be avenged? Fairy Kai Yao's words gradually became louder and louder, and in the end, they were deafening. After hearing these words to boost morale, the army of cultivators in front of them almost all had red eyes and shouted wildly, kill, 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 kill. Beside Fairy Kai Yao, a group of Jinden Zenren saw this scene and nodded secretly. The army's morale can be used. Chuanghu Island. In an ancient and quiet courtyard, a beam of light flew towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, a white-haired old man was lying on a recliner, sleeping soundly. Beside the old man, two maids of the Chen family stood quietly beside him, waiting on him. The light of escape fell. A young and beautiful woman, full of majesty, appeared. It was Chen Daoxuan, the finance minister and acting patriarch of the Chen family. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the two mortal maids immediately wanted to kneel down and salute. Chen Daoxuan waved her hand and asked the two to step aside. As if startled by the noise outside, Chen's iron-souled eyelids moved slightly. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. In the blurred vision, Chen Daoxuan's figure appeared. Old patriarch. Chen Daoxuan stepped forward quickly and gently helped Chen Zion sit up. The white and tender palm pressed on Chen Zion's back, and Chen Daoxuan's face changed slightly. Only at this moment did she clearly know how thin and weak Chen Zion was at the moment. It seems that the old patriarch may not have much time left. Although Chen Zion's eyes were cloudy, his heart was as clear as a mirror. When he saw Chen Daoxuan's face, he knew what the other party was thinking, and smiled. Don't worry, I won't die if I don't see Daoxuan standing on the top of Zenon Pass. Chen Zion has survived until now, mostly relying on a breath. This breath is because he wants to see Chen Daoxuan recapture Zenon Pass with his own eyes and see Chen Daoxuan kill the enemy who killed his brother. Only by seeing this scene can Chen Zion really smile in his grave. Old patriarch, don't say that. With the life-extending effect of the 1,000-year-old red fruit, you will definitely live for decades more. Hearing this, Chen Zion shook his head. Although the Millennium Red Fruit has the effect of prolonging life, the injuries I suffered in the Battle of Zenon Pass in my early years have damaged my foundation. The two offset each other, and my lifespan is not much longer. But don't worry, I believe I can hold on until the day when Daoxuan returns to the tribe to announce the good news. Old patriarch. Okay, let's not talk about this. Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. You came here, I guess there is something. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. The young patriarch has already set off with the tribe. Good. Chen Daoxuan's face immediately flushed when he heard this. Great. I can finally see the revenge. It's refreshing. Refreshing. Cough cough cough. Old patriarch, don't get excited. Seeing Chen Daoxuan stand up directly from the recliner, Chen Daoxuan was shocked. She didn't expect that the news of Chen Daoxuan's expedition would stimulate Chen Daoxuan so much that it could make an old man in his twilight years become lively again. However, Chen Daoxuan was about to die, and after a while of excitement, he felt particularly weak. Feeling his weakened old body, Chen Daoxuan sighed. It's a pity that I can't send him off in person. The young clan leader just sent me a message and asked me to tell you this news as soon as possible. He also told me to take care of yourself. He will bring back the head of the enemy's commander. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan laughed again. This kid. Cunning sword sect. After inspiring morale, the monk army, led by their respective generals, flew towards a giant formation. Is this the space teleportation formation? Chen Daoxuan looked at the giant circular formation with a diameter of dozens of miles in front of him and said in surprise. Chapter 319 Izumo Country. Because the realm of the Great Dao has reached the realm of the law, and he has comprehended the mystery of space transmission. This time, when Chen Daoxuan stepped into the space transmission array, he did not feel dizzy, but clearly felt the power of the array prying the space law. The operation of this array made Chen Daoxuan's understanding of space transmission a little deeper. However, the speed of the space transmission array was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Chen Daoxuan was teleported to the Chuan Kingdom thousands of miles away. He was teleported here with the army of monks who recovered Zen and passed this time. Chuan Kingdom. Linwu's Iron Cheng. Chen Daoxuan's eyes blurred, and he stepped on solid land again, already thousands of miles away in Xian'antao. The first time he left the Wangxing Sea where he grew up and practiced, Chen Daoxuan felt a little sad. Especially before leaving, when he saw Aluoli's tearful eyes. He shook his head and suppressed these thoughts in his heart. Looking around, Chen Daoxuan carefully looked at the scenery in front of him. The most direct and fastest transportation channel between Kainiuan Sword Sect and Chuan Kingdom is this space teleportation array that connects Kainiuan Sword Sect and Linwu Immortal City, spanning tens of millions of miles. Moreover, this space teleportation array is a one-way teleportation array. It can only be teleported from Kainiuan Sword Sect to Linwu Immortal City, but not from Linwu Immortal City to Kainiuan Sword Sect. The reason why it is a one-way teleportation array is that, if Linwu Immortal City falls, the enemy will directly attack the Kainiuan Sword Sect through this teleportation array. The safety of the Kainiuan Sword Sect must be above all else. The top leaders of the Kainiuan Sword Sect are very clear about this simple truth. However, the use of the space teleportation array is extremely expensive, and the Kainiuan Sword Sect rarely uses this array, unless it is a particularly urgent situation. But this time, the recovery of Zenon Pass is of great importance, and the Kainiuan Sword Sect can't care so much. Ha. Hoo. A deafening sound rang in everyone's ears. The space teleportation array of Linwu Immortal City is located in the core of Linwu Immortal City, in the military camp of Linwu Immortal City. As the largest immortal city built by Kainiuan Sword Sect in Chuan Country, Linwu Immortal City is even more than 10 times larger than Yuanshan Immortal City, the largest immortal city Chen Daoxuan has ever seen. The military camp in front of him is called a military camp, but in fact it is already a giant city. After breaking through to the giant stage, Chen Daoxuan's divine sense coverage has skyrocketed, and now it can detect more than 2,300 miles at most. After walking out of the space teleportation array, Chen Daoxuan immediately expanded his divine sense. Who knew that, before it extended to 100 miles, it hit an invisible barrier? Who is so bold? A thunderous voice exploded in Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness. It was Jinden Zenran. Chen Daoxuan immediately identified the cultivation level of the person scolding him, and bowed his hands and said, I'm Chen Daoxuan, the vanguard general of the Zenon army. I hope you will forgive me for my impoliteness. Zenon army Jinden Zenran muttered, didn't Zenon Pass get lost? Where did the Zenon army come from? The Jinden Zenran seemed a little confused. But soon, it seemed that someone around him explained a few words to him, and then said, I don't care whether you are from the Zenon army or the Zenbei army. Anyway, this is Lin Wu Xiancheng. In Lin Wu Xiancheng, you must abide by the rules of Lin Wu Xiancheng. Next time you are reckless, don't blame me for being rude. I hope you will remember this. After saying that, the Jinden Zenran's consciousness retreated. After this scene, Chen Daoxuan couldn't explore the military camp anymore. But in the 100 li radius just explored, Chen Daoxuan found that there were cultivator armies stationed everywhere. And the cultivation level of the cultivators in the army was not low, at least they had reached the late stage of key refining. As he knew before, for every 10 key refining cultivators, there would be a platoon leader, who would be a foundation building cultivator. For a 1,000-man team, there would be a deputy general, led by a purple mansion cultivator. For an army of 100,000 people, there would be a main general, led by a Jinden cultivator. In Lin Wu Xiancheng, the number of cultivators is more than 10 million. Even now, the number of cultivators stationed in the military camp of Lin Wu Xiancheng is more than 10 million. In other words, in this military camp, there are at least 100 cultivators above the Jinden stage, which is really terrifying. If it were a mortal army, such a large number of troops, not to mention other things, the daily food logistics would be enough to make any mortal country collapse. But the cultivator army has no such worries. Bigu is one of the most basic abilities of a cultivator. For a cultivator, as long as there is spiritual energy, he can survive for a long time, and he does not need to eat anything else. Even if a cultivator wants to eat spiritual rice, it is only for the purpose of body refining, not to fill his stomach. For the cultivator army, spiritual energy, elixirs, magic tools, spiritual talismans, etc. These things are their logistics. But in peacetime, the monk army only needs to consume spiritual energy and a small amount of elixir. As for magic tools and talismans, the consumption is not great. Looking at Chen Fusheng beside him, Chen Daoxuan instructed, Fusheng, take good care of the soldiers. Yes, young clan leader. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan glared at him. In the army, call me a military officer. Yes, commander. Chen Fusheng hit his chest with his fist and saluted Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan nodded, and then a flash of light flashed, flying towards the fairy Kaiyao and others who were teleported first. Their Zenon army passed through Linwu Immortal City this time, in order to recapture Zenon Pass as soon as possible, and also to surprise the enemy stationed at Zenon Pass. After all, whether it is Carneon Sword Sect or Zuan King Dao League, each has set up spies in each other's nests. It is impossible to hide the spies of Zuan King Dao League from the military personnel transfer of such a large scale of the Zenon army. Carneon Sword Sect also knew this, so they simply used speed to borrow the Linwu Immortal City. Then they headed directly to Zenon Pass from Linwu Immortal City. In this way, they saved several months of time from Wangxinghe to Zenon Pass. Even if the enemy knew that the Zenon army set out from Linwu Immortal City, it would take at least a long time to send reinforcement to Zenon Pass. And this period of time is the opportunity for the Zenon army to recapture Zenon Pass. Ahead, a group of Jinden Zenran, led by Fairy Kaiyao, gathered together. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's escape light, everyone took the initiative to bow to him. Fellow Daoist Chen is here. Fellow Daoist Chen, we've been waiting for you. Fellow Daoist Chen in the crowd, including Fairy Kaiyao, a total of 7 Jinden Zenran took the initiative to greet Chen Daoxuan. Chen Daoxuan was not arrogant, because his colleagues were so enthusiastic, and immediately bowed to everyone one by one. A greeting. Chen Daoxuan looked at the commander of the Zenon army, that is, Fairy Kaiyao, and asked, General, next, should we attack directly, or take a short break before taking action? Hearing this, the other Jinden Zenran also looked at Fairy Kaiyao, waiting for her decision. Fairy Kaiyao frowned, and thought for a moment, then looked around and said, pass my order, march directly to Zenon Pass. Hearing this, a Jinden cultivator wearing blue spiritual armor, and holding a spear whispered, young sect master, since we have all come to Linwu Immortal City, if we don't pay homage to Linwu's engine, will it be? Who knows that Kai Yao glared at him and said seriously, General Me, please call me by my military title in the army. Yes, General. The chief general surnamed Me smiled prettily and bowed. Fairy Kai Yao shook her head and said, speed is the essence of war. After taking Zenon Pass, I will personally apologize to Lin Wu's engine. I believe Zenjin will understand my painstaking efforts. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Lin Wu's engine is the only top Zenjin in Kainiuan Sword Sect who has been stationed in Chuan country for a long time. This Lin Wu's engine never participates in the factional disputes of Kainiuan Sword Sect. He not only has a very good reputation in Kainiuan Sword Sect, but also has a great reputation among the cultivators of Wangxinghe. Compared with the master of Zhenhe Palace and others, Lin Wu's engine, who has been stationed in Lin Wu Fairy City for more than 400 years and has been defending against enemies for a long time, is even more admired by the vast majority of Wangxinghe cultivators. There is no time to lose. Since you all agree to march directly, then each of you will lead the soldiers and prepare to set off. Yes, General. Everyone bowed to Fairy Kai Yao. Waiting for everyone to disperse, Fairy Kai Yao looked at Chen Daoxuan who was left behind by her, and said with a bow, fellow Daoist Chen, please don't take my words before to heart. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan knew what Kai Yao was thinking. He was the absolute main force in the recovery of Zenon Pass this time. Although there are 7 Fairy Kai Yao and other Jinden Zenren, and only 1 Jinden cultivator from Kangshao. But Chen Daoxuan, a Jinden cultivator, is much more valuable than Fairy Kai Yao and the other 7 Jinden Zenren. This point, both Fairy Kai Yao and other Jinden Zenren are very clear in their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that Fairy Kai Yao really needed the credit of retaking Zenon Pass, Chen Daoxuan should have served as the commander-in-chief of the Zenon army in accordance with the concept of respecting the strong in the world of immortal cultivation. Moreover, if Chen Daoxuan served as the commander-in-chief of the Zenon army, the morale of the army would be more vigorous. Because most of the soldiers of the Zenon army are Kangshao cultivators. And for the Kangshao cultivators, Chen Daoxuan's reputation is much greater than that of Fairy Kai Yao, the young master. Especially after Fairy Kai Yao broke through the Jinden stage and disappeared from the top of the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, her reputation in Kangshao became even smaller. Looking at the graceful and beautiful woman in front of him, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, don't worry, Fairy. Recovering Zenon Pass is not only your long cherished wish, but also my long cherished wish. Hearing this, Fairy Kai Yao smiled and nodded, saying, in that case, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chen. It's a matter of course. Why should I thank you so much? Chen Daoxuan bowed to Fairy Kai Yao and said, I hope to get drunk with you in Zenon Pass in the future. Thank you for your good words. Fairy Kai Yao smiled. Goodbye. After Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, he disappeared in front of Fairy Kai Yao with a flash of light. An hour later, one after another, the spirit boats flew out of Lin Wu Fairy City and flew towards Zenon Pass. Along the way, I don't know what kind of pass Fairy Kai Yao took out, but they were unimpeded in the military camp of Lin Wu Fairy City, and they didn't encounter any obstacles until the Zenon army completely flew out of Lin Wu Fairy City. On the spirit boat, Chen Daoxuan looked back at the Lin Wu Immortal City lying on the ground, and a sense of oppression arose spontaneously. Compared with the immortal cities built on the islands of the Wangxing Sea, the immortal city built by Kainiuan Sword Sect in Izumo country covers a much larger area. It seems that he can see the confusion on Chen Daoxuan's face. Beside him, Zhao Mubei, dressed in white, sighed. Compared with the Wangxing Sea, Xianyang Cao is truly vast and rich in resources. Although the Wangxing Sea is large, most of its area is seawater, and it is inconvenient for us cultivators to practice in the sea, let alone build an immortal city at the bottom of the sea, Zhao Mubei said, shaking his head. Xianyang Cao is still better. Not only is the area vast, but the cultivation resources are also much more than the Wangxing Sea. Oh. Chen Daoxuan immediately became interested. Does Xianyang Cao really have so many resources? Of course, Zhao Mubei smiled. Otherwise, why do you think so many Yuanying stage casual cultivators were born in our Wangxing Sea in the past 400 years? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. That's true. The land under our feet is just a country on the border of Xianyantao near the Huangxing Sea. Xianyantao is extremely vast, unlike our Huangxing Sea, which can only accommodate one Kainian sword sect. In Xianyantao, there are countless sects like Kainian sword sect. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was suddenly surged. Once upon a time, in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, Kainian sword sect was like a natural barrier. But in Zhao Mubei's eyes, although Kainian sword sect was powerful, it was not the most powerful. Not to mention others, Kainian sword sect's mortal enemy, Xuanyang sect and King Li Dao sect in Xuan King Dao League, were no less powerful than Kainian sword sect. There were also Qianji Hall, which was famous for puppets and the surrounding countries near Xuan King Dao League, Lingfu sect, which was praised by the outside world for its talismans, and Qianan sect, which was good at the art of formation, etc. These sects all had a large number of Yuanings engines sitting in. In terms of strength, none of them was much weaker than Kainian sword sect, at least they were all large sects occupying a country. But such a cultivation force, placed in the border area of Xianyantao near the Huangxing Sea, can still be called a large sect, but looking at the entire Xianyantao, it can only be called a second-rate force. Because in Xianyantao, there are Yuan Shandaogen. Zhao Mubei could not guarantee whether there was a heavenly master in the crossing tribulation period in Xianyantao, but the existence of Yuan Shandaogen was certain. In Xianyantao, only the cultivation forces led by Yuan Shandaogen could be called first class. Moreover, in addition to Yuan Shandaogen, such first class forces often also had the existence of Zenzang Xian Qi, Yuan Shandaogen holding the pure Yang Xian Qi, and Yuan Ying Zhenjin holding the pure Yang Xian Qi. The strength they exerted was completely not on the same level. This simple truth was clear to everyone with a discerning eye. Lin Wu Xian Cheng. In a solemn Xiantang, a burly Taoist stood up from the futon. The burly Taoist looked towards the direction of the hall door with a sharp gaze and said loudly, "Old man, after so many years, you still like to do these things?" As he said that, the burly Taoist shook his head. As soon as Lin Wu's engine finished speaking, a black figure appeared in the hall. It was the master of the Shadow Hall of Kainian sword sect. The old face of the Shadow Hall master was expressionless, and he said in a calm voice, "Lin Wu, I'm here to convey the master's oral order, to launch a full-scale attack on the Xuan King Dao League." Hearing this, Lin Wu's engine frowned. Reason? The Shadow Hall master, who was dressed in a black robe, raised his head, and looked at Lin Wu's engine, saying, "Tei divine water, HMM." Lin Wu's engine's expression suddenly changed, and a terrifying aura pressed towards the Shadow Hall master. The furnishings in the Immortal Hall were oppressed by this terrifying aura, and there was a tendency to collapse. Lin Wu's engine stared at the Shadow Hall master, and said word by word, "You mean, the Tei divine water of the King Li Dao sect?" Under the pressure of Lin Wu's engine's aura, the Shadow Hall master seemed to have turned into a real black shadow, swaying under the pressure of Lin Wu's engine's aura like a wave. Although the black shadow swayed, it did not go out. Besides the King Li Taoist sect, which other sect has produced the Tei divine water that is worth our efforts? Who? In the hall, the panting of Lin Wu's engine was like thunder. If there were any low-level cultivators present, they would be blown away by his breath in an instant. "Okay, I will mobilize the army immediately and launch a full-scale attack on the Xuan King Taoist alliance." Lin Wu's engine looked at him, "But you have to know that with the power of my Kainian sword sect alone, it is not certain that we can completely occupy the Chuan kingdom, let alone attack the sect of the King Li Taoist sect." He stared at the Shadow Hall master. "Do you have any backup plan?" The Shadow Hall master shook his head. "I don't know about this. I only follow the orders of the sect master." Seeing that the Shadow Hall master was unwilling to say, Lin Wu's engine could probably guess one or two. It was nothing more than his Lin Wu Immortal City attracting firepower here, and the Kainian sword sect sent a surprise force to attack the King Li Taoist sect. But wouldn't this trick be seen through by the enemy? Suddenly, he thought of the Zenon army that had just set out from Lin Wu Immortal City, using the cover of retaking Zenon Pass. Lin Wu's engine frowned. Although this method was risky, he couldn't think of a better idea at this time. Once the Zuan King Dao League obtained the Tei Divine Water and the Yuan Shan Dao Jin was born, the balance of power between the two sides would be broken in an instant. By then, Kaiyan Sword Sect is in danger. Thinking of this, he looked in the direction of the Zenin army leaving, and said silently in his heart, "You must attack more fiercely." Chapter 320, Thoughts Like Diamonds. Boom. In the sky, a number of spirit boats cut through the air and flew towards Zenin Pass. Below the spirit boats was the territory occupied by Kaiyan Sword Sect in Chuan State. Because of this, the Zenin army marched all the way without encountering any obstacles. Chuan State has a vast territory. Although it is not as large as Kaiyan Sword Sect's territory in Huangxing Sea, it is due to the vast sea area. In terms of land area, Kaiyan Sword Sect's territory in Huangxing Sea is not necessarily larger than Chuan State's territory. After all, Chuan State was the sphere of influence of Kaiyan Sword Sect thousands of years ago. It is conceivable that Chuan State's territory is vast enough to support such a huge sect. In the huge spirit boat fleet, in the main cabin of the Marling, Chen Daoxuan sat cross-legged. He was the only one in the huge cabin. Not far away, curling green smoke filled the room, and the whole room was filled with fragrance. This is the concentration incense, which has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the mind. Of course, this is for low-level cultivators. For a giant and Zenran like Chen Daoxuan, the concentration incense is just a kind of spice that makes people feel relaxed and happy, and it has almost no concentration effect. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the futon, opened his eyes. His lightning-like eyes seemed to be real, making the quiet room suddenly bright. Sure enough, the practice of the C Division chapter is not that simple. Chen Daoxuan frowned. Previously, he had heard the other party explain the formation in the dojo of the Huan Palace Master. Although it did not arouse Chen Daoxuan's impulse to pick up the refining weapon again, it gave him another inspiration. In other words, it pointed out the correct use of the Stardust Sword Dao diagram. The Star Sword Dao diagram emphasizes the map to nourish the sword, and the sword to nourish the map. Therefore, the grade of this map depends not only on the grade of each immortal sword in the map, but also on the number of immortal swords in this map. In other words, Chen Daoxuan now only has 2 great laws, which are missing. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of the scene in the true immortal origin realm, when he used the Dao derivation function to imprint the giant holding a giant axe and split the sky with one axe. At that time, he also referred to the opponent's move and created his own sword tactics, which made his strength soar, thus completely laying the foundation for the victory of the Huangxing He monks and the monsters in the true monster realm. Chen Daoxuan remembered that the strong man holding the giant axe mastered the space and all the 5 elements at the same time, a total of 6 great laws. Among these 6 great ways, if a cultivator comprehends any one of them and reaches the realm of law, he can become a Yuanying monk. And this giant axe strongman practiced 6 at the same time. Of course, although Chen Daoxuan didn't know what level the other party's great realm had reached, with the help of the Dao derivation function, he could tell that the great axe strongman's main great law was the space law. As for the 5 element, it can only be regarded as a supplementary great law. But even so, Chen Daoxuan could clearly perceive that the other party's 5 element law was much higher than the space law he mastered the most. That senior didn't have a treasure like the Stardust Sword Dao diagram that could quickly improve his Dao realm, but he still comprehended 6 Dao laws, and the dead true immortal level monster also comprehended 4 Dao laws. Chen Daoxuan said silently, "So, these true immortal cultivators don't focus on practicing one Dao. Is there any benefit in practicing more Dao laws?" After thinking for a while, Chen Daoxuan got nothing. On the road to comprehending Dao laws, he can only be regarded as a toddler. So far, he has only promoted the space sword intent to the law realm. As for the silk rain sword intent, it can't even be called a law. In the eyes of others, it is undoubtedly a bit ambitious to guess the Dao comprehended by the true immortal with such a low Dao realm. But Chen Daoxuan doesn't think so. Although the true immortal is strong, for him, he is just a pioneer on the road to seeking the Dao. Their experience and direction can serve as a good reference for those who come later. The giant axe master comprehended 6 kinds of Dao laws, and there were also 4 Dao laws in the source world of the fallen true immortal level monster, proving that the other party also comprehended 4 Dao laws. And the star sword Dao diagram given to Chen Daoxuan in the inheritance trial is undoubtedly also a pure yang immortal weapon that is conducive to practicing multiple Dao laws. All these things made Chen Daoxuan wonder whether the number of Dao laws would be required when the cultivator's cultivation level was raised to a certain level. At present, it seems that this speculation is not groundless. Yes, there is also the dead immortal from the upper realm. Chen Daoxuan thought of the sea of consciousness of the immortal from the upper realm he had traveled before, but unfortunately, the Dao laws existed in the Danshan Key Sea, and he could not enter the other party's Danshan Key Sea to take a look. The 2 true immortal level cultivators have practiced multiple Dao laws. It seems that, when the Dao realm is raised to a higher level, there will definitely be some requirements for the number of Dao laws. Chen Daoxuan guessed secretly, no matter if there are any requirements for the number of laws in the higher realms, I will first comprehend a few laws of the great Dao. It is always better to be prepared. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help showing a relaxed expression on his face. For other people, once they comprehend one more law of the great Dao, they must spend more time and energy to improve the realm of this law of the great Dao. But for Chen Daoxuan, who has mastered treasures such as the Star Sword Dao map, if he wants to comprehend more laws of the great Dao, he only needs to spend Krypton gold to solve it. Speaking of it, his space law can be upgraded from the lower stage of the law realm to the middle stage of the law realm. In addition to his instantaneous sublimation, after breaking through the giant unstage, which allowed him to be promoted to the great Dao realm, there is also the credit of the remaining 40 drops of the power of creation of Chen Daoxuan. It is with the help of the 40 drops of the power of creation that Chen Daoxuan's Chengiying sword can be upgraded from the 4th grade upper grade to the 5th grade lower grade. It drives the space sword intent, and is promoted to the space law. Then, Chen Daoxuan used the sudden enlightenment function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra to upgrade the space law from the lower stage of the law realm to the middle stage of the law realm in one fell swoop. After returning to the clan, he suppressed Jizuhu, the top real person, with a flip of his palm. Otherwise, with only the lower stage of the realm of the law, Chen Daoxuan could beat Jizuhu, but he might not be able to kill him. After all, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was only in the early stage of the golden elixir, which was much lower than Jizuhu's late stage of the golden elixir. In addition, his body refining cultivation was also one realm lower than Jizuhu. It was not so easy to keep Jizuhu, unless Chen Daoxuan was willing to use the Star Sword Dao map. But this map was his treasure at the bottom of the box. If he used it easily, it would be equivalent to completely exposing his trump card to the outside world. If the ancestor of the Ji family was impulsive and brought people to the Chen family to seek revenge on him next time, Chen Daoxuan would not even be able to come up with a backhand. At that time, he would be in trouble. The trump card is something that should never be used easily unless it is a life and death crisis. This is almost the first lesson that all cultivators learn after embarking on the path of cultivation. For low-level cultivators, various magical instruments, especially the high-level spiritual talismans they bought at a high price, are their trump cards. For high-level cultivators, various secret methods of escaping and bursting out desperately are also their trump cards. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan naturally has a trump card. However, his trump card changes with the constant changes in his cultivation. In the Purple Mansion period, the Dingpo Divine Light and the three-headed six-armed Divine Power he mastered were his trump cards. In the Golden Core period, although the power of these two magical powers is still good, the time he has practiced these two magical powers is too short after all. Unlike the true man Shenju, who cultivated the Dingpo Divine Light to a high level, he can travel across the sea of 10,000 stars with this magical power alone, which makes Carneo and Sword Sect feel headache. You know, Chen Daoxuan has been practicing since he was 6 years old, and it has been less than 50 years. In this period of time, not only has his cultivation reached the Golden Core period, but his Dao realm has also reached the Law realm. Although he can achieve this achievement mainly with the help of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, Chen Daoxuan himself has also devoted all his time and energy to it. As for practicing magical powers and secret methods, it is really a bit beyond my ability. Because not all magical powers can be practiced by relying on understanding. More secret methods and magical powers can only be achieved through the dual tempering of understanding and time. For example, the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms. As a top-level fighting magical power, the 3 heads and 6 arms can undoubtedly greatly enhance the close combat strength of the cultivators when they are cultivated to a higher level. But it also requires the person who practices it to constantly sacrifice and refine the 3 heads and 6 arms. The so-called sacrifice and refinement of the magic image is to use blood crystals to continuously melt into the 3 heads and 6 arms magic image, like refining the body. This process cannot be tricky at all. This is a typical magical power that consumes time and resources. The Chen family is not short of resources, but Chen Daoxuan lacks time. With less than 50 years of cultivation time in total, even if Chen Daoxuan puts all of it into this magical power, what realm can he raise it to? The same is true for the soul-fixing divine light. In fact, the soul-fixing divine light is only a magical power attached to the Sea of Gods. Its power depends on the range of the Sea of Gods in the Sea of Consciousness. After Chen Daoxuan broke through to the Golden Core stage, his Sea of Consciousness surged to a range of more than 2,300 miles, while his Sea of Divine Light, like in the Purple Mansion stage, was only more than 700 miles. It was unknown how long it would take to catch up with the size of the Sea of Consciousness, let alone rely on it to expand the range of the Sea of Consciousness. Chen Daoxuan did not expect that the expansion speed of his Sea of Consciousness was even faster than that of the Sea of Divine Light. In the cabin, Chen Daoxuan secretly thought about how to quickly improve his strength. 2 months ago, the 1-year period mentioned by the Lord of the Zhenhe Palace was remembered in his heart. Although the Lord of the Zhenhe Palace did not say it explicitly, the other party asked him to go to the sect of the Qinghui Taoist sect 1 year later to prove that the treasure that could help Uncle 13 cleanse his soul existed in the Qinghui Taoist sect. What is the Qinghui Taoist sect? It is a cultivation force at the same level as the Kainiu and Sword sect. If Chen Daoxuan was the only one trying to seize treasures from the lair of such a power, he would probably have to sigh in despair. But the Lord of Zhenhe Palace said that he would go there and wait for him and see what Chen Daoxuan's luck would be. This sentence is worth pondering. Could it be that the Lord of Zhenhe Palace wanted to break into the Qinghui Taoist sect by force? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's heart was pounding. Although he knew that the Lord of Zhenhe Palace was extremely powerful among the Yuanian cultivators, it was really too risky to break into the Qinghui Taoist sect alone. In other words, it was a bit foolish. Logically speaking, with the character of the Lord of Zhenhe Palace, he would never do such a reckless act. Chen Daoxuan thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking about it. But he knew that 1 year, no, to be precise 10 months later, he would go to the location of the Qinghui Taoist sect to wait for Qinsan. Whether it was to meet the other party or other things, it required Chen Daoxuan's strength to be stronger than it is now. With his cultivation of the early stage of the Golden Core and the Dao realm of the middle stage of the Law realm, compared with the weakest nascent soul cultivator, he can only be said to be barely equal. But such a weakest nascent soul cultivator usually does not exist. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's strength has only reached the lower limit of the nascent soul cultivator. I'm afraid that any random nascent soul true lord will be stronger than him. Even if he uses the trump card of the Star Sword Dao map, at most he can only compete with ordinary nascent soul middle stage cultivators. Moreover, using the Star Sword Dao map consumes a lot of mana. Even with treasures like the Creation White Lotus, Chen Daoxuan can't last as long as the other party. The cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul, the Dao realm, does not exceed the middle stage of the Law realm. This is the strongest person that Chen Daoxuan can deal with after using all his trump cards. Moreover, this is just his own estimate. After all, he has never fought against a cultivator of this level, and Chen Daoxuan dare not boast whether he can deal with it. 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Daoxuan shook his head. It takes too much time to improve this magical power. 10 months is far from enough. The Sea of Gods is not good either. The expansion of the Sea of Gods cannot be done overnight. The only thing left is the Sea of Dividing. Chen Daoxuan's eyes focused, and he finally chose to practice the Sea of Dividing. Chen Daoxuan had already comprehended the Sea of Dividing. It is based on the Sea of Gods, dividing the Sea of Gods into small seas of gods, and finally condensing these small seas of gods into thoughts. Speaking of it, this secret method does not seem to be difficult. Divide the Sea of Gods, condense it into thoughts, and finally just make the thoughts like diamonds, and then the practice will be successful. This trip to Zen and Pass will take about a month. According to the description of the Sea of Dividing, not counting the time for comprehending it, only the time for practicing, if everything goes well, it will be successful in 10 days and half a month. In this way, a month is enough. But in fact, failed again. Half a month later, Chen Daoxuan felt very frustrated as he watched the seas of divine light that he had divided and merged together again. The Sea Division chapter only talked about dividing the sea and refining the mind, but did not say how many parts it should be divided into. Chen Daoxuan was not reckless, nor was he conservative. He divided the Sea of Divine Light into 10 small seas of divine light at once. But every time he condensed these small seas of divine light into thoughts, he could not control the other seas of divine light and merge them together again. He tried this hundreds of times. Chen Daoxuan was also a little irritable. Feeling his anxious state of mind, Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath and calmed his anxious heart again. He looked at the brilliant sea of divine light in the sea of consciousness and said to himself, it seems that dividing it into 10 parts at once is still too aggressive. In this case, let's be steady to the end. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan controlled the sea of divine light again and slowly divided it. Chapter 321, Tough. The Sea of Consciousness of more than 2,300 miles in radius. Chen Daoxuan was immersed in it and felt that it was extremely vast. Although it was not as vast as the Sea of Consciousness of the Immortals remains, it was undoubtedly much larger than his Sea of Consciousness when he was in the Purple Mansion period. In the center of the Sea of Consciousness, a planet with a diameter of hundreds of miles floated on a sea of light, and that sea of light was the Sea of Divine Light. At this moment, under Chen Daoxuan's control, the Sea of Divine Light split into a small sea of light with an area of about 1/10. As soon as this small sea of light was separated from the main body of the Sea of Divine Light, Chen Daoxuan felt that his consciousness was split into two. This feeling was very magical, as if he was looking at himself from another angle. If he had not experienced it personally, it would be difficult to describe it in words. Of course, Chen Daoxuan, who had practiced the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms, had already experienced the splitting of the mind, which was extremely magical to outsiders, so he was not surprised. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan stabilized his mind. Next, the most important thing was to condense his mind. Since Chen Daoxuan only separated a portion of the Sea of Soul this time, the burden on his soul was much smaller, and the condensation of mind, which originally consumed a lot of soul, did not seem so difficult. According to the records of the Sea Division chapter technique, Chen Daoxuan condensed the separated Sea of Soul into mind step by step. In the Sea of Consciousness with a radius of 210 miles, 200 miles, and 190 miles. The area of the small Sea of Divide and Conquer is getting smaller and smaller, and the Sea of Soul is becoming more and more condensed. In the end, the small Sea of Divide and Conquer with a radius of more than 220 miles, transformed into an object that is only the size of an adult's fist, shining like a diamond, quietly floating above the Sea of Consciousness. Mind. Looking at this beautiful crystallization of mind in front of him, Chen Daoxuan's heart surged. At this moment, he only felt that his consciousness could easily switch between 1 and 2. He can divide consciousness, and he can also merge consciousness. The division and fusion of consciousness are in one mind. I have finally entered the chapter of dividing the sea. Chen Daoxuan looked at the mind in the Sea of Consciousness and murmured, like the Sea of Gods, the Sea of Division is also a technique that can be practiced indefinitely. The mind is like a diamond, which is just the performance of the initial formation of the mind after the Sea of Gods is divided. There are powerful cultivators in the upper realm who can reincarnate infinitely with their mind alone, to experience the sufferings of the world, and sharpen their own Dao heart. Chen Daoxuan dare not even think about the mind of that realm now. Now that his mind is just beginning to form, it is no problem to move freely within the range of his divine consciousness, but outside the range of the sea of consciousness, his mind will melt in an instant like snow in the sun. His mind can't even go out of the range of his divine consciousness, let alone reincarnation. However, Chen Daoxuan can't care about this now. His mind moved, and a scroll slowly unfolded in front of him. On the scroll, 2 stars, one large and one small, dotted the scroll, which looked a little lonely. It was the first treasure he got from the trial of the inheritance of the Sea of Stars, the Star Sword Dao map. Chen Daoxuan looked at the star map in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then called out the thoughts condensed in the Sea of Consciousness. Although the Sea of Consciousness is called the Sea, it is a special existence between illusion and reality. Theoretically, the objects stored in the Sea of Consciousness are also like this, but after the thoughts are formed, they can actually be manifested in reality. Its nature seems to be somewhat similar to the soul defense magic weapon, which can transform between reality and illusion. It's amazing. After sighing, Chen Daoxuan no longer hesitated, and gently stretched out his hand. In the star map, a smaller star flew out instantly, turned into a fairy sword, and appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. Fixu. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Fixu sword that had been with him since he embarked on the road of cultivation, and a trace of gentle emotion flashed in his eyes. The next second, the gentleness in his eyes was replaced by decisiveness. He slowly merged the fist-sized thoughts into the sword body of the Fixu sword. Since the Fixu sword merged with the Silk Rain sword, it has become a special existence between entity and illusion. Now let the thoughts merge with it. It must be said that this is an extremely bold attempt. If it succeeds, Chen Daoxuan will be able to continuously separate his thoughts from the Mother Sea of the Sea of Divine Light in the future, and then integrate them into the laws of the Great Way. In the future, no matter how many laws of the Great Way there are in the Star Sword Dao diagram, Chen Daoxuan's control over the laws of the Great Way will not be reduced in the slightest. Not only that, with the precise control of each law of the Great Way by his thoughts, Chen Daoxuan can even arrange a large formation with the laws of the Great Way, and perfectly integrate the power of different laws of the Great Way with the power of the formation. This fusion is completely different from the superficial fusion of the 5-element laws driven by the space law recorded in Chen Daoxuan's Sea of Consciousness. Since each law of the Great Way is integrated with each of Chen Daoxuan's thoughts, the mutual repulsion between these laws of the Great Way has been weakened. In addition, he uses the power of the formation to integrate these laws of the Great Way. Although he cannot achieve the legendary integration of the Way, the effect is definitely much better than the superficial fusion of the Great Axe Strongman. Although these are just Chen Daoxuan's guesses at present, he feels that his guess is correct. When a cultivator practices, he needs to rely on his predecessors, but he cannot rely on them completely. He needs to carefully grasp the degree of this. As time passed little by little, in the cabin, the mind as bright as a diamond slowly merged into the sword body of the Fixu sword like a stream of water. At the moment, when Chen Daoxuan's mind merged into the Fixu sword, he suddenly felt that he had 2 bodies. One was his original body, and the other was the Fixu sword. What's more amazing is that Chen Daoxuan felt that these 2 bodies were the same as his own body. This feeling is even different from the clone. After his black robe clone split his soul, if he did not take the initiative to contact it, the black robe clone was basically not much different from an independent person. But this Fixu sword occupied half of his consciousness. With a thought, Chen Daoxuan's consciousness returned to 1 again, and with another thought, his consciousness was divided into 2 again. Chen Daoxuan kept switching like this, and his consciousness was constantly splitting and merging. But compared with the previous splitting and merging, this time, his consciousness had a body after the split, and it was no longer floating in the void, but instead had a sense of solidity. So, can't I control the flying sword to fly out of the range of my spiritual consciousness? Chen Daoxuan suddenly thought. His spiritual consciousness has reached more than 2,300 miles so far. Compared with the spiritual consciousness of Yuan Ying's engine, which covers 10,000 miles, Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness is far inferior. Even some top giant and Zenran have a much stronger range of spiritual consciousness than him. In the inherent cognition of cultivators, the range of spiritual consciousness means the farthest attack distance of cultivators. For example, Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness covers more than 2,300 miles, so the farthest attack distance of his flying sword is more than 2,300 miles. Outside this range, the flying sword can only return empty-handed. But now that he has integrated his mind into the Fixu sword, the Fixu sword has become his consciousness clone, and the situation is different. He feels that he can control the Fixu sword to fly out of the range of his spiritual consciousness. And thanks to the protection of the Fixu sword, his mind will not melt and collapse after leaving the range of his spiritual consciousness. Sure enough, this path works. Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed. So, I only need to separate two thoughts and integrate them into the Fixu sword and Chengiying sword respectively. Then I can control these two laws to merge into one. No, the Silk Rain sword intent has not yet reached the law realm, which is a problem. Chen Daoxuan frowned again. He looked towards Zenon Pass. He had never been so eager for the power of creation. It's useless to think too much. Let's integrate the thoughts into the Silk Rain sword intent and the space law respectively. If I can use these two sword intentions and laws at the same time, I can use them to perform the Liangai sword formation, which will increase the attack power. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were bright. Zenon Pass. Compared with decades ago, Zenon Pass, which is now in the hands of King Wei Daoism, has changed a lot. The first change. In order to consolidate the defense line of Zenon Pass and prevent Kainian Sword Sect from taking this pass from them, King Wei Dao Sect specially built two new immortal cities outside Zenon Pass, forming a pincer attack with the original Zenon Pass. The second change is the cultivation level of the defenders. Originally, Zenon Pass was only the smallest of all the immortal passes of Kainian Sword Sect, so only a number of giant and cultivators were sent to sit here. Later, because Yu Wu Dao was jealous of his military exploits, he used his background and identity to squeeze out other giant and real people and enjoy this pass alone. Now that Zuan King Dao League has captured this pass, it has specially sent Yuanying cultivators to sit here. Judging from the area of this place, it is a bit of a big deal to send Yuanying's engine to sit in a mere Zenon Pass, but because Zuan King Dao League regards this pass as an important breakthrough for counter-attacking Kainian Sword Sect, with special attention, it makes sense to send a Yuanying's engine to sit here. Zenon Pass, in a towering fairy palace. A cultivator with loose black hair sat cross-legged on a cushion. This cultivator had a stern face and exuded an aura of keep away from strangers. In addition, his superb cultivation level was the best among all the cultivators in Zenon Pass. Normally, no one dared to disturb this master unless it was something important. This person was the Master Ming Liang, who was sent by the King Wei Taoist sect to sit in Zenon Pass. Suddenly, the Master Ming Liang, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, opened his eyes and sighed. There are less than 40 years left before the 100-year period is over. Unfortunately, although my cultivation level has reached the late stage of the nascent soul, I have not reached the 9th level of the nascent soul after all. My Dao realm and physical body are also a little worse, so I'm not qualified to fight for the Tai Divine Water. Yuan Shen Daochen, a lifespan of 10,000 years. What a pity, what a pity. Master Ming Huang kept shaking his head. Not long ago, when he learned that the Tai Immortal Pool in the sect was about to give birth to the Tai Divine Water, he was so excited that he almost returned to the sect immediately. But just when he was about to abandon Zenon Pass and prepare to return to the sect, the leader of the King Wei Taoist sect personally sent a message, strictly ordering the guards stationed at the important places of the city gates not to return to the sect, and those who violated the order would be severely punished. Normally, in the face of the temptation of breaking through to the Yuanshan stage, these Yuanying's engine would not care, even if they disobeyed the order of the leader. But as a cultivator in the late Yuanying stage, Zhenjin Minghuang knew more inside information than ordinary Zhenjin in the sect. It is not easy to take out a divine object like Tai Divine Water from Tai Immortal Pond. The correct method of taking water is only known by the successive leaders of the King Wei Taoist sect. If outsiders want to take it by force, the unformed Tai Divine Water will only melt in the Immortal Pond. In addition, considering that his own cultivation has not reached the 9th level of Yuanying, Zhenjin Minghuang also gave up the idea of fighting for Tai Divine Water. But giving up is giving up. Every time he thinks of this matter, Zhenjin Minghuang is still heartbroken and can't breathe. There has never been a moment when he was so close to Yuan Chen Daoxuan. True Lord Minghuan knew that with his talent, it was very unlikely that he could break through to the Yuan Chen stage without external help. There were many sects around Zuan King Dao League, and there were hundreds of Yuan Ying True Lords, but there was not a single Yuan Chen Dao Lord. From this, we can see how difficult it is to break through from the Yuan Ying stage to the Yuan Chen stage. HMM. Feeling heartbroken, True Lord Minghuan frowned and said unhappily, "Didn't I say that if there is nothing important, you must not disturb my practice?" True Lord, Outside the door, a giant and True Lord trembled and was somewhat speechless. Recently, True Lord's temper was very bad, but everyone didn't know the reason, so they could only live in fear every day. Fortunately, True Lord Minghuan's integrity was acceptable, and he didn't vent his anger on his subordinates at Zenon Pass, because he couldn't get the Tai divine water. "Come in." True Lord Minghuan waved his hand helplessly. "Yes." Outside the door, True Lord chimed and took a deep breath, pushed the door, and walked into the fairy palace. Along the way, the giant and Zenran kept his head down, not daring to look up at Minghuan's engine. "What's the matter?" Hearing Zenjan's question, Giant and Zenran did not dare to hide it, and immediately replied, "Report to Zenjan. My spy reported that a large army of cultivators set out from Lin Wuxian Cheng and headed towards our Zenon Pass." The army of Lin Wuxian Cheng. Minghuang's engine was suddenly startled, and immediately stood up from the cushion. Seeing Zenjan so excited, the giant and Zenran who came to report, was almost scared to death. He hurriedly said, "It's not Linwu City, it's Kangzhou cultivators from Wangxinghai." Hearing this, Minghuang's engine, who felt that he had lost his composure, had a cold face, and said in a deep voice, "Next time you speak, remember to finish it all at once." "Yes." The giant and Zenran lowered his head even more. Seeing the trembling look of his subordinate in front of him, True Lord Minghuan waved his hand and said in a somewhat bleak tone, "Those stray dogs in Kangzhou, were you the one who wiped them out back then?" When the giant and Zenran heard True Lord Minghuan mention his most proud battle record, he straightened his body and raised his head in front of True Lord Minghuan for the first time and said, "True Lord, it was my disciple who led the army to break through this immortal pass. Well done." True Lord Minghuan nodded. "Your current cultivation has reached the peak of the Jiandan realm, and your Dao realm is about to touch the threshold of the Law realm. With the merits you have accumulated over the years, it is enough to exchange for resources from the sect to break through to the nascent soul stage." Looking at the excited giant and Zenran in front of him, True Lord Minghuan continued, "It's just that something big has happened in the sect recently. If you want to return to the sect, you may have to wait a little longer." Despite his excitement, the giant and Zenran still showed an awe-inspiring look and hurriedly said, "Disciple is not in a hurry. Disciple is willing to guard the pass for the sect." "Okay, you don't have to show your loyalty in front of me." True Lord Minghuan paused. "Defeat the Kangzhou monks. Don't let them disturb my meditation. When you return to the sect, I will personally recommend you for merit." Hearing this, True Lord Jiandan became even more excited. He quickly bowed and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you for your cultivation." Chapter 322, Challenge. Zenon passes ahead. On the spirit boat, Zhao Mubei pointed to a city pass at the end of his vision. Compared with Linwu Immortal City, Zenon Pass is undoubtedly much smaller, but even so, it is far from being comparable to the city passes of mortals. It seems that the whereabouts of the Zenon army have long been known, and Zenon Immortal City has long been surrounded by a large defense formation. Across the formation, Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei saw the late giant and cultivator standing on the top of the city. "It's him." Seeing the giant and Zenran on the top of the city, Zhao Mubei's face condensed slightly, obviously recognizing the other party. "Who?" Chen Daoxuan turned his head and looked at him curiously. "Zenon Zenran. It was him who led the army to break through Zenon Pass that year. I didn't expect that in less than 100 years, his cultivation has improved again." Zhao Mubei is not a giant and cultivator, and can only vaguely sense that this Yanjiu Zenran is not a giant and early cultivator. As for whether the other party is a giant and middle or late giant and cultivator, he can't tell. Zhao Mubei couldn't tell the other party's cultivation level, but Chen Daoxuan, as a giant and cultivator, could tell the other party's cultivation level at a glance. This Jiu Zenran was a Jinden late-stage cultivator at the 9th level of Jinden, and if you sensed correctly, this person was probably not far from the nascent soul stage. Because Chen Daoxuan even felt the charm of the law realm in him. Obviously, even if this person's Dao realm did not reach the law realm, he had touched the threshold of the law realm. In addition to this person's cultivation level, it can be judged that the other party was only one step away from the nascent soul stage. With this cultivation level and realm, Chen Daoxuan estimated that the other party's strength was probably not much weaker than Jizuhu, who was killed by him. Chen Daoxuan nodded. This man must have been greatly cultivated by Zuan King Dao League to seize Zenon Pass. It is not surprising that he has cultivated from the early stage of Jinden to the late stage of Jinden in decades. Zhao Mubei was slightly surprised to hear that Jiu Zenran had reached the late stage of Jinden. Then he thought of the strength of the person next to him and felt relieved again. After all, with Chen Daoxuan's record, as long as it was not a Yuanian cultivator, there would be few ordinary Jinden Zenran who could stop him. Jizuhu was already the top among the Jinden Zenran, but he was suppressed by Chen Daoxuan. Zhao Mubei could not understand Chen Daoxuan's current strength. But he was very clear about one thing: as long as Chen Daoxuan was in the Chen family, the Zhao family would never be able to compete with the Chen family. Chen Daoxuan was a person that Zhao Mubei had seen with his own eyes. He had gone from being far inferior to him to being far more powerful than him. When it comes to shocking, no one can compare to him. Zhao Mubei. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Daoxuan is just a newly rising genius cultivator in Kangshao, a top Jinden Zenran, with infinite potential. Only Zhao Mubei knows clearly. It is a terrifying thing for a cultivator who has practiced for less than 50 years, to grow from a weak key refining cultivator to a top Zenran comparable to the Yuanying Zenjin realm. Compared with Chen Daoxuan's strength, Zhao Mubei is more afraid of his potential. In Zhao Mubei's eyes, Chen Daoxuan is completely a mystery. Every time he thinks he has figured out Chen Daoxuan's true strength, after a period of absence, the other party's strength will change drastically. Fortunately, although the Zhao family and the Chen family have some competition, the two families have always been allies on the surface, and the two sides have never torn their faces in formal occasions. Fight but not break. This is the most correct decision made by the patriarch, Zhao Mubei believes. Thinking of this, Zhao Mubei said with 7 parts of sincerity and 3 parts of boasting, with brother Chen here, the Jiu Zenran will definitely be no problem. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at the other party in surprise. He didn't expect that Zhao Mubei, such a proud man, could say words to flatter others. But soon, he thought that maybe Zhao Mubei was not a flatterer by nature, but he was born in the Zhao family, especially as the next patriarch of the Zhao family. There are some things that he has to do, even if he doesn't like them. To some extent, Chen Daoxuan is very similar to Zhao Mubei, and he is also a proud person in his heart. To this day, even if he is down and out, he has never said words to flatter others. From this point of view, it is not qualified for him to be the patriarch of the Chen family. But fortunately, this is the world of immortal cultivation. In the world of immortal cultivation, the cold, cruel or weird temperament of the cultivator does not prevent him from becoming the leader of a family or sect, as long as he has extraordinary strength. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't speak, Zhao Mubei immediately kept silent. Both of them are smart people. The last test has basically determined the master-slave status of the Chen family and the Zhao family. From now on, there will be only one voice in Kangshao, and that is the voice of the Chen family. Many families that originally depended on the Zhao family and wanted to rely on the Zhao family to compete with the Chen family fell apart in an instant under the strong rise of Chen Daoxuan. Although the division of interests of various families in Kangshao has not yet been agreed upon with the unification and integration of Kangshao by the Chen family, one thing is basically certain in everyone's mind. That is, the Chen family will become the dominant family in Kangshao, just like the Ji family and the Jiang family in Jingshao and Taizhao. Other families will depend on the Chen family to survive. The chaos in Kangshao, since the Shenzhou rebellion more than 400 years ago, will be thoroughly cleared up. And this battle to recapture Zenon Pass is not only to gain qualifications for Fairy Kaiyao, but also to establish the Chen family's dominance in Kangshao. For this reason, the Chen family can be said to have sent out all the elites. Not only did Chen Daoxuan go to the battlefield in person, but the Chen family, represented by Chen Fusheng, had a total of 9 purple mansion sword cultivators. Just as the two were silent, the voice of Fairy Kai Yao came to Chen Daoxuan's ears. "Brother Zhao, the young master wants to see me. I'll go over." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mubei hurriedly bowed and said, "Brother Chen, please go ahead." Chen Daoxuan nodded, and then his figure blurred and disappeared in front of Zhao Mubei. Seeing Chen Daoxuan teleport away, Zhao Mubei couldn't help but sigh. With Chen Daoxuan's identity, strength, and potential, the gap between the two is destined to become larger and larger. Now he can still brazenly call Chen Daoxuan Brother Chen, but perhaps in a few years, he can only call him Zhenjin. But the world of cultivating immortals is so realistic and cruel. There are many examples of today's Taoist friends becoming seniors in the future. Zhao Mubei didn't feel too much. He and Chen Daoxuan had no master, and secondly, no in-laws, so calling each other a senior didn't seem to be that difficult to accept. Chen Daoxuan didn't know what Zhao Mubei was thinking. At this moment, he had gathered again with the 7 Jinden Zenran headed by Fairy Kai Yao. "Master Chen. Master Chen. Chen." Just like last time, seeing Chen Daoxuan, all the cultivators enthusiastically and proactively saluted him, and Chen Daoxuan returned the salute one by one. Then he looked at Fairy Kai Yao, who was frowning, and asked, "The commander and everyone else are frowning, but what trouble have you encountered?" Hearing this, Fairy Kai Yao stretched out her white finger and pointed to Zenon Pass below the ferry boat, saying, "General Chen, look." Chen Daoxuan looked in the direction of Kai Yao's finger. Just like the scene he saw before, a formation completely covered Zenon Pass. But as the commander-in-chief of the Zenon army and the main person in charge of retaking Zenon Pass, Fairy Kai Yao knew much more comprehensive information than Chen Daoxuan. The original defense formation of Zenon Pass was a 5th level formation, but now it has become a 6th level formation. Fairy Kai Yao said worriedly. 6th level formation? Chen Daoxuan was only a 4th level formation master. He could only see that the formation in front of him was extraordinary. He didn't expect that it was the same level as the formation in the Huan Palace Master's Dojo. He frowned and said, 6th level formation. Ordinary Jinden cultivators should not be able to set it up, right? Hearing this, before Fairy Kai Yao spoke, another Jinden Zenran in the crowd took the initiative to speak. "Master Chen, you don't know that 6th level formation masters are extremely rare, not to mention Jinden Zenran, even among Yuanying's engine. The way of formation, starting from the 3rd level, becomes extremely difficult. The breakthrough from the 4th level to the 5th level has trapped countless cultivators. As for the 6th level formation masters, as far as I know, there are only a few in the entire Wanxing Sea." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel like he had met a soulmate. Since his breakthrough to the 4th level, even with the help of the enlightenment function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, it has been difficult to continue to improve his way of formation. At first, Chen Daoxuan attributed it to his own insufficient cultivation, but later, after breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage, he still found that the speed of progress in the formation had not improved much. It was not until the last time that the Lord of the Huan Palace told him the key to the formation that Chen Daoxuan realized that the formation requires a cultivator's understanding on one hand, and learning from the strengths of many schools is the most important. In other words, if you want to make progress in the formation, you need to read more, learn more, and think more, and remember not to work in isolation. The so-called reading more means more contact with the formation inheritance. These formation inheritances contain various formation diagrams and various formation theories. Only by absorbing this knowledge can Chen Daoxuan's attainments in the formation make a breakthrough. A formation master with extremely high attainments must have a large number of formation layout methods stored in his mind. A powerful formation master may not be strong in combat, but if he is given the opportunity to lay a large formation and use the power of heaven and earth, the opponent can even easily cross the level and kill the enemy. This is the current situation. The enemy troops at Zenon Pass were defending in formation. Even if they had an absolute advantage in strength, it would be difficult to break this turtle shell. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment and said, what if we use war instruments? Fairy Kaiyao shook her head and said, the defense of the 6th level formation is amazing. The war fairy boat we carry can only condense a blow equivalent to that of a cultivator in the nascent soul stage at most, and it can't break the 6th level defense formation at all. Even if we consume it, we can't consume it. The 6th level defense formation supported by the spirit veins. At this point, everyone was even more worried. Compared to Kaiyao, Chen Daoxuan was in a worse mood. Not to mention that he couldn't consume the enemy. Even if it took 3 to 5 years to break this formation, Chen Daoxuan couldn't afford it. Because he kept in mind the 1-year agreement with the master of Zhenhe Palace. Calculating the time, there are only 9 months left in the 1-year agreement, plus the time it takes to rush from here to the Qinghui Taoist sect's headquarters. Chen Daoxuan can only stay here for half a year at most. After half a year, regardless of whether Zenon Pass was taken, Chen Daoxuan would go to the heartland of Qinghui Taoist. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan continued, what if we bypass Zenon Pass and launch an attack on other territories of Chuan Kingdom? Bypass Zenon Pass? Fairy Kaiyao was slightly stunned. She then took out a jade slip, and the next moment, the light and shadow on the jade slip shot out, and a small light and shadow map appeared in front of everyone. From the map, the major immortal passes built by Carneo and Sword Sect almost divided Chuan Kingdom into two. Those near the end of Wangxing Sea are occupied by Carneo and Sword Sect, and those near Xianyantao are still under the control of Zhuan Qingdao League. However, among the defense lines built by Carneo and Sword Sect, only Zenon Pass fell into the hands of Zhuan Qingdao League. This gave the entire defense line a small breakthrough. As everyone turned their eyes to the map, they shook their heads in a moment. No, this move is too risky. If we cross Zenon Pass, we will be in the territory controlled by Zhuan Qingdao League. Once we get there, our army will be completely isolated and helpless. Once we are attacked from both sides by the enemy, we will really have no way to go to heaven or enter the earth. Someone immediately raised an objection. Chen Daoxuan glanced at the map and knew that his proposal was a bit unrealistic, so he stopped talking. Fairy Kaiyao's eyes flickered, and she kept thinking in her heart, but she still rejected Chen Daoxuan's bold proposal. She raised her head and looked at everyone. If you have any other ideas, just say it. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and said nothing. Seeing this, Fairy Kaiyao frowned. She didn't expect that Zhuan Qingdao League would attach so much importance to Zenon Pass and directly set up a 6th level formation. What made her even more incredible was that such important news was not mentioned in the sect intelligence. This made Fairy Kaiyao wonder if there was a conspiracy in the recovery of Zenon Pass this time. Shaking her head, getting rid of the messy thoughts in her mind, Fairy Kaiyao continued, since no one has any ideas, I will give the order directly. Hearing this, everyone stood up straight. Fairy Kaiyao nodded. Each army will set up camp first and challenge in front of the pass at 1 AM tomorrow. Yes. Everyone bowed their hands in salute as the military order was issued. One after another, the spiritual boats landed. The various armies soon set up their camps less than 100 miles away from Zenon Pass. 100 miles away. For a foundation building cultivator, the escape light can reach it in an instant. For a purple mansion cultivator, this distance is even within the coverage of his spiritual consciousness, and the flying sword will arrive in an instant. Setting up the camp here is no different from setting up the camp in front of the enemy army at Zenon Pass. It can be said that it is extremely arrogant. The top of Zenon Pass. Yanjiu Zenren, wearing a black spiritual armor, looked at the dark mass of Kang's Hao troops under the city and sneered. I didn't expect that after not seeing them for decades. The courage of Kang's Hao monks has increased. It seems that the killing last time was too lenient, and I haven't killed their courage yet. Commander, the enemy is so arrogant, should I let me go and test it out? Hearing this, Yanjiu Zenren shook his head and said, forget it. After all, they have 8 Jinden Zenren sitting in the city, and their strength is not weak. If you go rashly, you may be besieged by the enemy together. The person who proposed the proposal was only in the middle stage of Jinden. When he heard that he might be besieged by 8 Jinden monks, his momentum instantly shrank. The next day, at dawn, a divine consciousness swept across the top of Zenon Pass. The next moment, Chen Daoxuan was dressed in white, holding a sword in the air, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the top of Zenon Pass. The cowards of Zuan King Dao League, do you dare to come out and fight me? Chapter 323 True Lord, save me. Commander, on the top of Zenon Pass, a giant and mid-stage cultivator wearing a black spiritual armor saw Chen Daoxuan's arrogant and domineering attitude, and immediately couldn't help it. He bowed to Yunjiu Zenran and said, "This boy is so arrogant, let me take his head." Hearing this, Yunjiu Zenran narrowed his eyes. He carefully sensed that the cultivator who challenged outside the city gate was indeed in the early stage of Jinden. Seeing this, Yunjiu Zenran was slightly relieved, turned his head, and looked at the subordinate who asked for a fight, and said, "This person's cultivation is not high, but it does not mean that his strength is weak. You should be careful not to capsize in the ditch. This commander is here to support you." "Yes, Commander." Hearing this, the giant and mid-stage cultivator looked ecstatic. Like Yunjiu Zenran, he was born in the Qinghui Taoist sect. When Yunjiu Zenran had not taken Zenon Pass, his cultivation was still higher than that of the other party. But because Yunjiu Zenran was lucky enough to capture Zenon Pass, his cultivation level has been rising since then. It only took him a few decades to cultivate from an early Jinden cultivator to the peak of Jinden. Now he is only one step away from the Yuanying stage. You know, that is the Yuanying's engine who has a lifespan of 3000 years. Whenever he thought of Yunjiu Zenran breaking through to the Yuanying stage, all kinds of unspeakable emotions surged in his heart. After all, Yunjiu Zenran was not as good as him back then. Feng Shu turns around. Nothing is better than this. Right now, Carneon Sword Sex attack on Zenon Pass is a good opportunity for him to make meritorious deeds. Of course, this giant and middle stage cultivator is not a reckless person. After yesterday's observation, he found that, although there were many Jinden cultivators in the enemy camp, reaching 8, among these 8 Jinden cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation level was only in the middle Jinden stage, and there was only one. This means that the strength of the enemy's Jinden cultivators is very weak, which is just right for him to show his strength. If he knew that he was facing a top real person who could be listed on the list of Jinden real people in Wangxinghe, he would not dare to go out of the city to fight. On the top of Zenon Pass, with a flash of light, this giant and mid-stage cultivator appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan with complete spiritual armor. Seeing that the giant and cultivator in front of him was actually wearing a white Taoist robe and had a chic demeanor, the giant and mid-stage cultivator couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This kid underestimates the enemy so much, maybe he will have a chance to kill the general in front of the battle today, he thought to himself. Chen Daoxuan frowned when he saw that he had been challenging for a long time, but only one giant and mid-stage cultivator came out. He expected that Yunjiu real person would fight in person, and he took the opportunity to kill the other party, but it did not happen. If they could get rid of Yunjiu real person by surprise, plus the warfare boat they carried, and his own full effort, they might be able to break the defense of the 6th level formation of Zenon Pass. After all, no matter how strong the formation is, it still needs someone to preside over the operation. Without Yunjiu Zenran, a peak giant and cultivator, the power of Zenon Pass's 6th order formation would surely drop greatly, and they would have a chance to break the formation. But now, what a coward. Chen Daoxuan cursed inwardly. He was sure that the enemy army was not aware of his record in Wangxinghe, otherwise they would never send a mid-stage giant and cultivator to fight him. This was not fighting the enemy, this was courting death. In other words, in the eyes of Yunjiu Zenran, Chen Daoxuan was not worth his effort. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan knew what to do. Wait. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan didn't even say a polite word and was about to fight, the mid-stage giant and cultivator on the opposite side was a little annoyed. He came to fight this time, just to make a name for himself and gain credit. Chen Daoxuan didn't say his name in front of the battle formation, which was completely different from his idea. I'm from the Qinghui Dao sect. Ding. Before he finished speaking, a sword light burst out on his black spiritual armor, blasting his figure dozens of miles away and directly hitting the defense formation of Zenon Pass. Boom. After a while, the roar reached Chen Daoxuan's ears. In front of him, the giant and mid-stage cultivator wearing black spiritual armor felt pain all over his body. He looked at Chen Daoxuan in horror, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and tremblingly said, "High stage of Dao realm." At this moment, Chen Daoxuan was surrounded by an invisible domain, which was the Silk Rain Sword domain of the high stage of Dao realm. The sword just now was just a normal burst of the Silk Rain Sword domain. Chen Daoxuan did not use any special sword techniques to increase the power of the Silk Rain Sword domain. Fortunately, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was slightly lower than that of the opponent, and the opponent had a 4th level spiritual armor to protect his body. Otherwise, the unexpected sword just now might have directly taken the opponent's life. The giant and mid-stage cultivator lowered his head and looked at the 4th level low-grade spiritual armor with a faint crack, and his heart was about to bleed. This 4th level low-grade spiritual armor was the most valuable treasure on his body. Now, it was almost destroyed by Chen Daoxuan's sword. Chen Daoxuan slashed the opponent away with his sword, and then made a sword flower. He nodded secretly. The defense of the 4th level low-grade spiritual armor worn by a giant and cultivator. If you want to rely on the Silk Rain Sword domain to break it, you need to cut a few more times. If the opponent is wearing a 4th level high-grade spiritual armor, the Silk Rain Sword domain may not be able to break his defense. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan knew why some cultivators began to study the secret method of soul attack after reaching the giant and stage. Because the defense of spiritual armor is too abnormal. In addition, after the cultivators reached the giant and stage, they began to focus on physical cultivation. The strong physique in the 4th level spiritual armor made almost every giant and cultivator become an iron lump, which was extremely difficult to kill. Chen Daoxuan himself was the same. The 4th level high-grade power spiritual armor was almost comparable to the ordinary 5th level low-grade spiritual armor in terms of defense. Although his physical cultivation was not high, with this spiritual armor protecting him, Chen Daoxuan's defense was definitely one of the top few among the giant and cultivators. If he could integrate the immortality into his body in the future, and add the 4th level superior power spirit armor to protect his body, even if he stood there and let ordinary Yuanying's engine cultivators attack him, it is estimated that the opponent would be helpless against Chen Daoxuan. Zenon Army Camp. Countless Kangzhou cultivators and Kainiuan sword sect disciples saw Chen Daoxuan cut the enemy generals dozens of miles away with one sword, and suddenly burst into violent cheers. Master Chen is mighty. General Chen is awesome. Invincible master. Invincible master. In the military camp, I don't know who took the lead in shouting such a sentence, and the other cultivators followed behind and shouted. In a short while, the name of Invincible Master resounded through the sky. Zenon Pass City. The Zuan King Daoligami stationed here saw that their own giant and master could not even block a single move of the enemy general. In addition to low morale, they were even a little afraid. As low-level cultivators, they could not tell how high Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was. They only knew that Chen Daoxuan, like their leader, was a giant and Zenran, and in the eyes of many low-level cultivators stationed at Zenon Pass, giant and Zenran was the most powerful person in Zenon Pass. The low-level cultivators at Zenon Pass had no idea of the existence of Ming Huang's engine. Although Ming Huang's engine had been stationed at Zenon Pass for decades, he had always been in seclusion in the depths of the Immortal Palace. On weekdays, except for the giant and cultivators, the people below had no idea that there was a Yuanying's engine stationed at Zenon Pass. In this way, Chen Daoxuan's behavior of defeating their leader with ease undoubtedly frightened the low-level cultivators of Zuan King Daolig stationed at Zenon Pass. After all, if the high-level cultivators of the enemy army were unstoppable, they would cause a one-sided massacre of their own low-level cultivators. By then, who could guarantee that they would not be the one to be slaughtered? What a waste. Seeing that his subordinates who took the initiative to ask for battle were defeated by Chen Daoxuan with one sword, Yan Jiu Zenran's face was gloomy. Especially when he heard the roars of the enemy army one after another. Yan Jiu Zenran was even more disdainful. HMPH. a mere Dao realm high stage, yet you dare to boast that you are an invincible real person. Having said that, he had to admit that Chen Daoxuan was indeed a rare genius giant and cultivator. With only the cultivation of the giant in early stage, he could reach the Dao realm of the Dao realm high stage. Yan Jiu Zenran from other sects didn't know, but in his kingly Dao sect, it was extremely rare for a giant and cultivator to be able to do this. If you can reach the Dao realm high stage in the giant and early stage, won't you be able to reach the law realm when you reach the giant and late stage in the future? Thinking of this, Yan Jiu Zenran's killing intent towards Chen Daoxuan surged. Another future top real person in the Wangxing Sea. This kid must not be allowed to stay. Come back. His voice rang in the sea of consciousness of the defeated giant and middle stage cultivator. Yes, Commander. The giant and middle stage cultivator was in a state of despair, driving the escape light back to the 6th level defense formation of Zenon Pass. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not stop him. Because he knew in his heart that with the strength he had just shown, Yan Jiu Zenran would definitely not give up. After all, Yan Jiu's cultivation was much higher than his, and his Dao realm was basically the same as his Silk Rain Sword realm. If the two fought, Yan Jiu believed that he would be able to crush him, or even kill him. But Yan Jiu could never have imagined that the enemy's Silk Rain Sword intent was indeed only at the high stage of Dao realm, but Chen Daoxuan's other spatial sword intent had already reached the law realm, and even reached the middle stage of the law realm. If he knew this information, Yan Jiu would have asked for help from Ming Huang's engine without saying a word. But there is no if. In order to recapture Zenon Pass, Fairy Kai Yao went directly to the space teleportation array of Carneon Sword Sect and Linwu Immortal City. However, the enemy's intelligence hidden pieces did not have such a fast means to transmit the information back to Zenon Pass. Even Zenon Pass did not receive the news of Chen Daoxuan's famous battle in Wangxing more than 2 months ago, otherwise Yan Jiu would never dare to be so careless. In Yan Jiu's opinion, he knew all the top giant and Zenran in Wangxing. As long as he didn't meet the top real person on the giant and real person list, Yan Jiu was confident that he could defeat the other party. Even if he met the top real person in Wangxing, as long as he was not the one ranked higher on the giant and real person list, he would be able to save his life. As we all know, since most giant and cultivators began to focus on body refining, and had 4th level spiritual armor to protect their bodies, their ability to save their lives was generally strong. This resulted in that, if 2 giant and cultivators fought, it would be difficult to kill the other party, unless one of them was much stronger than the other. Chen Daoxuan's strength was so much stronger than Jizuhu's, but he was captured in a space cage, and then his body and giant and were completely destroyed by the space law. Even if Chen Daoxuan wanted to kill Jizuhu casually, it would be impossible. Humph. A majestic roar directly suppressed the noise of the millions of cultivators of the Zenon army. Then, a beam of light flew out directly from Zenon Pass, and appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the real master was finally willing to show up, Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly. The result of this war was just as he had expected, and it gradually became a reality. After taking down Yan Jiu Zenran, the Zenon army would attack with all their strength, and the 6th level defense formation might not be impossible to break. Boy, before you die, tell me your name. Like Chen Daoxuan, Yan Jiu Zenran took off his spiritual armor, and wore only a black Taoist robe. It seemed that facing Chen Daoxuan, a younger generation whose cultivation was not as good as his, Yan Jiu Zenran did not want to take advantage of him. In fact, he did this to restore the momentum of his own army, and on the other hand, he was afraid of scaring Chen Daoxuan away. Although Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was far inferior to his realm of the Great Dao was the same as his. If the other party insisted on running, and the enemy army had 7 giant and monks to support him, it would not be so easy for Yan Jiu Zenran to keep the other party. Both sides were relaxed in their hearts, but they looked solemn on the surface. Chen Daoxuan sneered when he heard this. Do you think that you can beat me just because you have a higher level of cultivation than me? Hearing this, Yan Jiu was immediately certain in his heart, and said with a smile, just try it, and you will know. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stopped talking nonsense. He immediately unfolded the Silk Rain Sword domain, and rushed towards Yan Jiu Zenran. Seeing that Chen Daoxuan chose close combat, Yan Jiu Zenren immediately smiled. Close combat? Just what I want. After saying that, he also flashed his light and rushed forward. But, at the moment when the two were about to come into contact face to face, Yan Jiu Zenren suddenly found that something was wrong. Yan Jiu Zenren flashed his light and then retreated violently. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan did not chase him, but watched him retreat quietly until Yan Jiu Zenren hit a layer of transparent space barrier fiercely. At this time, Yan Jiu Zenren raised his head in dismay, and the fear in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. Law Realm, you actually reached the Law Realm. He raised his hand tremblingly and pointed at Chen Daoxuan. How can you be so shameless? Chen Daoxuan looked at Yan Jiu Zenren, who was locked in the space cage by him, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he easily locked Yan Jiu Zenren in the space cage, it was actually not so easy to do all this. Because when Yan Jiu Zenren left the city, Zenon Pass was a few miles behind him, and Chen Daoxuan's space cage could hardly get close to the 30-mile range of the 6th level defense formation. It is not impossible to forcefully break through the radiation range of the 6th level defense formation, but it is easy to be detected by Yan Jiu Zenren. At that time, he will hide in the formation and not come out, and Chen Daoxuan can only sigh helplessly. But fortunately, everything is developing as he expected. Now Yan Jiu Zenren is directly trapped by him in the space cage, and it is impossible for a mere late giant and cultivator to break Chen Daoxuan's space cage. Just when Chen Daoxuan thought the situation was settled, Yan Jiu Zenren quickly took out a communication jade talisman from his storage ring and shouted, Master Minghuang, help me. The enemy has a Zenren of the Law Realm. Chapter 324 Battle with Yuan Ying. Yuan Ying's engine. Hearing Yan Jiu Zenren's call for help, Chen Daoxuan paused, narrowed his eyes slightly, and waited with concentration. Suddenly, he felt that the space cage he condensed with the space law encountered a fierce impact that was difficult to resist. Not good. Chen Daoxuan's face changed suddenly. Boom. With just one blow, the space cage that was unbreakable in the eyes of the giant and cultivators became shaky. Giant and Zenren in the middle stage of the Law Realm. Interesting. A faint voice suddenly sounded beside Chen Daoxuan's ears, and an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. This feeling was very similar to when he first encountered Zhao Mubei, who was already in the Purple Mansion stage, when he was only in the key refining stage. Unfathomable. Yes, that's the feeling. In the 6th level formation of Zenon Pass, a figure slowly walked out. As this figure walked step by step in the air, whether it was the more than 1 million cultivators from the Wangxing Sea or the garrison stationed in Zenon Pass by the Zuan Dao League, all became silent. At this moment, all eyes in the world were focused on this cultivator who was slowly moving forward step by step in the sky. Yuan Ying's engine. This kind of momentum far surpassing giant and Zenren can only be possessed by Yuan Ying's engine. Meng Huang's engine glanced at Yan Jiu Zenren trapped in the space cage, then turned to look at Chen Daoxuan, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that I would wait for such a genius while sitting here. It's worth my decades of perseverance. Chen Daoxuan looked at him intently, and bowed his hands and said, What's your name, senior? I have long forgotten my common name, but my fellow Taoists call me Meng Huang's engine. You can call me that. Meng Huang's engine. It's him. Chen Daoxuan immediately recalled the information about all the Yuan's engines of Zuan Dao League. Meng Huang's engine, as a late Yuan Ying cultivator, is second only to the top engines such as the Lord of Zhenhe Palace. He has always been the focus of the Shadow Palace of Cunning Sword Sect. Before coming to Zenon Pass, Chen Daoxuan had also learned about the information about this Meng Huang's engine from the information recorded by Cunning Sword Sect. Although the Shadow Palace of Cunning Sword Sect has never given up collecting information about the Yuan Ying's engine of Zuan Dao League, it is very difficult to collect information about them, because the Yuan Ying's engine is too powerful. The Shadow Palace tried its best, but only collected some information about the strength of Meng Huang's engine. As for the whereabouts of the other party, the Shadow Palace could not be sure at all. If you want to track the whereabouts of a Yuan Ying's engine for a long time, you must send a cultivator who is several levels higher than him. At least you have to be a Yuan Shendaogen who is several levels higher than Meng Huang's engine, a late Yuan Ying cultivator. Sending Yuan Shandaogen to keep an eye on the whereabouts of a Yuanying cultivator is no longer worth collecting information. Therefore, in the world of cultivating immortals, it is difficult to determine the whereabouts of a Yuanying cultivator, unless there is a large-scale gathering of Yuanying's engine. For example, Kinzan, the master of Zhenhe Palace. As a top-level true lord, especially one who is good at the laws of space, his whereabouts can be said to be extremely difficult to grasp. Even if a Yuan Shandao lord is sent to follow him, it is difficult to control his whereabouts. After all, with Kinzan's control over the laws of space, he can easily teleport over a distance of more than 1 million miles without external interference. And Yuan Shandao lord's spiritual awareness can cover an area of 100,000 miles, which is good. It is impossible to track Kinzan who teleported 1 million miles. What about you? What's your name? True Lord Minghuan looked at Chen Daoxuan with interest. Kangzhou cultivator, Chen Daoxuan. I remember Chen Daoxuan. True Lord Minghuan nodded, then pointed to True Lord Yanjiu. Can my people be released? Chen Daoxuan took a deep breath, shook his head and said, no, if you have the ability, save them yourself. Okay. True Lord Minghuan smiled slightly. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chen Daoxuan's consciousness was always focused on the other party. He found that the disappearance of Master Minghuan was not like his teleportation, but pure high-speed movement in the air. Just relying on the escape light, he can achieve a speed that is not inferior to teleportation in a short distance. How strong is the physical body of Master Minghuan? Chen Daoxuan was extremely shocked. After a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, the speed of the escape light will increase again. When he reaches the nascent soul stage, the escape speed is even more abnormal, basically reaching a point where low-level cultivators cannot catch him. But even though Chen Daoxuan knew that Master Yuanying's escape speed was amazing, he did not expect Master Minghuan's speed to be so fast. Almost at the same time as his mind was running, Master Minghuan, who was still outside the Zen and Pass defense formation a moment ago, appeared in front of the space cage condensed by Chen Daoxuan the next moment. Then, Master Minghuan punched directly at the space cage condensed by Chen Daoxuan. Crash. The space barrier of the space cage was like a broken mirror, and was instantly shattered by Master Minghuan's punch. After surviving the catastrophe, True Man Yanjiu was so excited that he could not speak when he saw True Lord Minghuan. True Lord, it is normal that you cannot defeat a giant and cultivator in the middle stage of the law realm. I do not blame you. True Lord Minghuan said gently. Hearing this, True Man Yanjiu could not help but feel a sense of dying for his friend. He bowed to True Lord Minghuan and then returned to the defense formation of Zen and Pass in disgrace. Seeing True Man Yanjiu escape, Chen Daoxuan did not care at all. At the moment, all his thoughts were on True Lord Minghuan. This True Lord Minghuan was the most powerful enemy he had encountered since he embarked on the path of cultivation. The cultivation level of the late nascent soul, the realm of the high stage of the fire element law. Chen Daoxuan said secretly. This is the cultivation level in the realm of the Great Dao recorded in the intelligence of Kainyuan Sword Sect about True Lord Minghuan. It must be said that this information about True Lord Minghuan is extremely concise. What secret techniques the other party knows, what powerful magic tools he has, and especially what his body refining skills are all not recorded in the intelligence. Although Chen Daoxuan was confident that he could rival a mid-stage Yuanying cultivator if he played all his cards. But the one in front of him is a genuine late-stage Yuanying cultivator, only one level weaker than the master of Zhenhe Palace. Chen Daoxuan never thought that he would encounter such an opponent so early. But to say that he was afraid, that was not the case. With his strength, plus his expertise in the laws of space, even if he couldn't beat this Minghuang's engine, he would still have no problem escaping. Not only could he escape, Chen Daoxuan was even confident that he could take the direct descendants of the Chen family with him. Of course, as for the remaining Kangzhou cultivators and Kainyuan Sword Sect disciples, he had no way to deal with them. More than 1 million cultivators, not to mention whether he could take them all to escape. This Minghuang's engine would never give him such an opportunity. Chen Daoxuan looked at Master Minghuang and said, why don't we fight somewhere else? We can't use our skills here. Upon hearing this, Master Ming Huang looked back at Zen and Pass and nodded. Please do as you wish. Chen Daoxuan immediately flew away from the battlefield for more than 1,000 miles, followed by Master Ming Huang. The two of them were far away from Zenon Pass and the Wangxinghe monk camp, and they all relaxed. A giant Zenron in the middle stage of the space law is almost as strong as an ordinary Yuanying stage monk. Although Master Ming Huang thought that Chen Daoxuan's strength was far inferior to his, if they really fought, the two of them might destroy the 6th level defense formation of Zenon Pass with their full strength. After all, the defense formation was only presided over by a giant and monk, and its defense power was very limited. Now, both of them had no mental burdens, so they naturally relaxed. Facing each other, both Chen Daoxuan and Master Ming Huang were very confident. Chen Daoxuan's confidence came from the fact that he had integrated two thoughts into the space law and silk grain sword intention on his way to Zenon Pass. Now he can use the space law and silk grain sword intention at the same time, and barely use them to set up the Liangai sword formation. Although the silk grain sword intention has not transformed into the silk grain law, it can at least make his space law power soar. The space law has some advantages over the fire law, and with the addition of the silk grain sword intention, whether Chen Daoxuan's Liangai sword formation can defeat the fire law of the Dark Emperor is really a question. Even if we take a step back, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation is much lower than that of the Dark Emperor, and the Liangai sword formation he has displayed cannot defeat the opponent. He still has the trump card of the Star Sword Dao diagram. When Chen Daoxuan was in the Purple Mansion period, he had used the Star Sword Dao diagram once. At that time, the power of this diagram was no less than the full strength Dao domain pressure of the Yuanying True Lord. Now that Chen Daoxuan's cultivation has broken through to the Giant stage, especially when the space sword intent has transformed into the law realm, the power of the Star Sword Path diagram will only surge again. Because the power of the Star Sword Path diagram is not only related to the cultivator who uses it, but also to the type and depth of the laws on this diagram. Chen Daoxuan's space sword intent has transformed into the space law, and the power of the Star Sword Path diagram will inevitably be further improved. As for the specific extent, even Chen Daoxuan himself is not clear. Because the use of the Star Sword Path diagram consumes too much mana, even if he has reached the Giant stage now, he cannot use it for a long time, so he has never tried to use this treasure. After all, the Star Sword Path diagram is essentially a pure Yang immortal weapon. It is already incredible that the pure Yang immortal weapon can be used at will by Giant and cultivators and even Zifu cultivators. If its consumption is the same as that of ordinary high-level magic weapons, it would be a bit unreasonable. Seeing Chen Daoxuan so confident, Ming Huang's engine grinned and disappeared on the spot. Chen Daoxuan, whose consciousness was firmly locked onto the opponent, used teleportation the moment that Master Ming Huang disappeared, and his figure also disappeared from the spot. Sure enough, Master Ming Huang appeared at the place where Chen Daoxuan had been before the moment that he disappeared. Teleportation? Master Ming Huang nodded. That's a bit interesting. After that, he stopped talking and approached Chen Daoxuan again and again with his escape light, while Chen Daoxuan relied on the law of space to teleport continuously, just not contacting him. After hundreds of chases, Master Ming Huang was tired of it. He frowned and said, "Do you think that you can teleport and you are invincible?" Chen Daoxuan stopped and smiled lightly. Fighting depends on strength, not words. Humph. Master Ming Huang snorted coldly and then took out a small tower-shaped magic weapon from his storage ring. Zuan Huang's ancient tower. Go. 5th grade upper grade magic weapon. Chen Daoxuan immediately recognized the grade of this magic weapon from the fluctuation of its spiritual charm. But strangely, after True Lord Ming Huang sacrificed the Zuan Huang Heaven Suppressing Tower, the tower did not attack Chen Daoxuan, but hung beside True Lord Ming Huang. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan's face changed immediately, and he thought of a possibility. Dao magical instrument. Haha, you have some knowledge. Although Chen Daoxuan had never seen the so-called Dao magical instrument, its imitation, the domain magic instrument, was well known among the low-level cultivators in Wangxinghe. Chen Daoxuan remembered that when he first went to Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, he bought a jade slip for refining a first-level domain magic instrument. However, the name of the domain magic instrument sounds very powerful, but in fact it is just the most superficial imitation of the Daoyu magic instrument. The so-called Daoyu magic instrument must reach the Daoyu realm before the cultivator can use it. The full name of the Daoyu magic instrument should be the Daoyu amplification magic instrument. Its function is very simple, which is to amplify the power of the cultivator's Daoyu. It stands to reason that when the Dao realm of a Yuanying cultivator reaches the realm of law, the power of the Dao domain that was condensed in the Jinden stage will also rise accordingly, far from being comparable to the original. But in fact, when Yuanying's engine fight each other, they rarely use the Dao domain. If the Dao domain mastered by the Yuanying cultivator is compared to a net, then the law he masters is a sharp knife. Using the Dao domain to deal with Jinden cultivators of a lower realm is naturally easy, but if it is used to deal with Yuanying's engine of the same realm, the Dao domain will be torn apart by the opponent in an instant, which is ridiculous. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan and Ming Liang's engine have been chasing each other until now, and neither of them has used the Dao domain. But is the Dao domain of Yuanying's engine really useless? Not so. If under normal circumstances, the Dao domain displayed by the Yuanying cultivator is an ordinary net, then after the Dao domain is used, this net becomes an iron net or a steel net, and the power is increased by more than 10 times. In this way, the Dao domain displayed by the Yuanying cultivator can naturally pose a threat to cultivators of the same level. Of course, it is only a threat. It is impossible to rely on the Dao domain to defeat the opponent, unless the difference in strength between the two is as great as that between the top Zenjin and the Yuanying early cultivator. But at the moment, what Zenjin Mingliang wants to do is not to let his Dao domain defeat Chen Daoxuan, but to use the Dao domain to stop or delay the frequency of Chen Daoxuan's teleportation. With Zenjin Mingliang's speed of escape, once Chen Daoxuan's teleportation speed is delayed, he will have to fight him head on. And if he fights head on, Zenjin Mingliang is confident that that will be the death of Chen Daoxuan. Although Jinden Zenran in the middle stage of the law realm are rare, they cannot be the opponent of the Yuanying late stage cultivator. Seeing Zenjin Mingliang take out the Dao domain magic weapon, Chen Daoxuan knew that he could no longer hide his weakness. Otherwise, if he didn't show his trump card at that time, he would be beaten to death by Zenjin Mingliang with a punch, and there would be no place to argue. The moment after True Lord Mingliang offered up the Zhuanhuang Heaven Suppressing Tower, Chen Daoxuan opened his mouth and spit out a star map that looked like a pitch black sky. It was his most hidden trump card, the Star Sword map. Chapter 325. The Star Sword diagram shows its power. Young master, you can't get any closer. It was about 500 miles away from the center of the battle between Chen Daoxuan and Mingliang's engine. Fairy Kai Yao and her group were standing in the air, using their spiritual sense to observe the battle between Chen Daoxuan and Mingliang's engine. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual sense of a Jinden cultivator can easily cover 1,000 miles. But now that two Yuanying level masters were fighting, Fairy Kai Yao and her group were thousands of miles away and could not observe the battle between the two. In the center of the battle between Chen Daoxuan and Mingliang's engine, the laws of the fierce battle between the two distorted the space, and it was difficult for Fairy Kai Yao and her group to get close with their spiritual sense. The only way was to fly closer, but the closer you get to the two people fighting, the greater the risk. Although Jinden cultivators are much stronger than Zifu cultivators, they are not even qualified to watch the battle between Yuanying cultivators. But Chen Daoxuan and Mingliang's engine are much stronger than ordinary Yuanying cultivators. The strongest of the 7 people, Fairy Kai Yao, is only in the middle stage of Jinden, so the risk of watching the battle from a close distance is indeed greater. Fairy Kai Yao turned her head and looked at the Jinden cultivator who reminded her. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "Everyone, don't get close. Let's stay here." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan also ended his conversation with Master Mingliang, and the two of them fell into an anxious pursuit. After a while, as the battle between the two battlers came to a stalemate, Fairy Kai Yao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She never expected that there was a Yuanying cultivator in charge of Zenon Pass, and a Yuanying late stage cultivator in charge The intelligence of Carnean Sword Sect did not mention any news about the Yuanying late stage cultivator in charge of Zenon Pass. Otherwise, Carnean Sword Sect would never send their mere 8 Chindan cultivators to recapture Zenon Pass. Fortunately, among their 8 Chindan cultivators, although the other 7 were not very strong, there was Chen Daoxuan, a top-notch real person who could fight with Yuanying cultivators. Thinking of this, Fairy Kaiyao couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If it weren't for Chen Daoxuan, Fairy Kaiyao couldn't help but shudder. I'm afraid that their Zenon army will be wiped out here like the Zenon Pass cultivators back then. Normally, with 7 Chindan early stage cultivators and 1 Chindan middle stage cultivator, they are not qualified to resist the Yuanying late stage cultivators. Even if these 8 Chindan cultivators form a formation to fight, it will be useless. The gap in strength is so big that even the formation cannot make up for it. Just when Fairy Kaiyao was secretly relieved, the only Chindan middle stage cultivator next to her suddenly said, "Look, fellow Daoist Chen, and that Minghuang's engine have stopped." Hearing this, everyone focused their consciousness and explored the 2 people fighting. Sure enough, as the Chindan middle stage cultivator said, Minghuang's engine had chased Chen Daoxuan many times without success, and directly hovered in the air and took out a magic weapon from the storage ring. It's a 5th grade, top grade magical weapon. Among the 7 Chindan true masters, there was a Chindan cultivator who was good at refining weapons. He recognized the grade of the small tower that Zhenjin Minghuang took out at a glance. Zuanhuang's ancient tower. It's a Dao domain magical weapon. Not good. Hearing about the Dao domain magical weapon, Fairy Kaiyao was suddenly shocked. As a Chindan cultivator in the middle stage of the Dao domain realm, Fairy Kaiyao knew very well how much the power of the Dao domain displayed by the cultivator would be enhanced under the blessing of the Dao domain magical weapon. The Dao domain displayed by Zhenjin Minghuang in the late Yuanying stage is much stronger than the Dao domain displayed by Chindan cultivators, plus the amplification of the Dao domain magical weapon. If Chen Daoxuan did not have a deep understanding of space transmission, he might not be able to break the solidification of space by Zhenjin Minghuang's Dao domain. By then, Chen Daoxuan would not even be able to perform teleportation. If he fails to teleport with Chen Daoxuan's speed, he will be forced to fight a late stage nascent soul cultivator. The result will be, not only Fairy Kaiyao, but other Chindan Zenran also saw this and became nervous. Some of the more active Chindan Zenran were even thinking about whether to run away in advance. After all, after Chen Daoxuan's defeat, the 7 of them will be the next to suffer. Chen Daoxuan can at least rely on the space law of the middle stage of the law realm to deal with Master Minghuang. If they meet Master Minghuang, they will definitely be killed in one move, without any surprises. Fairy Kaiyao seemed to see what they were thinking and warned them. Before we set off, I have issued a military order in the sect. Those who are afraid of fighting in this battle will be killed. Even if you escaped by chance this time, think about how to face the pursuit of the sect after returning to the sect. Hearing this, the timid Chindan cultivators lowered their heads. Young master, look, what is that? The only Chindan mid-stage cultivator on the field suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Fairy Kaiyao ignored the few people who looked timid and focused on investigating the changes on the battlefield. After investigating with her divine sense, Fairy Kaiyao saw that after True Lord Minghuang offered the Zuanhuang's ancient tower, Chen Daoxuan actually took out a scroll of star map magic weapon and quickly unfolded it. Moreover, Fairy Kaiyao faintly felt a trace of pure yang aura on Chen Daoxuan's star map. That is, a pure yang immortal weapon. Pure yang immortal weapon. How could it be a pure yang immortal weapon? Hearing the pure yang immortal weapon mentioned by Fairy Kaiyao, everyone forgot to be afraid at this moment. That is an immortal weapon. Carnean Sword Sect is a sect inherited from ancient times. In the entire sect, there is only one immortal weapon as the treasure of the sect. As a newly rising immortal cultivation family in Wangxinghe, Chen Daoxuan, how could he have such a virtue and ability to have an immortal weapon? At this moment, everyone looked at Chen Daoxuan with awe and a hint of greed. In the world of immortal cultivation, anything that can be related to the true immortal will be highly sought after by all cultivators. This is the case with the origin laws scattered in the true immortal origin realm, and it is also the case with the pure yang immortal weapon in Chen Daoxuan's hand. After everyone was amazed, someone immediately found that something was wrong and retorted, could the military commander have seen it wrong? As far as I know, the pure yang immortal weapon requires a very high level of cultivation for the user. Usually, only those who have reached the Yuan Shen Daojin can barely activate the immortal weapon. Although Chen Daoxuan's Dao realm is high, his cultivation is only at the Jinden stage. How can he activate the pure yang immortal weapon? Hearing this question, everyone came back to their senses and nodded in agreement. What Daoxuan said is very true. That's right. That's right. Hearing this question, Fairy Kaiyao did not refute it, because she couldn't explain this phenomenon either. The star map in Chen Daoxuan's hand did give off a hint of pure yang aura, and she had only seen this kind of treasure with pure yang aura on the Yuhuang bell in her master's hand. Seeing that their young master didn't say anything, everyone thought she had seen it wrong, and then they didn't pursue it. Just when the atmosphere among the crowd was a little dull, a Jinden cultivator suddenly said, "Everyone, why is the sky dark? How can it be like this? Changing the sky is unheard of." Everyone noticed the strange phenomenon and raised their heads in horror. Sure enough, just as the Jinden cultivator said just now, the sky within a radius of more than 2,300 miles was all dark. Above the Zenon army camp, Kangzhou cultivators headed by Zhao Mubei, Chen Fusheng and others looked up at the direction where Chen Daoxuan left. They were anxiously speculating on the outcome of this battle. Zhao Mubei looked at the sky with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Once upon a time, he was the most admired genius in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, but now, he didn't even have the qualifications to watch Chen Daoxuan fight. Just when he was feeling emotional, the sky suddenly darkened and became pitch black. What happened? I don't know. The sky suddenly darkened. The sky suddenly darkened, and everyone was panicked. They are cultivators, but cultivators are also people, just a group of people with stronger strength. But now, this group of powerful people will also feel panic in front of this sudden change in the sky. This panic is the instinct of all kinds of creatures when facing natural disasters. Among the crowd, Zhao Mubei and Chen Fusheng are much stronger than ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators after all. After the two of them looked at each other, Chen Fusheng immediately opened his spiritual sense and sent a voice to everyone's ears. Don't panic. We must believe in Patriarch Chen. He will definitely defeat the enemy and lead us to recapture Zenon Pass. At this time, Zhao Mubei continued to shout, "That's right. Master Chen has never disappointed my Kangzhou monks, not in the past, and will not let you down in the future. Yes, Master Chen is very talented. Almost all battles are cross-level battles, and he will definitely not lose this time." That's right. The Kangzhou monks seemed to comfort themselves, and they seemed to have some confidence in Chen Daoxuan. The panicked expressions on their faces became stable. The Kangzhou monks calmed down, and the disciples of Kainiu and Sword Sect also calmed down under their influence. Seeing that the morale of the army had stabilized again, Zhao Mubei and Chen Fusheng looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. If Chen Daoxuan and the enemy's master were still undecided, and the morale of these Wangxinghe monks collapsed first, and they fled for their lives, it would be a big joke. Especially when Chen Daoxuan won the battle and came back to find that all the monks in the barracks had fled. He must have been so angry that he vomited blood. On the top of Zenon Pass, Yanjiu Zenren, who had escaped death from Chen Daoxuan, was listening to his subordinate's suggestions. "Commander, the enemy's Jinden cultivators are not in the barracks right now. We can send Jinden Zenren out of the city for a surprise attack, and we will definitely gain a lot." Hearing this, Yanjiu Zenren narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Oh, sneak attack out of the city. Since you want to sneak attack out of the city so much, I will send you there. How about it?" Commander, what I mean is..." "Shut up." Seeing that the Jinden mid-stage cultivator still wanted to quibble, Yanjiu Zenren stared at him fiercely. "Senior brother Yu, I know you are eager to make a contribution, but here, I'm the commander." As he said, Yanjiu Zenren said with lingering fear, "I won't go anywhere before Zenjin comes back." Seeing that Yanjiu Zenren looked scared, the Jinden mid-stage cultivator surnamed Yu flattered him, but he was very disdainful in his heart. because he knew that Yunjiu Zenran had been scared by the Zenran who came to challenge the enemy. On the contrary, although he was chopped away by Chen Daoxuan's sword, he did not feel the despair of Yunjiu Zenran. After all, Chen Daoxuan had never intended to kill him, and he had never felt Chen Daoxuan's killing intent, so he naturally felt that Chen Daoxuan was not scary. Yunjiu Zenran was about to speak, but he found that the sky suddenly darkened. This is Yunjiu Zenran and Yu Zenran looked at each other, and both of them showed a trace of fear in their eyes. For some reason, Yunjiu Zenran had a bad premonition in his heart, and at this moment, he couldn't help but have a little intention of retreating. Compared with Yunjiu Zenran's intention of retreating, Ming Huang's engine was facing the greatest crisis and pressure he had encountered after breaking through the nascent soul stage. At this moment, he was no longer wearing only a black Taoist robe with an immortal look, but his whole body, including his eyes, was wrapped in a 5th level middle grade spiritual armor. But even though his whole body was protected by the black spiritual armor, as the pressure on the spiritual armor became greater and greater, cracks visible to the naked eye still appeared on the spiritual armor. In fact, not only the spiritual armor, but also cracks began to appear on Ming Huang's engine's body. What was even more terrifying was that in the cracks and crevices on his body, a trace of black matter was being forcibly squeezed out of his body and gradually eroded. As the black matter was repelled and eroded, the terrifying body of Master Ming Huang began to weaken little by little. That's right, this black matter was the immortal truth that giant and cultivators dreamed of. At this moment, under the pressure of the Star Sword Dao diagram, Master Ming Huang was not only unable to withstand its attack, but even the most fundamental immortal truth of his body was squeezed out and eroded. World suppression. You are in the world realm. Master Ming Huang gritted his teeth and roared. No, that's not right. You are not in the world realm. He raised his head. It's this treasure. It's this immortal weapon. Master Ming Huang stared at Chen Daoxuan intently, and he still looked relaxed and carefree before. But at this moment, his body, soul, everything about him was suppressed by the Star Sword Dao diagram. The first thing that couldn't resist was not the spiritual armor on his body, but the Zhuan Huang Zenshin pagoda he had sacrificed. The khaki Zhuan Huang Zenshin pagoda let out a whine and flew directly into the storage ring of Master Ming Huang. Master Ming Huang's eyes flashed with pain, and he put the small pagoda with damaged spiritual charm into the storage ring with a distressed heart. Without the blessing of the Zhuan Huang Zenshin pagoda on his own Dao domain, the pressure on Master Ming Huang was even greater. Crack, crack, crack. There were bursts of teeth grinding sounds from the dark spiritual armor. On the flesh, the speed of the black substance flowing away was getting faster and faster. Seeing this, Master Ming Huang finally made up his mind and used the desperate secret method. Master Ming Huang had never thought of fighting a giant and Zenran before, but at this moment, he would die if he didn't fight, and he couldn't hesitate. 7 souls burning technique. Master Ming Huang roared, and in the Danshan Qi Si, on the Yuan Ying sitting cross-legged in the purple palace, a handful of purple flames suddenly emerged, and his Yuan Ying actually burned. As Master Ming Huang's Yuan Ying burned, an indescribable terrifying magic power burst out from his purple palace. Being rushed by this terrifying magic power, Master Ming Huang found that he could actually move. However, the pain of the Yuan Ying being burned made Master Ming Huang's face distorted. Die. I want you to die. I want you to die. Master Ming Huang roared, bursting out all his escape speed, and rushed straight towards Chen Daoxuan. Fin est capitulo muchas gracias por lega hasta el final no se olviden de del lake buscas más contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.